Good morning to everyone. We're hoping to start in a couple of minutes, so if you could take your seats. Thank you.
In an age of noise and misinformation, our mission is simple and harder than ever: to report the facts, to bring clarity out of chaos. Haaretz has done this for more than a century, and since October the 7th, that mission has never been more urgent.
That morning was the first time that I realized how quickly life can turn into a battlefield. We were caught under fire, our cars hit with bullets. Still, I kept reporting, because this moment had to be witnessed.
I speak with families who have nowhere left to go. They are trapped between bombardment and hunger. These stories are rarely heard beyond the strip. If we don't report them, who will?
And then comes the hardest part, making sense of it all, explaining how politics, power, and history collide. That's why Haaretz exists, not just to report events, but to show what they mean.
What happens here matters.
It matters because this ongoing war has capsized lives, reshaped politics, and challenged democracy itself.
In a time when truth feels fragile, we bring you news you can trust and a commitment to free, independent journalism.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you for coming to Coping with Crisis, Israel, Gaza, and What Happens Next, the first ever Haaretz conference in Canada, in collaboration with the New Israel Fund, Canada, and J-Space Canada. I'm Esther Solomon, Editor-in-Chief of Haaretz English. 2 years after its savage assault of October the 7th, Hamas is still holding hostages captive, and Israel is still fighting what increasingly resembles a forever war in Gaza, with shocking humanitarian results. The conflict has escalated across the Middle East, from Yemen to Lebanon to Iran, and more recently Qatar, with an excruciating cost in civilian lives. The impact of the war has gone global. The conflict and its management by Israel's hard-right government has had immense and perhaps irrevocable repercussions for Israel's politics, for its Jewish and Arab citizens, for its foreign relations, for international norms of warfare and human rights, and for Jewish communities across the world, including, of course, here in Canada. At a time when Israel's government equates civil society protests against the war, for the release of the hostages, and against the killing and displacement of Gazans with terrorism in an attempt to delegitimize them, a continuation of nearly 3 years of its assault on liberal democracy, accountability, and governance. We're here today to try and shed some light on the Gaza war, how to stop it, what might follow it, on the state of Israel's democratic health, with the prospect of general elections on the horizon, and how the international community, including Canada, is and should be responding. In the spirit of Haaretz's principles and journalism, I invite you to listen to, consider, contest, and assess the views and expertise you'll be offered today. It's my pleasure to introduce Amos Shoken, publisher of Haaretz.
Thank you, Esther, and thank you all for coming to this conference. I know it's important for everyone, for us, for you. And I must say that after October 7th, I asked myself, how can we get out of it and what kind of future we should plan for. And about 2 months after less than 2 months after October 7th, I wrote an article that was published in Haaretz. I wrote counting all the bad and wrong policies and decisions that our Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pushed in the Israeli society. And there are quite a number in many different areas where destruction of what has been built in Israel for many years was taking place. And I said that he will be remembered as the worst prime minister that Israel ever had. But I said there is one thing that if he decided to do, it will really change his legacy. And this is agreeing to establish a Palestinian state instead of the apartheid regime in the occupied territory, which really destroyed Israel and is very, 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 very bad for Israeli presence. He did not only affected negatively life in Israel, he also created many waves of anti-Semitism because of what Israel has been doing under his leadership. And I thought that accepting the idea of establishing a Palestinian state can change all this and improve Israel's standing in the world, and also improve Israel's ability to be secure and to be secure at substantially less cost than we have now. 2 years later, the calamity of Netanyahu's policy of propping up Hamas and turning his back to the Palestinian Authority, including his refusal to initiate any meeting with Mahmoud Abbas, I thought it might be time for him to reconsider my suggestion. Granted, it would mean Netanyahu making a complete change in direction, but it is a move that could still change his legacy. Certainly, this proposal would ensure the release of all the hostages still held in Gaza. Israel's fast deteriorating position in the world would be halted, and a precipitous decline illustrated here just this week by government of Canada when its foreign minister, Anita Arand, said that Ottawa was evaluating its relationship with Israel. Needless to say, had Netanyahu accepted this idea 2 years ago, the number of dead hostages, dead Israeli soldiers, and dead Palestinians would have been far, far lower. In 1947, Netanyahu's predecessors agreed to the United Nations partition plan that created two neighboring states, Jewish and Arab. It was rejected by the Palestinians, but not all of them. Not by all of them. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas views the Green Line as the border of the future Palestinian state. It is very similar to the map that the UN issued in 1947 for the Arab state, but smaller in size because of Israeli achievements in the war of 1948 and 49. I saw the letter Abbas wrote to French President Emmanuel Macron and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman before the conference they convened at the UN supporting the establishment of a Palestinian state. Abbas emphasized ending the war, disarming Hamas, the rejection of violence and terrorism, cessation of all unilateral measures by any side that violate international law, freezing settlement building, cracking down on settler violence, and committing to the two-state solution in accordance with UN resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative, which I thought was something that Israel can accept and should accept. Similar suggestions have been made by parts of the international community, including Canada. In July, Prime Minister Mark Carney announced Canada's intention to recognize a Palestinian state. He emphasized that this intention predicated on the Palestinian Authority commitment to much-needed reforms, including the commitments made by Abbas to fundamentally reform the governance, to hold general elections in 2026, in which Hamas can play no part, and to demilitarize the future Palestinian state. And this is actually what Abbas wrote in this letter, to demilitarize the Palestinian state. On Friday, at the United Nations, 142 countries voted to endorse the French-Saudi program for a two-state solution. The advantage of such a move are clear: ending the bloody Gaza war, granting self-determination and dignity to Palestinians, eliminating the Palestinian and Jewish terror that is killing so many people on both sides, building a partnership between Israel and Palestine that is based on security cooperation as already exists with the Palestinian Authority, re-educating both populations and allowing for economic cooperation that will lead to growth and prosperity for both countries. It will give Israel a high level of security at substantially lower cost, and it will begin to repair the relationship of the Israeli state with its Palestinian citizens. Unfortunately, all this is unlikely to happen. We see what Netanyahu's vision is through his words and actions. Together with his extremist partners, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, his plan is to enlarge the settlements, to push the Palestinians from areas B and C to area 1, to annex 82% of the West Bank, to the vision which is in the process of becoming reality, is opposed to the UN Charter and many UN Security Council decisions, including 242 and 2334 from December 2016. But just days ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu reiterated loudly and clearly there will never be a Palestinian state. The Israeli government, led by Netanyahu, is promoting ghastly visions of renewed Israeli settlement in Gaza and the transfer of many of Gaza Palestinians to other countries. This is the war crime of ethnic cleansing. To achieve this plan, the IDF has been instructed to conquer Gaza City while issuing evacuation orders to 1 million Palestinians who live in Gaza City to move south in order to enable the Israeli military to destroy the city. This too is criminal. Haaretz military correspondent Yaniv Kubovich reports that IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir ordered the evacuation of the entire population of Gaza despite the opposition of the army's top lawyer, military advocate general Ifat Tomer Yerushalmi, who said that it cannot be done. But nevertheless, the law does not affect people who work with Netanyahu. Netanyahu and his partners prefer more land even at the cost of human lives. Therefore, they serially torpedoed negotiations for hostage and ceasefire deal. Netanyahu seems not to be interested at all to save the hostages. That terrible indifference was never clearer than when he bombed the capital of Qatar, trying to kill the people with whom the hostage deal must be negotiated. It is absolutely essential to do everything possible to stop the Gaza war and halt the further rampages of this disastrous government. Every country that cares about human fair future, including Canada, must work in close collaboration with those in Israel and Palestine who are committed to justice and human rights, and thus support a two-state solution to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It will also require those countries to apply more pressure unilaterally and collectively on the Netanyahu government. It has never been more crucial or urgent than this call for this call to be made. I thank you all for coming to this special Haaretz conference. These are really terrible times for Israel, and the mobilization of all available powers are necessary in order to enable Israel to come out from this in a proper way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amos. It's my pleasure to invite Ben Meridor, Executive Director of the New Israel Fund of Canada, to speak.
Thank you, Esther and Amos. Thank you, everyone who's been part of making this day possible. It's an honor to welcome you to this event and to be partnering with Haaretz and JSpace Canada and our many other co-sponsors and partners. It's been a very dark past week, on top of a very dark past few years. But I'm so glad you're here because of what we're going to do together. Today is an important event for a lot of reasons. It's important for us to be together in these dark times, to remember that we're actually not alone. And that in fact, we have many, many friends. But it's more than that. This event is an intervention into who represents Canadian Jews. Bafflingly, much public discussion about us, even between us, paints the entirety of Canadian Jews as one of two minorities within us. Either a minority of Canadian Jews who support this extremist Israeli government, or an even smaller minority of Canadian Jews who believe Israel should be dismantled. Yet repeated opinion polls show that Canadian Jews are neither of these minorities. In fact, the majority of our views on a whole host of issues are the same as UK Jews and American Jews. The majority of us abhor this Israeli government, disagree with its agenda, support our government's pressure on the Israeli government towards two states for two peoples, and vote for center, left, and left parties. Nearly all of us believe in Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. Half of us self-describe as Zionist, and many of us, despite our support for a Jewish state, are uncomfortable with what that word has come to mean. So why is that not apparent when the largest Jewish communal organizations speak to our politicians and our media? It's just time that more of our voices be heard. Long past time. And we deeply thank Minister Julie DeBrusen for being here today. This event is also an attempt to pry open a national space in a polarized Canadian public discourse that punishes those who care openly for both peoples, or that the mere presence of a Palestinian or a Palestinian perspective is anti-Semitism, or that talking about the hostages means that we advocate for genocide in Gaza. Caring for both peoples is not contradictory. It's simply being human. Indeed, it's at the heart of Jewish values. The humanitarian middle is what Marsha Letterman calls this space in her book. Other global progressive thinkers after October 7th coined something they call the humane left. What does that mean and what does that look like? Let me give you some examples from Israel through the eyes of the New Israel Fund of Canada. For the past 40 years, we've been seed funding, training, and sustaining the civil society necessary to achieve the country's founding vision of democracy, equality, and peace. Immediately after the horror of October 7th, we set about to protect those values from attack by right-wing extremists in the government and to keep alive a future of an Israel at peace with itself and its neighbors. From day one, we have funded the Israeli hostage families in their quest to get their own government to care about their lives and prioritize a hostage deal. And at the same time, we have funded Israeli human rights NGOs in the West Bank and Gaza, protecting Palestinians. We were among the first to mobilize humanitarian aid to Israel's southern communities devastated on October 7th. And we were the first mainstream Jewish organization to raise money for food aid to starving Gazans. We can do both. NIF's highest award in Israel is the Truth to Power Award, and it's given to activists who've taken great personal risk to fight for democracy, equality, and peace. Last year's awardee was Einav Zengacher, known as the Lioness, the mother of Matan, still held in Gaza. And she received this award for her courage in the face of police brutality aimed at silencing her call to bring home the hostages. Can you imagine? This year's awardee is Adi Ronan Argov, another Israeli mother whose activism has been tirelessly raising awareness in the Israeli public of the names and faces of children killed in Gaza. NIF is also the home of the Vivian Silver Award, created by her sons after her tragic murder by Hamas on October 7th, in order to keep carrying out her work for a decade to come. The prize awards 2 women each year, one Jewish, one Arab, who are fighting for peace, for women's leadership, and Jewish-Palestinian partnership. And whether the New Israel Fund is funding or training Israelis litigating at the Supreme Court to overturn anti-democratic laws, or providing legal aid to pro-democracy activists brutalized by the police, or empowering women's leadership within civil society, or building coalitions to combat health and accessibility disparities in Israel's periphery, and on and on. The common thread is democracy for all, equality for all, peace for all. And all of this is made possible by thousands of ordinary Jewish donors in Canada and around the world, giving tens of millions of dollars as an expression of their Jewish progressive values. Doing so is demonstrating a Jewish way through Israelis, both Jewish and Palestinian citizens, to care about Jews and all people in the region. In a world gone black and white, how healing is it to see that some Israelis, even in the depths of their pain and their fear, can still care for both peoples too? And if they can do it, surely we can do it. How healing, do you ask? How about these stories from the pages of Haaretz, that a humanitarian shelter in Gaza was named by Gazans in memory of Vivian Silver, an Israeli Zionist, or that in response to some of our NIF-funded groups in Israel at hostage protests, holding up pictures of Gazan children killed in this war, a Palestinian youth movement in Gaza held up photos of Israeli children killed on October 7th. Not only can we do both, our mutual care strengthens us and makes us safer. Thank you to all of our speakers who've come. Thank you to our Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim friends who are speaking here, who have come here to help stand with us and give us your hope in these moments. A deep and personal connection to Israelis, whether you're Jewish or not, and a belief in a homeland for the Jewish people, whether you're Jewish or not, does not conflict with care and concern for Palestinian safety and equality and statehood. In truth, in this moment, a powerful love of Israelis and a desire to stand in solidarity with them requires us to oppose what this Israeli government is doing. This event is important in this moment precisely because it has become the biggest platform for Canadian Jews and Israelis determined to end this war. The majority of Israelis are demanding an end to this madness, a halt to what even former Israeli top military, intelligence, and government leaders, many of them on this stage today, say has become a senseless and unjustifiable war. Hundreds of reservists announced that they will not show up for duty. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis have demonstrated to end the war. Thank you to our Israeli speakers who have come here to say these things from this stage to Canadians and to their community back at home. Because why is Haaretz here, and why are all these Israelis here in Canada, of all places? They're here because they need our help, because they need all the help they can get. Will Canada answer? Which of our institutions in Canada, which Canadian Jews will stand up and support their fight? So our conference is important for 3 reasons. We're going to do these 3 things together over the next number of hours. We're going to demonstrate, we're going to kosher that it's okay for anyone to care about both peoples. We're going to demonstrate that humanitarian middle and that humane left exist in both Canada and in Israel. And we're going to give them a global stage to speak truth to power, peace to war, partnership to division, and hope to despair. This event is important. It's important for all the reasons I almost told you. This partnership, Haaretz, brings you reality, the cold, hard, harsh reality. And it's the job of the rest of us, the New Israel Fund, J-Space, our partners, and you, to not accept that reality has to be true tomorrow. It wouldn't be possible without you. And I am so profoundly proud of what we are doing here and everyone who's helped make it happen. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Ben. Now I'd like to invite Dan Meridor, formerly Deputy Prime Minister of Israel, Minister of Finance, and Minister of Justice, who will be in conversation with Aleph Ben, Haaretz Editor-in-Chief. I recommend to you all to read Dan's recent pointed opinion piece in Haaretz, which is entitled, "Israel Must Investigate Every Serious Accusation of Committing War Crimes in Gaza."
No, it is.
Oh, now it is. Then I think that over and above the titles and the ministerial positions that you held in several Israeli governments, I can't think of anyone who has been a follower and involved in decision-making at the highest levels, both on civil rights and justice and on national security in Israel for the past 45 years or so. And I want to start with a story. Maybe 10, maybe 15 years ago, we attended another conference, and we flew back home together. And you were sitting next to me on the plane, recalling the time when you were the justice minister in the Shamir government in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and how you fought and struggled to improve, develop civil rights, human rights in the Israeli system. And I remember going back home and saying to myself that this conversation appeared so ancient, as if it was no longer relevant. And that was 10 years ago. Today, it's further beyond belief. What went wrong?
I will not accept
It's not so funny.
I'm not accepting that Haaretz editor can never be wrong, so don't ask me that question. First two comments. First of all, I apologize. I look around and say I'm the only one with a tie. I thought abroad people behave, and I brought one with me. I don't do it in Israel anymore after I've been doing this for 40, 45 years in government, so forgive me for that.
That's a Jabotinsky
This
heritage.
is okay.
Yeah.
The second thing is a little more serious. I didn't come here to pressure the Canadian government to do anything. We are in deep crisis. It's for the Israelis to solve it. I don't ask for others to do it for me. I do speak with the Jewish communities around the world because they have a share in our country. If we are the shareholders, Israelis, Jews and Arabs, Jews abroad are the option holders of Israel. So I think you deserve to get perspectives from Israel, and I'll try to give you one on that. All my life, I feel I'm not just a citizen of a state like everybody is. I feel that I take part in a huge project, the Zionist project of building or rebuilding a state for the Jews, a state that will be strong and will be just for the Jewish people, but the states of all the citizens, Arab and Jews alike, with equality. The combination of the values of the national cause, the Jewish cause, and the values of the liberal world. This combination was my compass, so to speak. So when I was Minister of Justice, I thought that we should correct the mistake of the Labour that never wanted to have a constitution. And I thought we could end this project. I did it as Aluf started to do, and we were almost there with a huge majority. Then Shimon Peres toppled the government down, and we couldn't get it because the Haredim again had a veto power. But we did pass the basic laws of human rights, of which I'm proud. Now there's a backlash. I'm afraid the world sees a backlash, not only in Israel. Democracy is under attack now, in the true sense of democracy. That it's not just the rule of majority, it's what the limits on majority are. What are the checks and balances, to take the American expression, on majority. Every dictator had majority. Democracy is about human rights and the balance between what majority can do and what it should not do, infringing on my or my group rights. I see all over the world populism against democracy. This hit Israel as well, including Netanyahu's trial. He wasn't there, by the way. He never attacked the system. When he became suspect and then defendant in the criminal case, he attacked the system. Police, state attorney, attorney general, judges. So we're in a deep trouble from within in the democratic sense. And we're in a trouble, as was mentioned by Amos and others here will talk of it, in the war since October 7th. I know it's tough, but we should not only ask ourselves what is going to be, how it's going to end. Everyone should ask himself, as I try to do every day, not what's going to be the future, but what do I do today to stop it, to return to the Israel that I knew, that I was working for. And I do believe that if all of us do it persistently and not going to despair, we have a chance. In all the polls, Netanyahu does not have a majority, even today. And we need to get our forces together and try to put an end, when we come to the war, to try to think not only of wars, but of agreements, of diplomacy, which we don't at all, unfortunately, and to return to the basic, huge success story of a democratic and Jewish state of Israel.
But, given the systematic attack on all independent state institutions by Netanyahu and his government, the Supreme Court, the Attorney General, the government legal system, even the independent opinion of the military and intelligence community, whose chiefs just go to cabinet sessions just to be humiliated and shouted at and then leak that verbal assault to the media after the session. can the clock, can the wheel be turned back? How? Or is it too late?
I don't think it's too late. Nobody can predict the future, but it's in our hands among other people. And the fact that I mentioned that in all the polls, consistently Netanyahu doesn't have majority, gives me the hope that if we do it right, we will those who will do it in politics, I'm not there now, will be able to turn the clock backwards and to go back to the road on which we were treading together. In the meantime, it is very important to help from within Israel all those attacked, whether it's the professionals of the army or professionals of the legal system. It's not an easy fight because the other side is supported by a country, I don't want to mention the name, but a bit south of here, where such attacks are common. You could have thought that it will never happen here. I heard of checks and balances, so I don't see them. I see what happens in Europe with the populism, mainly on the right wing, with the Alternative für Deutschland in Germany, with the Freiheitspartei in Austria, with Marine Le Pen in France. The world is going to a huge challenge to democracy, the way we knew it.
So maybe Israel is just part of the crowd.
And we may be part of it. It does not mean that we should not fight. We have fought in the past. We can fight now. We still have a majority in the public. We should not give up any minute and continue to struggle until we get back to the wheel. The people who agree with the basic tenets of Zionism. You see, there's something, let me say something about Zionism and democracy. You know, the Zionist movement wanted to have a state for the Jews in the land of Israel. This was the idea. And we demanded this from the world and we fought for it. But there was always another claim with it. We want a Jewish majority. The Arabs objected to Jewish majority. The British played with the white papers not allowing Jewish immigration. Ask yourself, why do we need Jewish majority? For one reason, because it was clear that Arabs would vote as Jews. If you don't have Arabs voting, you can have a South African apartheid regime. We need a Jewish majority because Zionism is a democratic movement in that sense. And we need to continue with that and not allow a situation, the end of which will have one state from the river to the sea, where majority will not be clear. This will be not only dangerous to Israel, it's the end of the Zionist dream. One of the most difficult and troubling steps Netanyahu took has to do with the racist movement. You know, in the 1980s, a certain person from New York City, Mayor Kahana, came to Israel and was elected to the Knesset. A year after that, a national unity government headed by Peril and Shamir, we changed the law and allowed the Supreme Court to disband, not to allow somebody who incites racism to run for the Knesset. 85. I collected personally as a member of the Knesset then every statement, every speech, every interview of this party by Kahana. In 88, we went to the court and the court accepted. And he was banned. You can be leftist, rightist, socialist, capitalist. You can't be a racist in the democratic state. You can't be definitely a racist in a Jewish state. And he was outside legitimacy in the public opinion. Netanyahu, wanting to have a majority, combined him with another racist, Mr. Smotrich, and unfortunately we have racism now within the system. It's very troubling. So we are fighting not only for a strong Israel, but we are fighting for the Jewish historic values. That racism is the opposite of Zionism. And this needs to be won, not only for us. After 2,000 years, we took our fate in our hands, stopped waiting for Mashiach to come, and built a state. Proudly, I can say, a huge success story. Admittedly, after the failure of not having a state in time and losing all European Jewry. But after that, we built a very strong and powerful and good state, a cause of pride for all of us and Jews all over the world. We cannot let it go. We cannot let it down. We cannot lead it to this obscure road that we are working now. We still have a chance to do it if we do it right and persistently.
But do you really see a difference today between Netanyahu and his Zionist racist coalition partners, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir? For example, Netanyahu speaks openly about driving out 2 million Palestinians from Gaza to, I don't know, to South Sudan or to other third countries would take them. And do you think this is a moral idea?
This immoral idea comes from another capital, south of here. And this is troubling. You can't and you shouldn't morally and practically gain majority by driving people out. This is not us. It's not in time of war. To go into that will be a major failure morally and practically. But don't take Netanyahu's ideology that seriously. If you have time to go to on the web to look for Netanyahu's speech in the American Congress, the two houses of Congress, in May, I think 24 of 2011, I'll quote Netanyahu standing there with his good American English saying, "I am for a two states. We don't want to control their life. There should be a Palestinian state alongside the Jewish state. It needs to be," I quote, "big enough to be viable." Now he says the exact opposite, because for him it's about himself, not about ideology. And he coalesced with the extreme right and with the ultra-Orthodox, shamefully. And this is what we are fighting. I think the majority of Israelis is not yet there. We need to be strong and fight for that and say it clearly. Today we have, unfortunately, less leadership. People mainly are led by the polls, not leading the people. No, there's always tension between representing the people, go and ask what they want to hear, or leading the people to where they are not yet there. I can say my mentor, Menachem Begin, had he gone to the public to ask them whether to give up all of Sinai for an agreement with the dictator, he would have gotten a definite negative answer. Part of the Labour Party didn't vote for it. Yigal Allon, others because it's too much. He had to convince, but he decided what is right, not what the pollsters tell him to do. Maybe David Ben-Gurion in creating the state had the same position. Unfortunately, today we have people who are led by the basic instincts of people, looking to the polls and saying what they want to hear rather than telling them what is right. This is a challenge to leadership. I hope we'll have enough leadership in us by the political parties of today that coming to power will be able to lead the people back to the main road on which we were together.
Let's talk about the war in Gaza, which obviously complicated everything for everybody and is still raging. The IDF is about to start another phase, another escalation, occupying Gaza City, whose 1 million citizens were demanded to evacuate, to leave. We have both the Chief of Staff and the former Chief of Staff, Gadi Eisenkot, warning of a bloodbath, of a pointless operation. How to end this? Why is Israel doing that? What is it trying to achieve?
It's a shame, because sometime after October 7th, awful barbaric attack on Israel by Hamas, by killing and maiming and raping and kidnapping people, after the IDF had dealt them a serious blow, which they should have done and done it quite well, there was an offer, and we had victory in our hands. President Biden offered to propose an alternative rule for Hamas. Without this, we cannot win. And there was an idea, the Americans worked on it, that the Palestinian Authority, weak as they are, and they are weak, and they may not represent the whole people because Hamas has the same claim, but they might have been the aegis, the framework within which Egyptians, Emirates, and others would have come and would have been able to build an alternative leadership to replace Hamas. This was important not only because of Gaza. One of the main reasons for this attack on us by Hamas and the Iranians and others was to stop the historic process of accepting Israel. Let me explain this. 1977, Begin, Sadat, a huge change in the Middle East. the animosity, the belligerent animosity of all Arabs, Arab United Front, was broken. And the first Arab country, the strongest of all, made peace with us. A huge, dramatic step done by a leader in Israel and Egypt. Then Rabin and Hussein in 1995 had an agreement with Jordan. So we have two countries outside the circle of war, the wall of hatred, the strongest and the longest border from the Golan Heights to Eilat. Then other countries came on, unofficially, under the table. Security connection, intelligence connection, tourism, economic connections. There was a very long and nerve-breaking process, but very positive one, of accepting Israel, not because they like us, not because they think we are right, but because, as they say in English, you can't beat them, join them. They had to understand Israel is strong enough, one needs to live with it. There was now the Abraham Accords. Now there was a prospect, everybody said it, that Saudis will join. Had Saudi Arabia joined, this would be the greatest victory, because this was the reason for Iran to support Hamas, to stop the acceptance of Israel. Saudis, legitimizer in the eyes of many people in the world, this would be a great thing. Now there was a process. If the government were able to say yes to the Biden offer, the Saudis might have gone on with their idea and would have an Israeli-Saudi peace deal with other countries. This would be the greatest victory. It was very good for Israel. It was very bad for the coalition, because they are built on the opposite assumptions. So there was a victory in hand. This war was justified, but it was should have ended after some days. To say that there still are terrorists there, yes, there are, and there are terrorists in Lebanon. But we did what we did to Hezbollah very impressively, and we stopped it. One needs to know one other thing on top of the moral issue, which is important, and the international law. The world has changed dramatically in the recent decades in the following way. Until some decades ago, people didn't see wars when they happened. Napoleon invaded Russia, 1812, you all know this. Nobody in Paris saw the war. When he came back home with his head bowing the way he did, they understood he lost the war. But it took some time for people to understand how war looks. Today you see the war on the screen every day. Now wars, I can tell you because I was in some wars in Israel. I'm old enough to have taken part in the 6 Days War and the Yom Kippur War. Yair Golan is here, he will tell you his experience. He's a general, I'm only a captain, nothing good to compare. Wars are always ugly. People die. Children look for their parents. Houses demolished. If you see it every day on the screen, if you are too strong, you become a villain. If you are too weak, you become the underdog. So wars cannot take long. You need to understand it when you decide to go to war. You need to limit the time. Even if you are right, and even if you don't do anything wrong, you lose the war on the screen. And wars may be lost in the battlefield and on the screen. This government understood this, because I used to speak of it for 40 years, since the first Lebanon war, but they didn't care. They continued with the war with no clear objective. What is total victory? If it's total victory, if we didn't reach it after 23 months, does it show strength or weakness? It's dangerous. And I think that this war has caused a lot of trouble with us. Hostages still kept there in Gaza, and a lot of destruction in Gaza for the Palestinians. All this is not only superfluous, it shouldn't have happened. How do we do it? Very clearly. If you have a deal today to stop the war, and hopefully, as I understand, they agree to have a different rule in Gaza, not with Hamas, but with Palestinian Authority and others, and renew relationship with the other Arab countries, and mend the fences of what happened to us in the world, you get the hostages back, and you start the reconstruction of what has been broken. You can do it now. This government can't. They will collapse that minute. And for Netanyahu, unfortunately, this is the main raison d'etre. Continue the rule in the government. I hope in the coming election, this will be changed.
But I'll get to that. But before that, I must ask you, what would you say to all those people, also in Canada and elsewhere, who are blaming Israel for genocide, for war crimes? You know, the Netanyahu is under an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court. What would you say to them?
I'll be honest with you. I want to be cautious. I don't want to be quoted on saying certain things. Then an Israeli soldier somewhere in Italy or in France or in Britain will go to court. They will give my quotation. So I don't want to do that. International law, humanitarian international law, has developed very positively after the Second World War. Before, these people didn't care. The Americans threw nuclear bombs on civilian populations. They bombed Dresden and Berlin and Tokyo and killing tens of thousands of people. Nobody said anything. After the war, because of the lessons of this war, there was a very important change in international humanitarian law. The Geneva Convention, the third, the fourth, and we always said that we'll abide by them. The Israeli army always said we abide by them. And we have our own ethical code in the IDF. We don't hurt civilians unless it's absolutely necessary, and we take good care not to do that. There were deviations from this in war, but they were always investigated since day one, since the War of Independence, through the Sinai campaign and the 6 Days War. War is difficult, and people do things sometimes they shouldn't be done, but there was a decision to adhere to international law. And I think that the same thing should have happened now. There are all sorts of allegations, I thought, and I wrote it in the article that was quoted earlier, that we should not say they are anti-Semites. Yes, there is anti-Semitism in the world, I know that. But I know people, like people sitting here, Jews, non-Jews, who were good friends of Israel, and are very embarrassed, to say the least, when they see what they see. And as I said, it's all on the screen. You can't hide anything. And in a way, it's good that you can't hide, because people
not so much on the screen in Israel, by the way.
Okay.
Israelis are...
Yeah, but people, hiding, not seeing the truth is good for children, not for grown-ups. And I think that we need to do this even today. If there are deviations, people should be put to trial. We have done it in the past. There was, you may know, the Kafr Qasim story in '56, where officers of Israel killed civilians, and they were put to trial and convicted with murder. In the Intifada, I was the Minister of Justice. I didn't do it, but I was working on this a lot. There were the Golani trial, the Givati trial, Yehuda Meir. There were cases where people breached or violated the law, and they were put to trial, and actions were taken. This is the role of the leadership. If the leadership doesn't do that, it's very bad. What happens in Gaza seems to be troubling. I see the vast devastation. It's legitimate to shoot and destroy even a house while fighting, if the house is dangerous. But when you're not fighting, you shouldn't do that. And I think that I don't want to add more. It's very troubling. It's not only because I'm a lawyer and I care about it. It's not only because morality should be kept. It's tough, but it should be kept as much as you can. But above all this, it destroys the image of Israel in the world. So it needs to be taken care of seriously and quickly.
Let's turn to politics. You mentioned that Netanyahu's coalition is lagging behind in the polls. But still we don't, or at least I fail to see a viable alternative. We see several opposition parties. We don't see any unified vision or statement or leadership. What should those people who want to succeed Netanyahu, to replace Netanyahu, do in order to win an election? What could they do?
So for this somber...
You're not part of politics, but you're experienced enough.
I'll start with the joke. No, I don't tell you about whom. Somebody was told, you can't lie to the people all the time. And the answer was, I don't need to. I need to do it one day in 4 years. So this is for a joke. I didn't mean it seriously. But on a serious note, it's politics. It's less interesting, but it's important. I'm not sure that what we need is a coalition of all the opposition parties together. Maybe it will be more effective if what we call the left goes alone in getting people, including a lot of error votes, a good question that I may say something about. People in what they call the center will go alone, and then the right wing will go alone, because maybe more votes will be given to such a combination than to a united front, where everybody will feel he cannot vote because somebody is there that he doesn't like. So I'm not sure the question is now it's not a moral question, it's a very
What
practical
should be
question.
the vision, regardless of the party composition?
Okay, so we wait for the election. Hopefully, they will take time, need to take place in not later than October, that a year from now, maybe shorter. We lack a vision. And this is, I hinted it earlier, I need people to say what they think, not what people want to hear. And I hear very little of this with many people. For example, I am for a Jewish state, but I need to have a Palestinian state. I can tell you personally, I didn't start there. I was born in a family and I believed in that we can have the entire land of Israel with vast Jewish majority and democracy. At a certain phase, some decades ago, I understood it doesn't go together. I have to make a choice. Is the land or democracy? I said I'll give up part of the land and have democracy. And I think this is something that people have to say. If you don't have a Palestinian state, you don't have a Jewish state. They go together. And I think one should not be afraid to say so. It's good morally, it's good internationally, it's good for us. I care about us. Second, I want to take some issue with my good friend Amos here. Let me say something that will sound defense of Netanyahu. It's not. We don't have a Palestinian state, not because of Netanyahu. We had a government led by Ehud Barak. I was with him at Camp David, Maryland, south of here, in July 2000, for 2 weeks, with Arafat and the President Clinton. And we tried, Barak gave more than I would have given, I have to say, including dividing Jerusalem, a Palestinian state, and Arafat said no. At the end, it was summed up very nicely by Tom Friedman from Clinton, who wrote to Arafat the following: if it's 1967, we'll help you. If it's 48, forget about it. And this was 48, right of return, and this means you don't end the conflict. Then I recommend that you read a very voluminous book, 500 pages, by Condoleezza Rice, the Secretary of State. I didn't read all of it. I read 40, 50 pages relating to what I'm saying now. She describes what Olmert calls her in 2008, says, I think we can have an agreement. And she comes to the Prime Minister's residence, and they sit together, and he says, Palestinian state, in fact, I don't quote verbatim, 100% of the land with 6% of swap, that is, the quantity is not a problem. In Jerusalem, he would divide Jerusalem, give the Arab quarters to Palestinian state, the Jewish quarters to Israel, some international regime, I don't know what it is, in the Holy Basin, and the security is not a problem. One thing I don't want, said, when they have a state, they should not have a right to come to our state. No Palestinian will be in exile. They will go in Ramallah, not in Ramleh. And she thought, she writes, I didn't believe my ears. This is a quotation from her. She even didn't tell her aides. She was afraid they would leak it. She speaks with the President Bush, she goes to Ramallah, and she tells Abu Mazen the story and says about refugees. Olmert says he's ready to have 5,000 people to Israel. All the rest will either stay where they are, or go to Palestine or other countries. And his answer, I quote what he says, how can I tell 4 million Palestinians, only 5,000 go home? Again, what they call hak al-awda, right of return. So the fact that there is no agreement is not because of us. We had other governments, not by Netanyahu, and they did not agree to, they agreed to a Palestinian state, but not to end the conflict. So let's be, the way I look at it, it does mean that we have to continue the course that we are on now. If I were in government, which obviously I'm not, this is why I spend my time in Toronto and other places, I would have done something very clear. I would say openly, I want this border, say the fence line, which is 90% and more the land for them. And unilaterally, I stop all settlement activity on the other side. Unilaterally, I don't need for them to agree. I would not take the army out until there's an agreement. But all the civil function, I would give to them, willy-nilly. They have to do it. I don't want to do police there, zoning, planning, all in their hand. I leave open the two-state solution. I will not close the road on it. Now what they are doing, making one state or creating reality that will be very difficult to take apart. It was taken apart in France by de Gaulle in 58, 59, 61, but it's very difficult. And in a strange way, what Hamas says, from the river to the sea, one Palestine, they want from the river to the sea, one Israel. everybody thinks he can overrun the others or manipulate the others. It won't work. Unfortunately, it's my historic homeland, I know that, but we can't have all of it. We need to have a partition here. So this should be the plan of action. Unilaterally to go there without taking the army out is too dangerous. We'll have Gaza in Ramallah. We don't need that. But to say this is what we are doing and leave it open. When you are ready, take a state. I would do that. And I would not wait for them to agree to the full agreement. In the meantime, to continue to settle all over the place and create an impossible future for us. So this can be done in policy. And then I will have for agreement. Let me say this, Ben, you didn't ask me. You know, wars are not judged and assessed by the beginning, by the effect. The effect usually is very good if you begin well with everybody. But the end result is in the end of the war, but it ends, where it ends. See Iran. Iran's nightmare came true. Israel and America attacked it together. Okay, now you see what happens. They still have the same enriched uranium they had before. We were not able to touch it, I understand. And they still have scientists. Yes, 9 were killed and hundreds are still there. If there's no agreement, they can run to bomb. So we need an agreement. America needs to have an agreement with Iran on that. We had an agreement that Obama and 5 other nations signed in 2015, the JCPOA. And unfortunately, Trump, with the help or instigation of Netanyahu, walked away from it. In other words, violated it. And they ran close to a bomb. So we need an agreement there. Think of Lebanon. We hit Hezbollah badly. They were much weakened, very good. There's maybe a possibility of having an agreement with the new government of Lebanon. We need an agreement there. Try to get it. Syria, there are changes that are not about us. Maybe there's a way to get an agreement. Think of we need agreements in the end of it. So force sometimes is indispensable. Without force, we would not live here or there. We needed to use force in the Zionist project because the Arab objected, right. But force cannot do it all. We need diplomacy. If you use your strength to make peace, like Begin did or others did in the long term, you gain something. If you rely only on war and only on strength, you will not. So diplomacy is called for. There is a way with the Saudis, as I said earlier, ending the war is a precondition. If the war ends, the Saudis may, I think, come in. And you may have the Saudis, when the war ends, the Yemenite story, the Houthis may be over. If you can have new relationship with the new Syria, not a good neighbor, it's a man I would not be a friend with, but he's there and he seems to be ready to do something of that sort. In Lebanon, you can go to a success story in diplomacy, but you need a government which seems to be not the government that we have now, different composition altogether.
Well, lots of hope you're leaving us with, and thank you, Dan, for
thank you.
Very comprehensive.
Thank you, Dan and Alof. I'd like to invite the Honourable Yara Sachs, former Member of Parliament and Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, to introduce our next speaker.
Shalom, salam, hello, bonjour, miigwech. My name is Yara Sachs, or Yara, as they call me here sometimes. Hine ma tovu manayim shevet achim gam yachad. It is good to be with all of you. I'd like to take a moment before we start to just acknowledge where we are in the federal government's tradition of land acknowledgements. We are on Treaty 13. The Mississaugas of the Credit, the Wendat people, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee call this place home and have been the stewards of this land for thousands of years. Reconciliation and healing is a key part of the fabric of Canada. And if we can, I often said while I was in cabinet and in parliament, I always brought my Israeli chutzpah to the house, but in my work in Israel, I always brought Canada with me as well. At this moment, Canada remains clear that a ceasefire must happen now. Hostages must be released immediately. Humanitarian aid must flow like rivers into Gaza. And a two-state solution cannot be taken off the table. A safe and secure Israel will be one that is alongside a Palestinian state. It isn't lost on me that being a Jewish woman in Canadian politics right now is hard. Having joined cabinet in July 2023, if someone had told me that October 7th would happen shortly after, and to be the first Israeli Canadian in cabinet in Canada, I would have said not on my bingo card. To be in cabinet right now is to hold two truths at the same time: the duality of tragedies for Palestinians and Israelis in this moment. And it takes patience, thoughtful deliberation, tremendous strength, a strong heart, and good ears for listening, and a principled set of values that are both wholly Jewish and wholly Canadian. But most importantly, they are human. In all of the work that we do as parliamentarians, we are constantly reminded that it is a privilege to sit at those tables. To govern means that at the heart of what we do, it is the people that we serve and who Canada is as a multilateral partner on the global stage, as a friend and an ally to Israel, but also a steward of human rights and international law in the protection of the vision of a future Palestinian state and the rights and dignity and security of the Palestinian people. So I'm honored to introduce truly a good friend. The Honorable Julie DeBrusen is a longtime resident of right here in Toronto Danforth and was first elected as a member of Parliament in 2015. And I can say I've had the pleasure of knowing Julie for close to 30 years. Prior to becoming a member of Parliament, Minister DeBrusen practiced law in Toronto and was a strong community advocate for public transit, housing, the arts, and the fight against climate change. As a member of Parliament, Minister DeBrusen has served in various roles, including as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, Parliamentary Secretary of Natural Resources, and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. In both public and private roles in her life, Minister DeBrusen has been involved in climate-based initiatives, including work in modernizing the Canadian Environmental Protection Act and building a circular and low-carbon economy. You can often see her biking to her meetings here in the GTA. As the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, she's focused on delivering ambitious climate action while growing a strong and sustainable economy, creating a healthier and more resilient Canada for all Canadians. But I also have the pleasure of introducing Julie as my friend, serving with her in Parliament side by side. I have such tremendous gratitude for you. Being women in this space is not easy. But whether it is a gentle reminder that we are here for the good fight, to share stories of how our children are coping with us being away so much while we serve the country, she is truly a friend not only to the community here, but to Canadians in her fierce advocacy for the things that matter most. It is my privilege to introduce Minister Julie DeBrusen.
Thank you so much, Yara. And actually, truly, what I'm going to speak about today is really about what it is to be a Jewish woman politician in Canada right now. And that is something that Yara and I have shared over the past many years together, and hasn't always been easy. So it's good to have friendship with people like Yara. So thank you for that really warm introduction. I'm going to take a second to set my timer, because if you give a politician a microphone, I could be here all day. So 1 second. All right. Look, when Mital Kowalski from JSpace asked me to speak today about what it is to be a Jewish political leader in Canada, it really got me thinking, because if you had asked me that a few years ago, I would have said that I was an MP, that I'm a woman, a mother, and I happen to be Jewish. It was part of my identity. I would like to share stories about my donut parties for Hanukkah, grumble about matzah around Passover. But really on a day-to-day basis, being Jewish was not something that I thought too much about within the political context and within my public-facing role. And yet, since October 7th, almost immediately on that date and every day after, it just flew right to the top. It changed how I experienced the world. And so my first thought is that over the past 2 years, what it means to be a Jewish political leader in Canada has changed, and it's changed greatly for me. There have been some positive aspects. I think it can get really heavy when we talk about it. And if I was going to say a positive aspect of the way I interact with the world as a Jewish woman is that I've sought out and in many cases felt more connected with community than I ever have before. But at the same time, it's been incredibly difficult, and it's forced me out of my comfort zone time and time again. They say that we grow in uncomfortable spaces, so if I try to keep on with a positive approach, it's been a period of great personal growth for me. In the before times, as a Jewish MP, I supported and spoke to a bill that created Jewish Heritage Month, which is now celebrated yearly in the month of May. And I did 2 speeches in favor of it. Both of them talked about Canadian Jewish artists, about Jewish historic sites in my community, my favorite foods like Montreal bagels. And when I look back at those speeches, they feel like they're from a different era. I didn't talk about anti-Semitism. It's not that I didn't recognize that it existed, because it did, even at the time that we were creating Jewish Heritage Month. It's just that today, if I was doing those speeches, I wouldn't be able to speak about Jewish Heritage Month without referencing anti-Semitism as an anchor to that speech. And anti-Semitism has become a central part of how I experience being a Canadian Jewish politician, and fighting it has become a really important part of the work that I do every day. So as I tell this story, there's another thing that stands out about the speeches that I made before October 7th about Jewish holidays or events, and it's kind of central to why I'm going to be reading a lot of this speech, which is, in the before era, I could just jot some notes quickly on a piece of paper and then run out and speak largely from the top of my head, just with the words that came to me. I would give a lot of thought about the idea I wanted to convey, but I wouldn't have to focus so much on my exact choice of words. That's no longer the case. From all sides, Jewish or otherwise, word policing has become a constant and exhausting exercise. The one wrong word can trigger a stunning amount of anger, particularly in the online world. What constitutes a wrong word changes depending on your political viewpoint. But my sense or my experience has been that in too many places, we're losing our ability to speak frankly and openly in conversations about being Jewish, about anti-Semitism, and about what we have watched unfold in Israel and Palestine since October 7th. Perhaps, ironically, even as I wrote that part of the speech, just to say that, I really struggled with the words to choose. It's so hard to talk when about everything that has happened since October 7th, and since without unintentionally causing an uproar. And I know there's a panel later this afternoon by journalists. I want to say they have all my respect, and I'm really curious about their thoughts about how this particular conflict has changed how we approach language and how we brace ourselves to the reactions to the words we choose. What I can say is that as a person in my role, word policing has really trivialized and stunted our ability to talk about finding a path to peace. Even this many thousands of kilometers away from Israel and Palestine, Canadians with differing points of views are having too hard of a time coming together to listen and to learn and to test ideas. And that's a tremendous loss, because the caution and the inability to allow vulnerability in these conversations makes it harder for me and for others to get into those uncomfortable spaces where we need to move towards positive actions. Some of the people in this room have been the brave ones to push things forward. I know that Omar El-Gabra will be speaking later, and I have learned so much by being able to talk with him and share ideas. And conversations like the ones that Omar and I would have are examples of how elected politicians can use our knowledge of our communities, of history and experiences to push forward. So just over a year ago, I'm going to talk about something that I did with Yara because I think it was really one of my most special moments over the past couple of years. Yara and Yafa, who I believe will also be speaking later, we brought together a group of Canadian Jewish women and Canadian Palestinian women together to share for a few hours and to talk openly. And what made it really special and to made it work was that we promised one another to keep our conversations confidential. So I can't go into what we talked about exactly, but what I can say is it was one of the most frank, touching, and at times difficult conversations that I've had since October 7th. And if I can say one thing, we need to build out more of those spaces where we can have those conversations. Now I'm going to move to the sadder part, which is that sadly, when we posted pictures of the meeting, the response on social media was brutal. Right? Though the upside is that we have brazen and amazing people who are willing to come together to help inform elected people like me. The downside is that there are still too many people, especially in the online world, who want to tear down these attempts rather than to build them up. So, as you can imagine, in my world and in my job, I get a lot of emails. So since October 7th, I can say the tone, the hate towards Jews, but also towards Muslims and Palestinians has been unbelievable. I have never experienced such hostility. And the extent of the hostility and hate has taken a real toll on my staff. We don't talk enough about staff in political roles and political offices, but they're really our unsung heroes because they're the ones who listen to community members, they read the emails, they answer the phones. And the amount of hate that has poured into my office over the past 2 years has been a lot for me and for them to absorb. But one of the things that we kind of did, this is a test story, I was reading the responses to my emails, and I felt there was this disconnect between what I felt that I had expressed in my emails and the responses that came back to me from people. So we tried in our office an A/B test. In some emails, I started with a paragraph expressing concern for Israelis, and the second expressing concerns for Palestinians. In others, I reversed the order. The responses I received made it clear that if a person didn't agree with the first paragraph, they often actually didn't continue to read the next. And that test was very, very early after October 7th, but my sense is that that situation hasn't improved. I'm not an expert on communications. But as a Canadian politician in this moment, it presents a warning that I need to check myself against making the same mistake. I need to be sure that I'm listening or reading through information that makes me uncomfortable or with which I might disagree. And it also shows me the real challenge in how full thoughts are heard. So it's too easy to lose someone after a few words. Thankfully, many of you are still listening. But today, when I look at topics that we're going to be hearing from today and the speakers, I'm encouraged to see how this today is a space where people are trying to broach this divide. Now, being a Jewish politician in this time means that I have carried a greater responsibility to fight anti-Semitism. And I have spoken in the House of Commons about anti-Semitism. I've hosted roundtables on anti-Semitism. And I participated in a study on it at the Justice Committee. And I've used my voice to raise concerns and propose solutions within government and in the public spaces that I'm afforded. There have been wins. And by helping alongside with my colleagues like Yara Sachs, we've managed to get greater government support, programs, and funding to fight anti-Semitism. Yet, in the face of fast-growing anti-Semitism, there is still so much more to be done. And it's been a big responsibility for anyone in public office. And I think that the weight is particularly felt by Jewish politicians. We can face some of the harshest criticism for all of the work that has yet to be done. I'll also say that while anti-Semitism is the fastest growing form of hate in our country, with vastly outsized numbers of incidents of hate against Canada's Jewish community, it's also my job as a person who has experienced hate to stand up when I hear it against other communities as well. And that includes when people say or do things that are hateful against Muslims or Palestinian Canadians. Hate is hate. And while people like to debate in the gray areas, I think that most of us can spot the obvious examples of hate and when we see it happening around us. And I really say that in a moment when we're all together, we really need to keep fighting to call that out. Next, please. Now, before I leave you, and I will leave you soon, my timer's counting down, but I wanted to change gears a little bit because there was this quote by Khalil Gibran that always stuck with me, which is, "Your joy is your sorrow unmasked." And it comes to me as a place that, in a place of pain, it can also be how we help to experience joy. And I really do not like to focus only on the negative. So over the past 2 years, through the pain of all the divisiveness, hate, and anti-Semitism, I've also really felt the resilience as a Jewish community and the strengths of the connections that we afford to the community in difficult times, and that gives me strength. And I wanted to give a really cute example because it was kind of really symbolic for me. I went to a coffee shop, as we downtown Toronto people do, going to get my, non-dairy latte, and the barista was wearing a necklace and had a Jewish symbol. And I commented on his necklace. Now, I would just say 2 years ago I would have noticed and I wouldn't have said anything, but now I feel like I always have to comment. So when he found out that I was Jewish, he pulls out this bag of mini challahs that he had baked. And he shared one with me. He's like, I'm just sharing it with Jewish people today. And I just say that because, that never happened to me before, but that type of experience, not the challahs, but that general type of exchange has happened more and more over the past couple of years. And those are the moments of sharing and simple joy that can give us strength as a community here. This past week, I met with Jewish community members in Edmonton and in Winnipeg to hear about their experiences facing into anti-Semitism. And they were tough conversations, but people were generous with their time and they were eager to connect. And this connection is a lot of strength as we move through these difficult places. So if I would just say in wrapping up, my experience as being a Jewish politician in Canada has changed drastically over the past 2 years. And I've felt that the space and patience for frank and honest conversations, for forgiveness and openness and for vulnerability, they've shrunk. The hate and the vitriol in everyday exchanges has been unbelievably painful. And spaces like today's discussions are essential to creating more possibilities. So I really want to thank all of you for the work that you've done to bring this together. I want to thank you for making the commitment to continue to have those difficult conversations. And my job is easier when people come together like you are today to help have those conversations right here. So as we head into the high holidays, I'm reminded of what they offer us. It's a time of reflection and new beginnings, and it's a chance for us to celebrate the year ahead, take stock of where we are. So today, thank you, Shana Tova, and I'm wishing you all the best for a wonderful new year.
Thank you, Julie. Now we're going to start our first panels. You get to choose which session you want to attend. You need to look at your programs for all the details on who is participating in each session. But I do ask that you make that decision and get up sooner rather than later because we're running a little bit late already. In this hall, the Soko Ballroom, is the panel, The Gaza War, the Hostages, and the Day After. In Kensington A, which you go to out there, there will be a question and answer session with Aleph Ben, editor-in-chief of Haaretz. In Kensington B, a panel discussion on anti-Semitism in Canada, politics, fear, and prejudice. So you need to make your decision soon. No.
Hello. Good to see you, Habibti. Ahlan wa sahlan. Nice to meet you.
Hello. Anybody who would like to be in the current panel, which is the Gaza war, hostages, and the day after, is welcome to stay here. I'm Dalia Shenlin, moderating that panel with my distinguished colleagues. I would like to invite my panel to begin. Are we all here? Okay. Yeah. Hello, hello. Okay.
Is it working?
We will be starting in 1.5 minutes. Please, everybody who's staying in our panel, take a seat.
I don't hear it. Hello,
Oh.
hello.
Hello, hello. No, but עכשיו לא. I think it's not working anymore. Yes, 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 no.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, mine is working too. Okay, please, everybody who's still here, take a seat. We are beginning. This panel is. What? I think it's okay. Our panel is the Gaza war hostages the day after. It's a very general topic that we thought about, some weeks ago, but we had to leave a lot open because things are changing so fast. My name is Dalia Shenlin. I'm a political analyst, a pollster, and a columnist at Haaretz. And I have a great honor to introduce a panel that I think is going to be very rich with colleagues that I respect very much. I'll introduce them briefly. We'll go through a couple of rounds of questions and responses to one another, and if we have time, we will take some questions from the audience. I promise I'm not checking email, but looking at my clock to make sure we stick to our hour. Let me start by introducing, this is really alphabetical by first name, Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, who leads Realign for Palestine, an Atlantic Council project that challenges entrenched narratives in the Israel and Palestine discourse and tries to rejuvenate pro-Palestine advocacy. He's originally from Gaza, and he has lost 33 immediate and extended family members in this war. Amos Harel, to my far left, no symbolism intended, is the senior defense analyst at Haaretz, and he's currently writing a book about October 7th, which, if I know Amos's reporting and analysis, will absolutely be, incredible insight into the analysis of that day. Ksenia Svetlova is a colleague and a friend, like all the others, but we know each other for longer. She's an associate fellow in the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House, and she's also the executive director of ROPES, the Regional Organization for Peace, Economics, and Security. I should say that I'm technically still a board member as well, or advisory board member. And she's also a former member of the Israeli Knesset. She's a former journalist covering Middle East affairs on Israeli TV in Russian, and an author. And let me just jump in. We're going to start with a first round. I'd like to ask you to give your answers at about 5 minutes, although let's say just for this first round, I won't police you entirely on 5 minutes. You can be a little more expansive. But let me start with Amos. We're in a situation so extreme that it's hard to find the words. People are dying every day. Gaza is being destroyed every day. Can you characterize the military, security, and diplomatic aims of this war at this point from the perspective of the Israeli government?
And all of that in 5 minutes.
All of that in 5 minutes.
Sure.
What does the Israeli government, in its own mind, think it is doing? Whether it's with relation to the hostages, again, the security and diplomatic perspectives, and how would they measure their own successes?
Okay, so the first thing I think we should say is that the government does not tell the public the truth. We could be more blunt and say that it lies to the public most of this war. Netanyahu has announced a clear, decisive victory, which is around the corner. I think it was about April or May 24. It didn't happen. He later announced that the Philadelphia corridor between Rafah and Egypt is the most important thing to our existence. That wasn't true then. It isn't true now. He said that Hamas refused to make a deal regarding the hostages. Well, in fact, Netanyahu himself is against the deal. And he keeps warning us recently that Hamas is capable of doing another October 7th. Thankfully, it isn't, not at this moment, at least. So I won't go over the history right now because that would really be too long. But generally speaking, there were two goals for this war. One was destroying or defeating, dismantling Hamas, depends where you sit, how you define that exactly. And the second was the release of the hostages. The problem with these two goals, of course, is that they were not synchronized. In order to reach the first goal, you have to ignore the second goal. And if you try to defeat Hamas and continue fighting Hamas with all your strength, then the outcome may be losing the lives of the last hostages who remain there. We have 48 hostages, apparently around 20 are alive. As we speak, Israel is about to enter Gaza City again, the heart of Gaza City. It's already in the outskirts for quite some time. There's constant fighting going on. It's no secret that the Chief of Staff, General Eyal Zamir, Chief of Staff of the IDF, is against this particular move. And if President Trump does not wake up and get involved very, very soon, then I think within days we'll see Israeli tanks in the center of Gaza, and that would create a massive amount of destruction and killing. It may further weaken Hamas, but I doubt whether it will break their willingness to fight us. They're not at a stage where they care about the population. Ahmed will probably address that later. They're no longer an army. They were, to an extent, an army before October 7th. By now, they're weaker. They now transformed into a sort of a guerrilla organization. I don't think that they would surrender without a deal. If a deal is not on the table, it's hard for me to assume that Hamas would agree to surrender. So things being as they are, I fear that there could be very serious implications, both for the lives of the remaining hostages. Israeli bombings by mistake. We don't know exactly where the hostages are. And in extreme conditions, we can even see executions of hostages. Hamas is not beneath that. They could try, unfortunately, something like that. And of course, the lives of innocents in Gaza. Palestinian civilians would be killed in massive numbers. As an Israeli, I also worry about the hostages, and I worry deeply about the fate of our soldiers if this is the outcome. What we keep hearing from the Americans, at least the professionals, that Trump himself, I'm not sure whether he's that interested, but what we hear from the professional level is that they complain that there's no Hebrew word for strategy anymore. Netanyahu does not appreciate strategic discussions or concerns. He has a saying that his father always opposed that for some reason, and therefore he wants to keep all the options open, all the options on the table. And perhaps from a strategic point of view, this is the biggest sin. There are further problems with this war, of course, but the fact that we've reached so many military goals without translating this into any kind of strategic benefits.
Just a quick follow-up. When he says, I want to leave all the strategic options on the table, what does he mean by those strategic options?
Well, I have an ongoing debate with my boss, with Aluf Ben, over that, because Aluf does believe that Bibi has a strategy. I think he's playing it by ear, and he's improvising for a long time now, and it's more than anything else, it's about personal survival, by any means necessary. I think that's the biggest issue here. And the way Bibi conducts himself, he maintains all the options on the table. He plays around with this, and at the last moment, he will make a decision, whatever's more convenient for him. But unfortunately, again, and from my own personal perspective, I think that he's lost any kind of sympathy for the hostages for quite some time. I don't think that this is something that concerns him, really. He plays the part, but it doesn't really matter to him anymore.
Okay, we're going to probe some of the implications of what you've opened up here, but thank you, and thank you also for being absolutely concise and on time. When you end early, I get to ask a little extra follow-up question, so I appreciate it.
You ask for 500 words, you get 500.
This is something that my editors have never experienced with me. Yeah. Ksenia, let me ask you, if there's really no strategy out there, or maybe there is, what is the impact of the Gaza war on the Middle East, specific areas or specific countries that you think are most important? And, you know, we can talk about Israeli foreign policy in the Middle East, but I think we're also, we developed this question before Qatar, and now we have Qatar. Should we be talking about a before the bombing of Qatar and an after Qatar situation?
Well, Dalia, for years, Benjamin Netanyahu and the group of his cheerleaders tried to convince Israelis and also the wider Middle East and also, of course, the public and the outer world that it's possible to have everything. You can build settlements, you can widen them, you can increase them, and you also can have the red carpets rolling for you in the Arab world. You can implement the most anti-Palestinian politics. And to throw basically the Abu Mazen under the bus, and still hope that you will have normalization with Saudi Arabia. Unfortunately, many people fell for that. But I think that after 10/7, it became crystal clear that you cannot really have it all. So the half of the full glass is that until now, we have all of our relations maintaining with the Arab world intact. So it's, officially, we still have the embassies, we still have the relations, we have the trade. We still sell weapons to a significant chunk of the countries with whom we are in touch. The sales of gas are actually up with Egypt and so on. But this is the surface. When you're looking beneath the surface, then you find there truly concerning things. So we see the ongoing incitement in Israeli government, in the core, in the most holy of the places, against Egypt and against the strategic relations of Camp David. Every time I'm asked, why is it happening? I'm truly puzzled, because I have different kind of answers, but really nothing can explain why would the Israeli government undermine the strategic alliance with Egypt that allowed for 46 years of peaceful border between us and the Egyptians. Yes, the peace is cold, but I will take it any time, any given day, under the warm or hot war. So this is Egypt. We have Jordan that is right now rocked every single day almost by demonstrations that are being held there. And by the way, both Egyptian and Jordanian embassies are being attacked abroad because their critics, they accuse them of the complicity, with what is happening in Gaza, because they do not right now back from the relations with Israel. So the undermining of Jordan is on full volume with the open door policy on the Temple Mount, Al-Aqsa, with Ben Gvir basically having the upper hand on all the decisions that has to do with what is happening on the Mount. So if anything that can destabilize Jordan, this is exactly that. It's not really, Qatar, and the bombings there. Qatar is, mostly unloved in the Arab world. Still, the Arab leaders stood in solidarity with Qatar because you heard one of us, you heard all of us. But I think that this is not the core of the problem. It's the disregard and disrespect to the countries that strategically choose to have a decent and peaceful relations with Israel. We look how the tone changed in United Arab Emirates and specifically in Saudi Arabia during these 2 years. In the beginning of the war, I saw the anchors from the Saudi television channels grilling Hamas leaders and accusing them of hurting the Palestinian interest and destroying Gaza Strip and so on. No more of that. No more of that. They are busy accusing Israel of what is going on. So the damage is on every possible level. We have the narrowing down of the circle of the people who are involved in this peace circle. I can tell you that the damage for organizations such as the Robes that I lead, on the civil society side, it's enormous. Because yes, many people are afraid right now to tie, some kind of relations with Israel. Because yes, the young population of this country is, not really watching, the official television channels. It's watching TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, and it's of course, if it's 90% of that. It's what is happening in Gaza. So the damage is, it's enormous. It's long-lasting. I do believe that by all of these campaigns that I do agree with Amos, they are situating, they are not really a strategy. It's not some kind of long-term strategy that Bibi plans. But he hurts these relations because now it's convenient, because this is how he survives another day. And this is not the way, of course, to run foreign policy in the Arab world specifically, where honor matters a lot. And when you show every single day how you disrespect your Arab allies, Dalia, this is something that truly to worry. So the bottom line is the countries that strategically choose to be in touch with Israel, to conclude, to have the peace agreements, they're still there, because for them to back off these agreements, it means basically to recognize that the other side, the Muslim Brotherhood, the radical Islam, those who criticized these agreements from the very beginning, they were right. This is something that, if it will happen indeed, in the case of the annexation or any other red line that will be crossed, so believe me, we will not be able to go back to where we are today, perhaps in decades. So this is the kind of the damage that is being caused today to our regional relations, and the dream that Israel could finally be accepted in the wider Middle East as one of the countries.
And because we have a little bit of time, again, very good, concise. One follow-up question. So is that the reason why, despite all of this pressure, Israel has pushed them in some ways past the breaking point, announcing there will never be a Palestinian state, and annexation, and the war, and yet the relationships are still there? Why? Is it mainly because of what you said, because they're afraid to show that the other side, the Muslim Brotherhood's claims or the critics' claims, were correct? But there must be other interests behind the individual countries, and the UAE threatens but still not has broken the agreement. Why are they, all of those allies, right? Egypt, Jordan, none of them have broken yet.
Well, first of all, these countries know how to differentiate between the rhetorics and the policy on the ground. But when you saw, when Bibi's ministers were raising this flag of annexation again, although the Abraham Accords were concluded on the promise that the annexation is sacked. There is no more annexation. That's what was the base of the promise made by Netanyahu in 2020. Then immediately you had the very explicit threat from the UAE, no more Abraham Accords. And if UAE goes, then also Morocco goes, and Bahrain goes, and inevitably also Jordan and Egypt. So something that is inconceivable. We have decades of cooperation and agreement that is lasting till this very day. So it's not an easy thing to do for them, Dalia. It's not only the threat of what the other side can gain, because this is indeed a strategic choice. In the '67, the Arab countries said triple no at the Khartoum conference of the Arab League. We are finally at the stage when the Arab world, the vast majority of the Arab states, are saying yes, yes to normalization, yes to peace, yes to mutual recognition. But the very base of that is, of course, the solution that is based on the formula of the two states with the Palestinians. Without that, all of this house of cards, it's not very practical, and it can crumble down. Right. So this is something that they indicate on the, they're indicating SOS. This is very grave for them today, and they say, listen, get us out of this mess. Right. We really want to proceed, with what we have right now. But the obstacle seems right now too grave. Yeah.
That's a great answer. I often think that Israelis very much, I don't know about Canadian Jews, but Israelis often don't realize in their obsession with how much the world is against Israel, how much so many countries actually would really like to normalize with Israel if they could do it. But let me move on. Ahmed, it's hard to express the devastation of this moment for Palestinian society, and I think I don't think anybody here has forgotten it, but it's very hard to even have any conversation without thinking about how much death and destruction is happening in Gaza and how much this is devastating Palestinian society in general. Your basic aim, as per the name of your project, is Realign for Palestine, or Realign Palestine. You have a very elaborate and well-developed critique of both Palestinian leadership and Palestinian grassroots activity, because I think you are hoping to try to rejuvenate what the Palestinian national movement is trying to do. So in the post-October 7th and war on Gaza era, what do you think is wrong with the Palestinian national project, and where should it be going? 5 minutes answer. Just kidding. You see how easygoing I am.
Certainly. Well, the challenge for me has been, I mean, there's no shortage of identifying the horrors of the Israeli electoral politics, the fact that we have the most far-right and fascistic government in Israel's history that has done untold damage to both societies. There's no shortage of analyzing the trends within Israeli society and analyzing why we're here and how we got here. I think where, unfortunately, there is a shortage is that because of the power imbalance between Palestinians and between Israelis and Palestinians, with Palestinians being the clear disadvantaged party, there is a tendency to dismiss any concept of Palestinian agency, accountability, responsibility, and labeling that as merely being blaming the victim or self-hatred or self-loathing. Whereas my thesis is that that's actually the first step to empowering the Palestinian people, is allowing them within the confines of the imbalance of power dynamics to exercise agency and responsibility, such that something like an October 7th, that was a choice by Hamas, not by the Palestinian people, by Hamas. And not even by the entirety of Hamas, but by two particular psychopaths, Sinwar and Leif, who decided to hand our people, our precious people in Gaza, on a silver platter to a fascistic government in Israel. And to me, that warrants critique, that warrants assessment, that warrants understanding. Why is that something that is all of a sudden seen as, oh, this is inevitable because of the blockade. Oh, this is the result of 77 years because of Israel's occupation. Or, oh, this is yet another act of resistance. I actually think there is, and there has been legitimate a lineage or a heritage of resistance that has nothing to do with what happened on October 7th. October 7th was not resistance. October 7th was criminality. October 7th was a vile, despicable act. And so I have been horrified by the dehumanization that has taken place post-October 7th of the Israeli hostages, of the peace communities that proliferated in a lot of the kibbutzim in the Gaza envelope. And I have personal experience with that. My dad, who ran an UNRWA clinic in Jabalia, so I came to the United States when I was 15, but the entirety of my very large immediate and extended family remained in Gaza. And unfortunately, many of them didn't make it in this war. And so my dad ran an UNRWA clinic in Jabalia refugee camp. And he passed away 5 years ago. And when he was dying, the folks from Kibbutz Be'eri were helping him for an entire year, entirely free of charge, getting him to the Hebrew University Hadassah Hospital, prolonging his life, driving him there, helping him with the permit, with Kogat, which was really difficult. And the moment that COVID hit, that stopped. So to me, like, this isn't a Haaretz story, no pun intended. Like, this was real, the communities that were slaughtered on October 7th. Like, I come from a very devout Muslim family. My dad, was a very religious man. My mom, in a full hijab, would go out into Israel, and these folks selflessly, without expecting anything in return, only to be slaughtered 3 years later by Hamas. To me, that's not my people. That's not my Islam. That's not my Palestinian people. That's not the values that I know many in Gaza have. So that's just one thread of the dehumanization that I despise. Just, by the way, to be clear, just as much as I despise the dehumanization on the other side of all Gazans as being terrorists. All Gazans are Hamas. Every Gazan has a hostage underneath their pillowcase. And so, again, I feel like there is not enough energy put into acknowledging the horror of October 7th from a Palestinian self-interested point of view to assess why wasn't, this to me is part of a long kind of line of mistakes of why hasn't Arafat or the Palestinian Authority or Abu Mazen, why hasn't there been a true accounting for why didn't Camp David work in 2000? We keep hearing about it from Tom Friedman, someone whom I know. We keep hearing about it from the Israeli side, from Bill Clinton. we don't hear about it from our community. Saeb Erekat was forced to say, well, we didn't really technically say no, but we didn't say yes either. Why hasn't Abu Mazen come clean about the 2008 proposed framework? So to me, the Palestinian National Project, politically, from the narrative point of view, like I am very pro-Palestine. I'm a proponent of the Palestinian people's just and urgent aspirations. However, I feel...
Aspirations for what?
For self-determination, for dignity, for freedom, for independence. And yes, once that is achieved, that can be actualized in terms of statehood, in terms of, and ultimately sovereignty. And actually, if you ask a lot of Palestinians, their immediate response to you is not going to be about statehood. Their immediate response is, I don't want to be governed by an ISIS-like terror organization in Gaza that has squandered our people's resources. I don't want to be governed by a corrupt set of oligarchs in Ramallah that have implemented the worst form of crony capitalism. I don't want to be stuck at a mahsoom, at the checkpoints all day that hinders my ability to go to class or to engage in economic activities. So there's like a Maslow hierarchy of needs, if you will, that ultimately reaches statehood. And I think that's entirely legitimate to acknowledge. So going back to, and then the final piece is about the what you would call the pro-Palestine activism in the diaspora in particular, and why I've been quite critical of it, is that I genuinely feel that there has been a squandered opportunity to reach massive audiences with a really compelling message, not just the suffering and the horror and the yelling and the screaming and the shaming, but to actually transform that into policy actions that change the realities on the ground. And this is why I adopt radical pragmatism as a framework that is part of the initial phase of transformation and change, because I understood that right off the bat, at least in the early stages, you need to acknowledge that Hamas was a terror organization. You need to acknowledge that whether it was Israel or any other country, yeah, I wish Israel didn't go to war. I did wish Israel didn't kill half of my family and destroy my childhood homes in Gaza and in Rafah. But like, what is the goal right now of the pro-Palestine activist movement in the diaspora? And I think it should have been the separation of the Palestinian people from Hamas, not the doubling down on the armed resistance narrative. I think it should have been the promotion of the two-state solution as a broad framework for two peoples, two nations, in which they can express their unique national identities. And then I think it should have entailed dialogue and engagement across large segments of the, I hate sidisms, but let's call it the other side, and to reach otherwise unreachable Jewish, self-identifying Zionist, Israeli, American Jewish segments and target audiences, and really showcase a compelling, make a compelling case, rather, for why the Palestinian people have faced injustices. And instead, what we've seen has been immensely unhelpful, immensely, I think, feel-good sloganeering that has drawn issue to the suffering of the Palestinians, has drawn attention, rather, to the issue and the suffering, but has failed to actually sustainably capture a momentum to change policy.
Okay. So because you used up your time for my follow-up question, what I'll do is just shake up the order a little bit, but let's stay within Gaza for a minute, because you did, raise this sort of in the middle, and I want to start with Amos and then get also Ahmed's reaction to the same, almost the same question. I think everybody, at least in Israel, really wants to know, what the government is claiming is that they wanted to destroy Hamas, and you're saying Hamas has been significantly weakened. How much does Hamas really still govern and control Gaza? How much has it been destroyed? What could that mean from Israel's perspective strategically? I mean, I would like to know why the government doesn't want to take credit for having mostly incapacitated Hamas. And then I'll ask Ahmed to follow up on a similar question from the Palestinian perspective in Gaza, how much Hamas is really still in control of institutions and governance?
Well, they don't take credit, because if you want to sustain a never-ending war, then you can never declare victory. It's always around the corner. Hamas was a stronger military organization than we figured before October 7th. As you mentioned, I'm in the process of writing a book right now about the events. It shows, to me, one of the conclusions is the limit of my imagination. I never imagined something so bad, so devastating could have happened. And Netanyahu at one point described them as a bunch of goons in flip-flops with AK-47. That's not the truth. They were much stronger than that and much more lethal. And the brutality was part of the message, of course. But it's been a long time, and since then, they're not the same organization. We're now assuming that about 20,000 of their armed men have been killed by the IDF. There's a large number of people who were injured. But on the other hand, they don't lack fighters. There's no draft problem or draft law crisis in Gaza. There's not many alternatives for a 17-year-old, and it's it's a way to make a living considering everything else that happens
Considering
there.
we have 79% unemployment in Gaza too.
Yeah, and of course they don't train them like they used to, but they teach them how to shoot an AK-47. They teach them how to launch an RPG, a rocket-propelled grenade, and they send them to fight and die against the Israeli army. If you try and look at the leadership, then 70 to 80%, I think, of the leadership of the military wing are dead, and so are most of the politicians of Hamas, or at least I'd say more than half of them. The current leader, Izzadin al-Haddad, is the fourth in succession by now. Both the Sinwar brothers and Mohammed Deif have been killed by Israel. If we look at rockets, they hardly have rockets that can reach the Tel Aviv area by now. They mostly launch every few days a few rockets to the Gaza envelope communities, and it's a case of use it or lose it. If the IDF enters Gaza City, we'll probably see some more rockets being launched. An important matter is the relationship between the Hamas leadership in exile and the Hamas leadership in Gaza. By now we know that this was a failed assassination in Qatar, in Doha. What the Israeli government is trying to say that this is actually somehow strengthening the relative moderates in Hamas. That's not true, of course, because first of all, it failed. But other than that, the leadership abroad is probably a little bit more practical than a guy like Haddad, who's, I doubt whether he's ever been out of Gaza and has been hiding in a tunnel underground for the last 2 years. So more than anything else, it was about sabotaging the deal and not about making some kind of progress. And the final note I should make, and again, Ahmed and probably Ksania know more about this than I do, regarding the level of control around the population. You hear more voices out of Gaza of people actually coming out publicly and saying, you brought another Nakba on us. They blame Israel, but they also blame Hamas. And yet the fear is still there. We see every now and then those videos of either executions in cold blood or shooting people in their feet and so on. Israel has tried to bypass Hamas by taking control of humanitarian assistance. That was a miserable failure, and a lot of lives were lost because of that. Whether people who had a hard time reaching food or people who were shot around those centers that provided assistance. There's now, things have slightly improved in the last month or so, but if war engulfs Gaza again, then we'll see much more suffering. By now, there are about 1 million people in Gaza. It's assumed that about a quarter of the population in Gaza City and the outskirts have escaped to the south because of Israeli military pressure. But that means that there are still close to 750,000 people there, and they will be stuck between the Israeli forces and the Hamas terrorists, and they will be held to pay for that as well, unfortunately.
Thank you. Ahmed, I want to follow up on this question of how much Hamas really controls Gaza, not so much in the military sense, but are they still an organization with political and institutional capacity Or are the hostages their only leverage, right? We've been talking about how Israel might be trying to get out of a hostage deal and Hamas is resisting that. Is it because that's all they have left in terms of their leverage? What would it mean to end Hamas rule? Like their holdover? How would you repopulate or rebuild institutions, ministries, bureaucracies? Can you take us through that a little bit, what it would look like?
Certainly. So I would say that Hamas has been fragmented into dozens of little pieces. Some of that are administrative pieces that are somewhat self-sustaining because of being propped up and supported by international humanitarian organizations that realize we need the so-called Gaza Health Ministry, the World Health Organization, and many international NGOs. They support the work of these organizations, this government body, to keep the hospitals functioning, what little hospitals remain anyway that weren't destroyed. And then you have the remnants of the security and police apparatus, and those by now are a mix of small police cells as well as remnants of the Qassam brigades, the fighters that have been disconnected from their military command structures and have basically repurposed themselves for broad civil administration, law and order. Those are the guys that are doing the shootings, and they've created the so-called Sahm unit, the arrow unit, to go around. And so in short, Hamas very much so in areas in the central camps in Nusayrat, Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, in those parts of Gaza, very much continues to reign, and I would argue in certain aspects actually controls the population. And this has been argued, again, I mean, this has been an issue that many analysts and security experts have said that the IDF is basically pushing Gazans into humanitarian areas that are basically controlled by Hamas. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is that, unfortunately, at the end of the day, once the humanitarian aid convoys make it into Gaza, assuming they pass the Israeli inspection points in Kerem Shalom, and assuming that they make it near Khan Yunis or Deir al-Balah, they're either going to be secured by private arms that merchants hire, they're going to be secured by clans, or they're going to be secured indirectly by Hamas-affiliated individuals. And so that means that Hamas still controls the flow of some or significant portions of the aid. And even the clans, by the way, for their ability to continue securing the aid, Hamas actually demands a small percentage of each truckload to go to its remaining fighters or policemen, etc. And some of that will be, and then for the merchants, Hamas, for example, will tax some of them. That is a fact. My brother is in Khan Yunis right now. He runs a major medical NGO, for a British one. And Hamas is all around, and Hamas is instigating little things with traders that bring in supplies without paying taxes. And so, however, we're seeing lots of cracks in Hamas's grip. It's mainly challenged by clans, some of whom are from northern Gaza, like the Hellis, Dormush, Swerka, other clans, big clans, and they historically have had a lot of guns with them. And then when they fled down south, they brought these guns with them, these munitions. And they're able to mount, if Hamas sends its army, its Sahm units rather, they're able to actually fight them off. And over the last 2 days, we've had fierce clashes happening. And some of those clashes, unfortunately, have happened in Al-Aqsa Hospital, in Deir al-Balah, and in Nasser Hospital. And so it is immensely disturbing how the people of Gaza are escaping the horror in northern Gaza, only to end up in, they're truly stuck between a merciless, ferocious, destructive Israeli war machine, and their only escape is to go into areas that lack basic needs. There's no more spaces to pitch up tents. The space is all taken up. And tents that come in to be for free for people are now sold for $2,000-3,000 a pop. And to flee from northern Gaza to the south, if you don't have a family car, you need at least $500 to $600 to pay someone with a tuk-tuk or to pay them with a vehicle. And that's assuming that someone has a few liters of gasoline to be able to actually activate a vehicle and travel. So they're forced into an area with no basic human necessities for survival under the control of a despicable terrorist organization that engages in all sorts of horrific acts against perceived or actual transgressions, and is able to divert. And I mean, don't tell me that Hamas doesn't have a hand in a lot of these Qatari, Saudi, and Emirati tents being sold for $2,000 a pop.
Okay, thank you. Ksenia, I know you want to respond to some of this, but I want to put the bigger question out there so you can get to it, which is, you know, when I think we can all hope that one day this war will very soon be over, which isn't likely, but when it is, Israel and many countries in the world seem to expect that parts of the Arab world are going to get involved in reconstruction and are going to help rebuild Gaza. What are Israel's foreign relations in the Middle East? What could they look like after this war is over, given all of the dangers? I know this, I don't want you to have to predict the future, but what are the pathways that we can see for the evolving relationship with those Middle Eastern countries? Will they want to be engaged in the future? But feel free to respond also to our colleagues here first.
Well, Dalia, you know that it's very difficult to predict everything, anything, especially the future. So
I like to talk about mapping, mapping out scenarios.
Right. You know, so just, I want to, respond. And, we all the time we are speaking about the Hamas and, what will happen after, Hamas will be either critically weakened or the total victory will come, So I think that the important lesson from everything that happened in the Middle East, Iraq, Syria, but also other countries where you have the critical weakness of the regime, vicious regime, dictatorship regime, but some kind of regime that maintains security. What happens next? It's the fragmentation of society. It's the chaos that takes over, So Ahmed just now mentioned the Durmush clans and others. Well, they are the worst criminals. These are people who are engaged in smuggling of weapons and drugs, and they participated in cooperation with both Hamas and ISIS when they still had the grounds there, and other organizations. So, I mean, this is what's happening. So, when Hamas is weakened, and it's not replaced by anything, because our government miraculously didn't find the time yet to speak about the day after, because whenever, I don't know when it will come, so, apparently they think that there is still time. So, it's not urgent. It's not something that you have to really discuss right now. But when you are striking Hamas, and all of us want for Hamas to be gone, I suggested that from the opposition, being in the Knesset 15 to 19, but, nobody wanted to listen at the time.
Except for Lieberman.
Right. Okay, who also ended up, leaving the government over that. What happens in the meanwhile, when you are not preparing for the day after, you have criminal claims, you have mafia, you have other terrorist organizations that are raising their heads, and they're right now taking small control of, paths of Gaza here and there, and taking some control over some streams of the humanitarian aid, and smuggling and everything else. So this is a real danger, so we have to look beyond also the Hamas and beyond the Gaza battle, which unfortunately, I see it's unfolding, and there is no force right now that can actually stop it from happening. About your wider question, so the question of what will be the relations between Israel and the wider Arab world, Middle East and so on, very much depends on who will govern Israel. So I think that many governments across the world, but specifically in the Middle East, holding their breath to the moment when there will be elections in Israel and there will be some change in government. Well, I hope we will live to see this day, first of all, yes, because frankly, it scares me a lot to say it out loud, but I am unsure, when the elections will take place, although there is the date that is set by the law, but the law becomes a nuisance to this government, so then we don't know. But I think that there is still hope among the leaders in the Middle East that perhaps things will change. The coalition will change, the coalition will fall, another government will be created, and so on. I do believe that the vast majority of the countries in the Gulf would want to be involved in the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip for numerous reasons. First of all, in order to block the malign actors from doing that. And there are many of those in the Middle East.
Who are those malign actors?
Well, we have Qatar. They were always ready with their wallet open. They are still standing there, offering, the help, offering the aid. So, we suggest to just look beyond, this current moment of, some tension, and there was this attack and so on, But when you harbor a terrorist organization, you also have to know that something like this might happen to you at some point, okay? Even if you did it with, an agreement, kind of an agreement with the United States and Israel. So nevertheless, after 10/7, this is something that, you have to be aware of that. So I think that, the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis would want to be involved, actively in order to prevent from the others to do that. We see them, being involved right now in Syria, where a, questionable regime, has risen since the fall of the, Bashar Assad. But in order to be involved, in order to try to be influential, they're doing that. They will do it in Gaza as well. But I can assure you that if the path of the current crippling annexation will continue, if there will be the continuation of the significant rise in the lands that are being just given to the violent settlers, and the settler violence will continue, and the idea of the expansion, whether it's Gaza or the West Bank, will continue, nobody will come, and they will not pay one penny for this reconstruction. I think that, the incomprehensible actually happens right now. For years, this government, was saying that we don't want to pay a penny, for the sake of the Palestinians. Now it actually, funds some of the humanitarian aid. So I think that this is also a lesson to, the donors around the world. Well, Israel actually has the funds. If it's really interested, it can have the funds. And it can be involved in, whatever reconstruction, or non-reconstruction, or some maintenance of the daily life there. So, first of all, there are, right now everybody is living through this time of financial instability and some crisis and so on. So this is something that nobody will be in a hurry to just open their, wallets in order to sponsor, again, the reconstruction of Gaza. So two conditions: you need a change in Israeli governance, and you need a clear path for statehood and stabilization of the situation on the ground in Gaza specifically. Nobody will fund another round of, this Hamas adventure with, the results that will be devastating time and again.
Right. Well, okay, I have to ask a quick follow-up before we maybe open it up for just a few questions, which is, if the scenario that you're recommending does not happen, which is somewhat unlikely, right? Is the next or the more likely option that Israel does not comply with those conditions and those other countries do not invest in reconstructing Gaza, and then is the answer that Gaza becomes complete chaos and anarchy based on gang warfare and battles with Hamas? Or does Israel, and maybe this is also something I also want to answer, then say, well, nobody's going to help with reconstruction, we can't allow chaos and anarchy, we better go in? What do you think is the more likely scenario in that case?
Well, we see a lot of supporters in the government for the option of, direct control over Gaza Strip. We have proponents. We know that the IDF is against it. We know that also Netanyahu, until very recently, was against it. We really don't know what he thinks about it anymore, or whether he has any kind of independence even to promote his own ideas about that. I can just tell you that it will result, of course, in, financially, it's a huge burden on Israel. This is, quite clear. The human toll of both Palestinians' lives and Israeli lives, soldiers' lives, will be enormous. Again, with the sprouting of various organizations that Hamas types and ISIS types and others, this is second. And the international seclusion and boycott of Israel will just grow to the condition of, South Africa, perhaps, of the 80s, something of that kind. And this is the less desirable, of course, situation in which I think that, Israel will be doomed because we are a democratic Jewish state. If we are not a democratic and Jewish state, but a state, that exercises control over a devastated part of land without any plans to reconstruct it, well, I think that it is the doomsday scenario indeed for all of us. Just one last word, about the Arab countries. Arab countries have real interest in Israel. It's not built only on the idea of some, dream of ideal peace where everybody goes to have some hummus to each other, and and have competitions of whose hummus is better, so I know which one because I've been to Syria, but I will not tell you. They need water, they need gas, they need intelligence, they need weapons. These are real interests that it's a glue that holds us together. But if anybody thinks that this glue will last forever, no matter, what kind of harm are we causing, to these relations, that's an illusion. We'd better wake up soon.
Thank you. While we were joking about hummus, but I do think we have to also remember people are starving in Gaza. And I'm not saying that as a criticism, but we have to acknowledge that. If there's one thing that I can't tolerate, it's the denial of what's actually happening. But let me see if I can get a quick comment on this same question from you two, and then we'll open it up to a few questions.
Well, I think Ksenia gave the perfect answer regarding that, and I'm not trying to avoid the question. But Look, in the long run, the problem, what I see as the main problem, is that the current government and some of the members of the government, what Netanyahu actually created in December 2022 is an unholy alliance with Ben Gvir and Smotrich, people who were involved around power centers in the past, but never got to sit actually to sit in the driver's seat. And this is what we're doing right now. And what Ben Gvir and Smotrich are up to is very, very clear. It's full occupation of Gaza, no matter what the cost is. It's an attempt to forcefully transfer the population. We'll call it voluntarily immigration or whatever can deceive Trump, but this is the main idea. And then settlements. And I think that this would be disastrous for Israel for all of the reasons that have been mentioned. But we can't, but to begin with, we just can't, I think the burden would be too high, not only financial, as Ksenia has mentioned, but also on the IDF. It's a small army with a lot of missions, and the cost already has been terrible from an Israeli perspective. More than 900 soldiers killed, thousands and thousands injured, tens of thousands with PTSD. This is, if you want the survival of Israel in the long run, you cannot afford. The moral issue is important by itself, but let's think from an instrumental point of view for a second. If you want the survival of Israel with a strong army, this can't be handled with a full-scale occupation of Gaza or prolonging the war.
Okay, let's see if we can have a 1-minute answer so we leave a little bit of time for questions.
I am hopeful that there are tens of thousands of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip whom I don't know their names, you don't know their names. They're teachers, they're academics, they're media professionals, journalists, technocrats, bureaucrats, folks that if given a chance would really, truly rise up to the occasion and be part of the nation building and new Gaza Strip. The challenge for me is that I want this war to end. I want the killing to stop. I want Israel to not be a permanent player in Gaza's future, notwithstanding the fact that there will always need to be security arrangements to prevent another October 7th. But if we don't want Israel to be involved, I think there are a series of steps that the Palestinian people, the Arabs, the international community, and those of us who are pro-Palestine and support the Palestinian people need to take to delegitimize Hamas, to isolate it, and to ultimately empower the Palestinian people to take on Hamas. Hamas is very much so defeatable, not by killing every single one of them, but by having an organic alternative. The people of Gaza are done with Hamas. They no longer want to be under its rule. They've seen 2 decades now of Hamas's rule and what that does and the squandering of tens of thousands of lives and tens of billions of dollars. But there needs to be work on the other side, on the non-Israeli government, and we need to empower those who are trying to delegitimize Hamas, trying to expose their criminality, and not be blinded by the singular focus on the criminality of the Israeli government, that we lose sight of the fact that there really are 2 parties involved in Gaza's suffering.
That's great. We have a few minutes left. I'm going to apologize in advance that we have time for maybe 3 or 4 questions, and that's on the condition that you ask them with a question mark, and please try to keep them short. I'm going to start with the hand I see way in the middle back. I'm looking right. Yes, please say your name also.
My name is Maya. This question is for Ahmed. Thank you so much for your words today. I don't know if everyone else can hear it, but there's protests outside right now. There's drums beating.
I hear drums.
So I'm just curious, how can we get your message out to the people out there who are protesting this event, which clearly we are all here to find a solution to? So how do we speak to people like that? What are your words for people who aren't willing to end this?
So I want to be clear that I've never once claimed to be speaking on behalf of all Palestinians. I've never once claimed to be, and I know that we have in the room some really horrific voices that have gone out of their way to try to delegitimize me and try to attack me, and have really done untold damage in amplifying some of those unhelpful narratives you're hearing outside, and organize those voices. But anyway, so I think it's simple. You need to build alliances. You need to build bridges. You need to understand what I would say to these young people out there and those who are pro-Palestine is that it's important to make a difference, not make a point. You can't just see anything that has Israel on it or that is Israeli and automatically start making all of these assumptions about Zionism, you were a part of the Israeli government a long time ago, so therefore you're a war criminal and you therefore deserve to be protested. So that's one angle of it. The other angle is that this is where, unfortunately, the reactivity, the emotionality, the immense focus on making a statement in the right now and then. Have you noticed how a lot of the momentum behind the pro-Palestine movement has died down on college campuses and the protests in the streets? And maybe it wasn't a good move to help Trump get elected by saying genocide this and genocide that with Joe Biden, to have a guy come and literally say, I want to take over the Gaza Strip and I want to push out 2 million people. I mean, I have never seen a movement so intent on self-destruction and so intent on shooting itself in the foot. And they attack me, the guy who's deaf in his left ear from an IDF bombing that almost killed me. I lost half of my family. This morning began with checking on my uncle who was in the ruins of our family's destroyed house. And the Israeli military came and carpet bombed the shit out of the remains of the entirety of our neighborhood. And these morons out there, they put out all these protests, these things on Reddit saying, we should focus, I swear to God, I'm willing to share it on the screen right now. We should focus the demonstrations on Ahmed because he is such a shill for Israel. Give me a break. All because these are not, there is more, and listen, I'm willing to understand people who are emotional. I am just as, you can tell I'm emotional. I am just as emotional as the next guy, okay? But I'm saying, what do we do? You have to harness these emotions. You have to think about the consequences of your actions. And you have to be a good custodian. We have privilege. I am an American citizen. My family are not. I am the only one who got out of Gaza from my family, okay? I have American citizenship privilege. You're Canadian, Israeli, whatever citizenship you have. We have privilege. How are we going to deploy this privilege? What are we going to do with it? Are we going to just yell and scream at a bunch of leftist Jews because they have the name Israel in their thing, or because it's Haaretz? Or are we going to actually get smart about this activism?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We have very little time left, but for those of you who are interested in hearing more from Ahmed, he has a question and answer session coming up this afternoon, so you can hear more about this. Yeah, I saw you in the front. And please say your name. We have, again, like 2 minutes left. Yeah.
My name's Noah Tepperman. So many of the alliances and bridges that existed prior to October 7th feel like they were largely washed away with the Al-Aqsa flood. and the organizations and nations that needed to embrace the kind of radical pragmatism that you embraced, the organizations and nations that are really interested in investing in day one, don't seem to be interested in investing in getting us to day one. So, we seem to have done a really good job of diagnosing so many of the issues. Where are the real rays of light, the real flagstones that are being laid for the path to actually make that change? Because every day we go forward with these voices not speaking loudly, the hill to climb becomes steeper and steeper and steeper, whether it's a social front, whether it's a political front, whether it's a legal front.
So to your question, where are the possibilities for reaching a day after?
Not just the possibilities, but where
working
are
together?
there specific things that are being built in a way that embraces that concept of perfect is the enemy of good, and that we have to start with good, not perfect.
Okay. I think you're a great person to answer about the alliances that can be built, because this is really what Ksenia has been doing before October 7th, and your project and the project has survived October 7th. So if you can give a quick answer, and then we'll have maybe one final comment from Amos before we end. And apologies, we didn't have a lot of time for questions.
Well, first of all, the good news is that not all of the alliances that seems to be non-existent because they're quiet, not all of them disappeared. Many of them are resilient. They're actually more resilient than before 10/7. I can tell you that, coming from me, I'm running an NGO that brings together forward-thinking leaders, young leaders from Israel, Palestine, and across the world. I basically thought that after 10/7 we will be done. I didn't know how to proceed. Then we started to get calls, from the members of our network. What are we doing next? When are we meeting? When we are comforting each other, when we are crying with each other, and that's what we did. I can tell you about a girl from Nablus, who can, of course, disclose her identity, but she participated in one of our summits, and she told me, well, I never thought that I would be engaging in normalization with you guys. And I told her, what changed your mind? And she told me, October 7th changed my mind, because we hit the bottom. And it's clear that we cannot continue on the same path. So I agree that, the perfect is an enemy of the good. Because, personally, I know that there is a lot of criticism. Some leaders of Palestinian autonomy, and, all of them are not perfect, and all of them are corrupt. I understand it. But I know that in order to proceed, we need to have something. We need to have somebody. There is still somebody that we can talk to. So, and we know that, that also the Arab countries that were before that, critical about what is happening in Ramallah, and they actually even almost cut the ties. Right now, they're, again, you see with the Saudi-French initiative, they're trying to ally themselves with the existing powers, because they are the powers on the ground. And this is, again, looking pragmatically, and it doesn't mean that we do not need change, that we do not need for some, parties to be louder, or talk more clearly, about what will happen next. But we'll have to start with something. And I think that, again, perhaps this is me being a little bit over-optimistic, although, before I was elected to Knesset, I used to be an optimist. But, yeah, I learned many things since then. But I can tell you that the ray of light exists, because I see, how many of the organizations that are similar to mine, they continue to operate, they bring people together. And there are people who are not just some people, there are future leaders. There are people that will be there in 5, 10 years, 15 years, leading their respective societies and countries. So my hope is there. My hope is there. My hope is that these voices, they are not be very loud, because all of them, of course, they're afraid for their safety and so on. But in the, the vicinity of the, closed rooms, safe spaces and so on, they're still doing very important work.
Usually I would take moderator's privilege to sum up, but I want to give the last word to Amos to weigh in and respond, and then we will have to end, and you'll be able to ask questions separately on the breaks.
Okay, so very, very briefly, I don't want to be that guy standing between people and their lunch. It's never it's never a good position to be in. Look, I'm not very optimistic right now, and there are troubling events back home as we speak. A decision should be made in a very shortly. And yet I think it's crystal clear by now that the only way forward is to stop the war, that we've managed whatever was possible to get out of this has already been achieved by Israel on the military level, and that the only way right now is for somebody that I guess doesn't have too many fans in this room, for President Trump to intervene. And if I allow myself to be slightly hopeful about that, this is for one reason and one date. That's October 10th, the day the next Nobel Peace Prize is announced. If you look at Russia and Ukraine, he's not doing very well there. I'm not sure he's going to get a prize for Azerbaijan and Armenia. So the way forward is perhaps through Gaza, and that's what I'm hoping for right now.
Couldn't have said it better. Thank you. Thank you to my panelists. Let us not stand between you and lunch. Thank you.
Yes, it certainly is time for your well-deserved lunch. You can pick up your lunch in the foyers on both floors, and we meet again here at 1:10. If you could take your seats. Yeah, even if you're engaged in particularly interesting conversations, could you still take your seats? Directly in front of me. Now we will hear from Alana Zaitchik, an Israeli-American advocate, writer, and executive director of the Narrow Bridge Project. On October the 7th, 6 of her relatives were kidnapped by Hamas from Kibbutz Nir Oz, including her cousin's husband, David Cunyo, and his brother Ariel. David and Ariel are still held hostage in Gaza.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here, as happy as one can be in my situation. You can't hear me. How about now? Okay, well, I said I'm happy to be here with you, as happy as one can be in my current situation. My name is Alana Zaitchik. I come to you as an Israeli American, as a Jew, and as a woman whose family still lives in the unbearable space between hope and horror. Being Israeli American is both a blessing and a curse. I was born and I live here in the West, but part of me is always in Israel, like a phantom limb that never stops sending signals. For me, Israel is not just the motherland, it is the land of my mother, where my family lives, where my most cherished memories were made, where my roots are planted, and where I return again and again to the people that I love. I'm so lucky to be here. I exist because my Saba and Savta made the arduous journey from Yemen to Israel in 1949. They built a beautiful and humble life, brick by brick, and they gave me the privilege of my large, warm, and generous Israeli family. All my life, I have been aware of the threats that they lived with, threats that I've mostly experienced from afar, but that I still feel in my bones. I remember the worry when I learned how my Savta and Saba were issued gas masks during the Gulf War. I remember the pangs of fear from news reports of suicide bombings during the Second Intifada. And I remember the jolt from rocket alerts on my phone after my cousin Sharon moved to the kibbutz in the Gaza envelope with her husband David. And then, on October 7th, my entire heart shattered. When these threats became a reality I could have never imagined. On that dark Shabbat morning, 6 of my family members were brutalized by Hamas. My cousin Sharon Aloni Cunyo, her husband David Cunyo, their 3-year-old twins Emma and Yuli, and my cousin Daniela Aloni and her 5.5-year-old daughter Emilia were violently stolen from Kibbutz Nir Oz. As I waited to hear from them, they hid in their safe room while the house burned around them until the suffocating smoke forced them out. They were separated, thrown onto tractors at gunpoint, and taken hostage to Gaza. So I did the only thing I could do from here. I used my voice. I promised I would scream to the ends of the earth for them, and that is what I did. At the United Nations, on the news, in the press, on social media, in speeches, anywhere I could be heard, because silence would mean abandonment, and I would not abandon them. Eventually, after 2 months of screaming, we finally convinced the leaders to prioritize the hostages and make a ceasefire deal. After 2 months of captivity marked by filth, starvation, sickness, darkness, and bombs, Sharon, Danielle, and the girls came home. But Sharon had to leave David behind. She has described that moment as worse than any part of her time in captivity. Since returning, Sharon has lived with constant fear, trauma, and guilt while raising 2 little girls, also survivors of captivity, who cry every day for their father. They keep asking, why is he still there? When is he coming home? And we still have no good answer. Recently, one of them asked Sharon to remind her what David's voice sounds like because she couldn't remember. But I remember. I know David's voice. It is just like my cousin Danielle's voice, her guttural cry from captivity that we all heard in that horrible video that was released where she screamed, "Achshav." It is the sound of every hostage saying, "Bring us home, achshav." This week, Sharon gave a testimony to the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, and I will read you an excerpt from her tear-soaked words. She said, "How much longer must I lie to my girls and tell them he'll be home soon? How much more can I take? There is a limit. There is a limit to how much more I can endure. This is daily torture. Why do I have to come here and expose all my trauma in front of the world just so someone will hear the voice of my husband and my brother-in-law? Of all the 46 kidnapped men and women perishing there, lama, why? Why aren't you their voice?" she asked them. And what was their answer? There is none. Instead of urgency, we see delay. Instead of courage, we see political calculation. Instead of humanity, we see indifference. And meanwhile, the price mounts every single day. Now 2 years since October 7th, and David and his brother Ariel are still there. Still, the hostages are tortured and wasting away in dark tunnels. Soldiers are sent to die for a war with no aim, at least not one the majority of Israelis want. Palestinian civilians, including thousands of children, are paying with their lives. Families across Israel are collapsing under the strain, and the social fabric of society is tearing. And it feels like the peaceful future we deserve is slipping away. There is no military solution that can substitute diplomacy. Every day of hesitation is failure. This war has already cost too much, too many dead hostages who could have returned home alive. Too many soldiers who have committed suicide. Too many innocent people suffering. We cannot afford any more funerals, any more trauma, and certainly not any more silence. The test of righteous leadership is not how long you can sustain a war. It is how urgently you can pursue its end, how urgently you can pursue peace. That is what we are asking for. That is what the hostage families are demanding from Netanyahu's government. No more excuses. Make a deal, bring them home, end the war. I think those of us in this room already agree on the urgency, and we know the value of a voice. We are advocates, journalists, politicians, organizers, analysts, people who understand that silence is not an option. Our task here is to make the chorus so loud, so relentless, that it cannot be ignored. You must keep echoing my family's voice as if it was your own. The voices of hostage families who ask, why are they still in Gaza? As Jewish tradition reminds us, Kol Yisrael Arevim ze beze. All Israel is responsible for one another. So let us embody this call to action, to feel the suffering of one life as the suffering of all, to move swiftly with care and compassion for human life, and to never let the voices go unheard. Not until David and Ariel come home, until every hostage is home, until the war ends, and until there is a deal and a commitment to bring freedom, safety, and dignity to all. Until then, we will not stay quiet. Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us, Alana. Now I want to invite Member of Knesset Naama Lazimi from the Democrats Party to speak.
Thank you, Alana. Shalom. I want to thank Haaretz, the New Israel Fund, and JSpace Canada for organizing this important conference, and to thank the Jewish and liberal community here in Toronto for your partnership and solidarity. I am standing here today because I know that you care deeply about Israel and the Israeli people and are committed to the values of equality and freedom as I am. Today marks day 709 since the deadly October 7th attack. 48 hostages, 47 men and 1 woman in Bar Haiman remain captive in Hamas tunnels underneath Gaza. Hamas is a terrorist organization, is holding them in tunnels for far too long. Many were tortured and murdered. 20 hostages are trying to survive in the tunnel of Gaza. Their time is running out. They are starved and brutalized every day. The fact the hostages are still in captivity is not only a deep wound in the life of their families. This is also a wound in the soul of Israel and the Jewish people. But our crisis runs deeper than the massacre of October 7th and the war that followed it. For years, Netanyahu and his government chose to try and manage the conflict instead of working to resolve it. This terrible government is the worst leadership the Jewish people have ever had. And under their leadership, survival is what most Israelis are allowed to hope for. Tragedy, death, and disasters are our daily routine. A government that chooses destruction over healing. And in this grim reality, it's also where I find hope. The millions of brave Israelis who are fighting every day to save our country, that's hope. You, our allies and friends from Canada and across the world who are fighting by our side, that's hope. Thank you. This fight, our fight, it's what's standing in the way of Netanyahu and its extremist government to turn Israel into a dictatorship. This is hope. As someone who is proud to be Jewish, proud to be Zionist, and proud to be on the left, we see the Israeli government and its extremist allies abuse our Judaism for their political interest. But I'm not going to let them define the Judaism. I refuse to give up on our beautiful faith. Our tradition taught us, justice, justice, you shall pursue, tzedek, tzedek tirdof. Seek peace and pursue it. Bakesh shalom v'ratfeu, redeeming captives, pidyon shvuim, the greatest mitzvah of all. We will continue to fight for the compassion and noble values of Judaism. And we need and must reclaim Zionism in the same way. This government and its extreme partners are trying to define Zionism as Jewish supremacy, but this is a false Zionism. We must reject the twisted idea and take ownership on our identity, beliefs, and values. True Zionism is a shared life in the land of Israel. It always preached for equality and justice for everyone who lives here. It wanted peace with our neighbors and security for Israel's citizens. As Theodor Herzl wrote in his book Alt Neuland, we do not ask what race or religion a person belongs to. If he is a person, that is enough for us. At home, we are fighting for this liberal Zionist vision, one that believes in equality and peace. We are fighting against people who have twisted its meaning, who want endless wars instead of agreements, who care more for the land than the people who live in it. This is a fight over the soul of Israel and the Jewish people, and we need your help this fight. Of course, we must defeat terror, but best way to do so is by building an alternative. The alternative to terror and war are secure peace agreements. Most Israelis want peace if it means security, but Netanyahu's government wants to continue an endless war and occupy Gaza forever. That's not security, that's madness. Pure madness. Netanyahu views Hamas as an asset and made sure they got hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. Money that was spent on building the tunnels where our hostages are held, buying the weapon that killed thousands of Israelis. This is a prime minister whose closest advisors got paid by Qatar, the sponsor of Hamas, and continue to get Qatari money even during the war. With Netanyahu, his personal interests always come first, even when they are in direct conflict with our security and national interest. Israelis deserve better. Both Israeli and Palestinians deserve security and a future worth living for. I want to quote the amazing and inspiring Rachel Goldberg Pauling, the mother of Hirsch, who was kidnapped and murdered in Gaza. I can feel bad for the innocent people in Gaza because my moral compass still works. You don't have to choose. We need to speak honestly about the war in Gaza. There is hunger there. There are children without water or medicine. There is profound humanitarian disaster. This is not only a Palestinian tragedy, it is also a moral stain and a security risk for Israel. That is not the human path, it is not the Jewish or Zionist way, and it is certainly not the Israeli spirit. Real security demands a political path forward, one that rebuilds Israel and Gaza, ensures safety for Israelis, and offers hope for Palestinians. Without it, the cycle of bloodshed will never end. We are not just the opposition to Netanyahu, we are the alternative. And I'm looking at you, Yair Golan, the head of my party. Our plan is clear. Replace Hamas with a reformed and moderate Palestinian leadership, backed by security arrangement, international guarantees, and accountable governance. Reconstruction must come with accountability, functioning institution, effective governance, and real security. Only a courageous political resolution can end the violence, free the hostages, and give both people the future they deserve. Friends, we must say it clearly. Netanyahu's government is not Israel. The people of Israel are not Netanyahu. Opinion polls show week after week that a great majority of Israelis want this war to an end and the hostages back home. Most Israelis know that Netanyahu is prolonging the war because of his personal interest and not for legitimate security reasons. That's why being pro-Israel means supporting the Israeli people, standing with them shoulder to shoulder. And the same is true for the other side. Hamas is a cruel terrorist group, but not all Palestinians are Hamas. Making this distinction is not only essential to keep our humanity, but also for our security. Hope is not lost. We will not bow down to dictators. In Israel, there is a vast civic movement, millions of people demonstrating week after week for years. They are fighting for the hostages, for an end to the war, and for democracy and for equality. And I believe we will see better days. עוד נראה את הימים האחרים. I believe that from this catastrophe will come national renewal. I believe that together, across borders, we can restore hope for Israel. Hope is not a cliché. Hope is the strongest political power we have. It is what will bring the hostages home. Hope is what will end the war. Hope is what will ultimately bring peace. Hope is what will repair Israel and rebuild it as a just, democratic, and secure society. Hope will prevail. התקווה תנצח. תודה רבה.
Thank you, Nama. I'm delighted to invite Member of the Knesset, Ayman Odeh, leader of the Chadash Ta'al party, to speak.
My partners, my friends, good afternoon. I want to thank Haaretz, the NIF, and the organizers. And I want to thank each and every one of you who came here today. You are here because you know it is time to raise the most urgent cry. Enough. Enough of war. Enough of bloodshed. Enough of destruction. Enough of atrocities. Enough. Because a mother from Rafah and a mother from Nir Oz cry out the same cry. Enough. Enough. This is what is needed now, and this is what the majority of the people demand. Stop the war of destruction in Gaza. Bring a comprehensive deal that will save lives. Friends, we have been in this catastrophe for far too long. Tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians have been killed in Gaza by the Israeli army in the last 2 years. We, Palestinian citizens of Israel, have seen the destruction in Gaza day after day, while our reality is filled with death and the blood on our streets. We have seen the suffering on both sides, and we feel such deep pain. And until this war of total annihilation stops, we cannot begin to heal our painful reality. The Netanyahu government, together with Ben Gvir and Smotrich, offers us only more blood, more pain, and more destruction, and above all, more war, more suffering and occupation. The same government that says time and again that recognizing a Palestinian state is a prize for terrorism, like many ministers said in the last days. But the only prize they want is this: the continuation of the occupation, the continuation of the destruction, the continuation of the crimes against humanity. I welcome the United Nations decision to recognize the Palestinian state, and especially the decision of the Canadian government to join this just position. Let me be clear. Recognition of Palestine is not a prize. It is the correction of a historical injustice. Recognition of Palestine is not a prize. It is a right. the basic right of the Palestinian people. Because the Palestinian people, like all the peoples in the world, deserve self-determination. I call on every country in the world that has not yet recognized that state of Palestine to recognize it. And I call the Knesset to recognize it as well. This is our role, the role of Arabs and Jews who seek peace to make it a reality. The Prime Minister and the so-called opposition leader, Yair Lapid, call this a Hasbara problem. They say they are failing to explain their policies. But this is not a Hasbara problem, Mr. Netanyahu, Mr. Lapid. The real problem is the government's policies. The real problem is the crimes being committed against the Palestinian people. No lies in the world can hide the truth. These crimes cannot be explained. They cannot be hidden, and they cannot be justified. They talk about giving a prize to terrorism, but the ones who are rewarded are the occupation, the settlers, and the Messianic right. Dozens of innocents are being killed every single day in Gaza. Every single day, systematically. 20,000 children have lost their lives, and whole cities, neighborhoods, schools, hospitals, universities, and homes have been destroyed. In the West Bank, just a few days ago, more than 1,000 Palestinians were arrested by the Israeli army in Tulkarem for no reason other than the occupation's desire to oppress the Palestinian people. Entire villages and towns, Burqa, Turmus Aya, Susia, are under constant attack by settler terrorists protected by the army and backed by the state. Day after day, they burn homes, seize land, and humiliate the Palestinian people living under occupation, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, dispossession. I want to take a moment to honor a young peace activist from Al-Khair, Oud El-Hadalin. A father of 3 small children, an English teacher. Oud El-Hadalin, a father of 3 small children, an English teacher, a human being with such a pure heart. Just last month, he was assassinated by a settler terrorist near his home while trying to protect his land. The settler takes the land. The Palestinian lies in the grave. This is impunity. Fully funded and supported by the Israeli government. And this family was lucky that his body was returned after a couple of days, unlike hundreds of Palestinian bodies still held by Israeli in freezers. Even Basil Adra, the Oscar-winning journalist, was illegally arrested yesterday in Msafir Yatta and taken from his home. There is no other land where such injustice persists with such impunity. My friends, together, Jews and Palestinians must offer an alternative. And the alternative, the only alternative, is to end this war of annihilation and to bring a political solution that will prevent the next war and respect the national rights of both peoples in our shared homeland. How much more blood can this land absorb? How many more parents must bury their children? Children, Palestinian children, and Israeli children, whose childhoods have been erased, whose innocence has been stolen. And we must always remember a child is a child is a child everywhere in the world. We must oppose this reality. We must offer something completely different. For our distance, whether we like it or not, are bound together. The Palestinian poet and Knesset member Tawfiq Zayad once wrote, "I would give half of my life to the one who makes a crying child laugh, and I would give the other half to protect a green flower from perishing. I am humanity in the size of a human, so how can I rest while blood is shed? I sing for life. For life, I have dedicated all my poems. وأعطي نصف عمري للذي يجعل طفلا باكيا يضحك وأعطي نصفه الثاني كي أحمي زهرة خضراء أن تهلك." Friends, we must be that humanity in the size of a human. We must not be silent when blood is shed. We will not surrender our humanity. We will not surrender our humanity. I hear constant debates about the conscription law. More and more young people are needed for needless messianic wars. Even the liberals are willing to send their sons to these wars. Only in Israel does the right oppose conscription for everyone, while the left supports it for everyone. This is the madness of the occupation. It confuses everyone. If an alien landed in Israel, he would think this country had lost its mind. So let me propose another conscription call. Instead of enlisting for war, let us all enlist to stop the war. Secular and religious, Arabs and Jews, young and old, men and women, we must all mobilize for this urgent struggle. We, a group of Palestinians and Jews, will dedicate ourselves to the only struggle worthy of our efforts, the struggle for peace. We are building together a powerful movement with two clear goals. In the occupation, bring a political solution between Israelis and Palestinians and secure peace in the region. We invite you to enlist with us. We need you. We need you to help create this new movement. My dear friends, After the fascist attempt to remove me from the Knesset failed, a new opportunity has opened before us, one we cannot afford to miss. The support I received from hundreds of thousands of Jewish citizens of Israel, from more than 45 protest centers across the country, from thousands of writers, from MKs, ministers, and prime ministers, from hundreds of lecturers and cultural figures, from dozens of groups and organizations, from civil society, where the NIF played a crucial role, and from Haaretz, which published 3 editorials in 2 weeks, and so many opinion articles opposing this fascist move. All of this led to one clear conclusion. The only democratic future here will be built on partnership. True Jewish-Arab partnership, real partnership. We Arab citizens cannot fight fascism alone. We Arab citizens cannot fight fascism alone. Democratic Jews cannot fight without us. Only together we can stop fascism. In the end, when fascism holds power, the question is simple. It's simple. We will isolate whom? Will we isolate the fascists, or will they isolate us? As Mahmoud Darwish wrote, and I translate carefully, about a Palestinian and an Israeli falling into the same ditch where there was a big snake. We will partner in killing the snake. We survive together or alone, yet we will share a phrase of gratitude and congratulations on what we accomplished together, even if it was instinct and not us that defended itself, and instinct has no ideology. الغريزة ليس لها ideology. And so I say, we must not let fascism keep spreading, because fascism is a sickness. It creeps into the mind. It clouds judgment. It spreads fear. It poisons our lives. And large parts of the Israeli society are sick with it, so sick with it. Like any illness, we cannot ignore it. We must diagnose it. We must confront it before it destroys everything we hold dear. We cannot surrender to a vision of endless occupation. We cannot surrender to internal war, because we have a dream stronger than fear, stronger than hate, peace through partnership. They offer despair. We must offer hope. They choose occupation and supremacy. We chose peace and equality. And for this to become true, we must act, not just protest, but build, not just oppose, but propose, not just say enough, but say there is another way, because there is another way. We are fighting not only against a criminal and racist government. We are fighting for a future where a Jewish boy and a Palestinian girl can grow up here without fear and racism. For a future of true democracy for everyone, for all of us. in Sakhnin, in Tel Aviv, in Haifa, in Jerusalem, in the north, in the south. Jews and Arabs are taking to the streets demanding an end to the war and a comprehensive deal, demanding justice, demanding life. Dear partners, the coming 6 months will be hard, very hard. The right-wing fascists are losing their minds because they know they did not achieve a political victory against the Palestinian people. But together, we will stand tall against them. We will stand firm together. We, the Arab citizens of the state, want peace twice over. Once as part of the Palestinian people, once as members of Israeli society. For us, peace is not just a nice thing, it is an existential necessity. For we must refuse to politics of fear and choose hope. Friends, the fascists try to silence us. They try to oppress us. They try to scare us, to attack us, as they did against me in Ness Ziona a few weeks ago. That was only a preview of what is to come in the next elections. They will try to drive us apart, Arabs from Jews, Jews from Arabs. They want us to fight each other, but we will not fight each other. We will fight together against the enemies of peace and democracy. Therefore, we must raise the voter turnout among the Arab population in the next elections. We will come in droves to the polls, in droves. It is in our hands. It is our shared responsibility. Only then can we defeat fascism. Only then can we build Jewish-Arab partnership equal, meaningful, and real. Every call, every protest, every act of partnership proves it is possible, since we have no other way and we have no other land. Thank you.
Now you need to look at your programs again and choose which of the sessions you want to go to. Here, there will be a panel discussion on Israel, Palestine, and Canada, policies that reflect our values. In Kensington A, there will be a panel on Palestinian voices between solidarity and suppression. In Kensington B, a panel on reporting on catastrophe, journalists on Israel-Palestine for Canadian audiences.
Hello, hello. Okay. I think we're going to get started. They're going to shut the doors in a minute. Good. I can't promise you that this panel is going to be quite as dynamic as Ayman just was, but you know, he's a politician and we're not politicians. That was a breath of, there's a breath of fresh air. So, good afternoon. It's very, very good to see you all here and to be participating. I want to just personally thank Haaretz and its publisher, who's in the front row. Without Haaretz, we would not know what's going on in Israel, and it's such an important voice for all of us. My name's John Allen. I want to begin by saying we're very lucky to have a diverse and expert panel that come from very different places. We have one from politics, one from advocacy, and one from academe. And so we're going to get different perspectives on where Canadian policy and Canadians are today vis-a-vis Israel-Palestine and the conflict, where they've come from, and then we'll talk about some specifics. I'm not going to introduce them. I'm just going to ask them to say a few words about each other as they take the floor for the first time. You've seen their bios, and then we'll get right into it. So the first question is, where is Canada now on the conflict and on the Israeli-Palestinian relationship? And in that context, you can talk about where we've come from Stephen Harper to Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney. So let me turn the floor over to Omar, who was closer to that question than anybody else here. And without putting him on the spot and without asking him to reveal cabinet secrets, maybe you can give us a sense of where we are and where we've come from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Is this mic working? Great. First of all, it's an honor to be with you. Big fan and admirer of your work over the years, and it's an honor to be with you, as well with Thomas and Metal. Metal is a hero of mine. I sat there at Foreign Affairs Committee last year, where she was sitting right next to some of the most powerful men of the large Jewish organization and staring them in the face and saying, we must recognize the state of Palestine. It was her who reached out to me, and I couldn't say no to her. I didn't even need to know much about the conference. And I also want to say a word about Haaretz. Haaretz in the 90s was really a big influence on me, learning more and more. I'm originally from Syria. I was born in Saudi Arabia. I grew up between Syria and Saudi Arabia. And access to information there way before the proliferation of social media and news channels was very limited. And we only had access to the directed government sources of information and the narrative that governments wanted us to know. And when I first immigrated to Canada, I came as an international student. I actually will say that I learned more about the Israeli-Palestinian question here in Canada than I ever have growing up in the Middle East. And one of the reasons is because of Haaretz. Amira Haas, Gideon Levy, and others who were a source of influence and information for me. So I never expected to be sitting one day at a conference hosted by Haaretz. Look, Israel for a very long time had a special relationship with Canada. Canada has always seen Israel as a friend, as an extension of the West, as also an important state after the Holocaust for Jews to have shelter around the world, to have self-determination. And for a long time, while many in Canada knew about some of the big questions and contraventions of international law or occupation, Canada still wanted to support Israel in its endeavor to remain strong, independent. October 7th and the aftermath of October 7th has really opened up a lot of eyes into what's happening there. Obviously in Gaza, but also in the West Bank, also inside Israel, also in the neighborhood, in the broader Middle Eastern neighborhood. And I would say we see now today a generational gap. Those of middle age and older, for the most part, continue to, for the majority, I'm stereotyping, so forgive me for that, but there's still a reluctance to confront the reality that we're seeing every day on our television. But their young children, their university kids' children, their professional children, are seeing things and are posing questions that their parents never posed before. And Canada today is having to deal with those questions and provide an answer to itself, to its citizens, about our adherence to international law, about our commitment to human rights, about our desire to see peace, and that today we seem to be moving further away from that. And Canada is rightly asking itself the question, don't we have a role to play? Don't we have a responsibility to advance peace? Don't we have a role to facilitate and to call out infractions or violations and also encourage peace and reconciliation? That's, I think, what's happening today that for a very long time was not happening.
Okay, I'll come back to you to maybe talk a little bit about what was actually happening in the Liberal caucus as that evolved. But let me turn it to Meital, who can talk about government policy, but you can also talk about what you see has been happening in the Jewish community and to the extent that you can in the non-Jewish community.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, I am going to kind of talk about it, I think, from the flip side of what Omar was saying, and to just also address what he mentioned at the beginning in terms of my testimony at the Foreign Affairs Committee. You know, I am equally in awe and grateful to folks like Omar who did push for more voices, more representative voices in the Jewish community to be heard in Parliament. And I think that that really speaks to what we see when we talk about shifts, right? Shifts don't happen usually because a prime minister or a specific party has some personal ideology that they are acting upon. It is what they are hearing from the communities that are touched by the issues. And I think that, you know, for a very long time, hearing from the Jewish community really did just mean hearing from one voice, having that one voice say, we represent all of the Jewish community, and politicians then saying, okay, we will make decisions X, Y, and Z. That's problematic for it's problematic for a few reasons. But it's problematic not only because we obviously know that not to be true, and we know that there are multiple voices in the Jewish community, but also because this is an issue that touches more than just the Jewish community. And I remember saying in my foreign affairs testimony, it was almost like, it was laughable at one point, because we're talking about Palestinian statehood. It's like Palestinian statehood, Palestinian statehood, Palestinian sovereignty, and it's like, and the Jewish community. And I'm like, this isn't really about us, though. And I think that we have gotten so used to the community has gotten so used to being an outsized and oversized voice in halls of power that it's not just about silencing other Jewish voices. It has maybe even more so, or maybe even for longer, been about ignoring or silencing voices from other communities, in this case, namely the Arab, Palestinian, Muslim community in Canada. A lot of different shifts have happened that have influenced what has happened in government. There's also the fact that, you know, the Canadian Jewish community has just been here. Like, the immigration of Jews to Canada started before a large immigration of a Muslim community, let's say. And so we just did start organizing earlier and building political power and proximity to power earlier. And now we see a lot of our counterparts, a lot of our allies, a lot of our partners and friends in Muslim, Arab, Palestinian, Christian communities doing the same thing. And that's super important, because the reality is that where the answer lies and where we want to see policy evolve to, and we are seeing this to kind of address that question of like seeing it change over time and with different governments. It is the healthiest way for us to be a democracy that all communities have to be listened to and should be listened to. And it's especially fraught on this issue, absolutely. And after October 7th, it's even more so, in that a lot of different communities have moved so far to extremes that kind of reconciling and finding that midpoint, I think, becomes more and more difficult. But that is, first of all, that is the role of our politicians. That's what they have to do. But it is the role, I would say, of us and all of us to be really fearlessly and righteously advocating for our positions and having our voices heard. And I think that we have, you know, really seen that. The decisions that are being made now, and I mean, I think that probably Omar can offer some more insight into this than perhaps I can, but I do think that the decisions that we're seeing now, you know, this is not because Carney or the last Trudeau government or whoever, you know, had this real epiphany and change of heart, or feels a very specific way about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, though we'd like to believe we're the center of everyone's issues. We're not. It is because they are listening to such a wider variety of voices that we are seeing these changes. And so if there are changes that we are seeing that we are happy with, or we feel the evolution is happening in the correct way, we should also acknowledge the extent to which that comes from community advocacy, community organizing, and building political power amongst various different communities in our country.
Thank you. So that's a message to all of you to stay active, make sure that your voice is heard, and make sure that your parliamentarians hear that voice. Tomas, you've been studying the Middle East. You worked at DND. Now you're a professor. What's your take on the evolution? What are you hearing from your students? Just give us a sense of that.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to talk specifically about the issue of recognizing a Palestinian state or not, but to put that into the broader picture of the evolution of Canadian policy towards the conflict. And one point that I'd like to make is that there's more continuity than change in this issue. The rhetoric has changed, of course, from Harper from 2006 to 15, much more pro-Israel rhetoric, to the Trudeau years, where I would characterize the rhetoric as more evasive and less precise in many ways, to the Carney era now, which is still very early on, so it's hard to come to a definitive conclusion, but somewhat more critical of Israel so far. That being said, I find that in public debates, especially on social media, but even on non-social media, we focus too much on the rhetoric and not enough on the substance of the policy. And at this level, I find that not only from Harper to Trudeau to Carney, but even now with the issue of recognition, the substance has not changed very much. A bit, not to say that it's perfectly equal, but it has changed less. And specifically on the issue of recognizing a Palestinian state in the fall, I find that both critics and supporters of this decision have exaggerated its importance. To critics on the pro-Israel side, they've described it as too much change. And to critics on the pro-Palestinian side, they've described it as not enough change. And for some, it's been described as historic, as an announcement, assuming that it happens, if I'm not mistaken, in about 10 days. In practice, to me, if it does happen, if Canada does recognize a Palestinian state, it's limited change, and it's pretty much consistent with our historical position. Canada has and would still support the two-state solution. We would still be close to Israel. We would still support the Palestinian Authority, but in a bit of a lukewarm way. It's not a close and warm relationship. We've called for reform for a long time, which is one of the conditions that we've put with recognition. It is not clear to me what is the trigger in terms of recognizing that reform, but at least we've said it. And we've obviously opposed Hamas, and that has not changed. Another continuity in our foreign policy towards the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is that even though we talk about it a lot, in practice, it is not a foreign policy priority for Canada. It is of limited interest for us, and it is largely driven by alliance management more than by the conflict itself. If you think about Canada's foreign policy priorities today, which are not that different as they were in previous times, policy priority number one, far ahead of everything else, is managing the relationship with the US. That's taken a bit of a difficult turn in the last 9 months, but it is not fundamentally new. After that, relations with Europe and NATO, that's priority 2. 2A priority, I would say, or 3, depending on how you want to frame it, is increase our presence in the Indo-Pacific. And then pretty far behind, you've got 4A, 4B, and 4C, and I'm not able to say which is in which order. It's the Middle East, it's Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's Africa. Within the Middle East, Israel-Palestine is only one part of the region. So all that to say, in the bigger picture of Canadian foreign policy, this is not a major priority, even though it attracts a lot of oxygen in the room. So to me, recognizing Palestinian statehood is pretty much aligned with the historical positions and principles that have driven our position so far, in the sense that it is consistent with supporting the two-state solution and so on. To critics who say that Canadian policy has changed, I think they're misreading what is going on. I think Israel has changed, and Israel is changing, and therefore a consistent Canadian policy is adapting. Which is not the same thing as saying that the policy has changed. It may seem like hair splitting, but it's actually a significant difference to me. I want to say a last point on this issue of recognizing Palestinian statehood. On its own, it doesn't mean much, unfortunately, in the sense that, of course, as I think everybody here understands, Canada on its own has pretty much zero influence on outcomes on the ground. The only way that Canada can have some measure of limited but some impact is when we work with allies. That's true on Israel-Palestine, and that's true on other issues as well. Moreover, beyond the working with allies dimension, recognizing Palestinian statehood by France and the UK and Canada and a few others on its own will not lead to a Palestinian state, will not lead to much progress. It can only be useful if it is one step as part of a broader push for a peace process. And I think everybody here understands how far we are from that, unfortunately, but that's the reality. Does it mean that Canada shouldn't do it because it's purely performative and would lead to nothing? No, I still think that we should, working with allies, do it in the sense that one of the many necessary but sufficient, but on its own not sufficient conditions for a peace process is for the Palestinian Authority to be stronger, to be viewed as more legitimate in the eyes of Palestinians, in the eyes of the international community, going along with capacity building and so on. So to me, the value of Canada and allies recognizing Palestinian statehood is as one step among others in a difficult and long process to try to create the conditions for a peace process.
Thanks so much. I accept your analysis of where the Middle East falls, but I'll just say that I remember while in government that John Manley, when he was briefly foreign minister, said that the one issue that he spent more time on were UN resolutions on Israel-Palestine. In the space of 2 weeks, he would be inundated with having to take decisions on, of course, too many resolutions on Israel-Palestine, but it was a headache. The other thing I would just say, Tomas, is because Maytal and I have also written on recognition of a Palestinian state. I almost have the impression that the reason that we countries did recognize a Palestinian state when we did was because we saw the possibility of it being threatened. And I think Western governments saw with the decision on E1 and with all of the talk of annexation that there was a possibility that if people didn't stand up for the two-state solution and try and push the Palestinian idea, that it might be lost. Let me just pick up Maytal for a second and Omar. So you talked about the strength of the Jewish community. You know, one has the impression sometimes that the only people that are pushing for a Palestinian state are progressive Jews in North America. Where is the Palestinian community? Where's the Muslim community? Is it growing? Is that part of the reason that we have seen a change? Or is it because there were more MPs, the caucus was more active on this? Picking up on what Maytal said, that it's not just the idea of a Mark Carney. There's something happening in the air that has moved things.
So I think a variety of things have been happening. One of them, yes, the number of Canadians who care deeply about the Palestinian struggle and the Palestinians' right of self-determination is increasing, but also their involvement in politics and civil society is increasing and is becoming more sophisticated. So there's no doubt about that. But I also think in the new world of social media, of watching live what's happening around the world is at our fingertips today. More and more people are seeing what perhaps before didn't pay attention to. So it is, you know, we used to, so our colleagues in the Liberal Caucus, Jewish and Muslim caucus, used to meet regularly prior to October 7th. And we didn't agree on everything, especially on the Israeli-Palestinian question. But what we agreed on is we want to make sure that not to reduce the Israeli-Palestinian conflict into Muslim-Jewish tension. So we needed to set an example by maybe individually we disagree on what is happening there, what should happen, or what Canada's foreign policy should be. But we need to make sure not to let people confuse this tension as a Jewish-Muslim tension. So we wanted to set an example. But unfortunately, since October 7th, even that was becoming very difficult. Not because we were reluctant, but because the reaction we were receiving from our constituents, from people on social media, were saying, you guys pretending like what's happening over there is not happening, and you're trying to gaslight us, or you're trying to do, and it's become really difficult to have any kind of meaningful conversation ignoring what's happening there. And if we were to have a conversation about the Israeli-Palestinian question, it was also difficult because we were at a time, today, we are at a time where it's seen as a zero-sum game. If the Palestinians get a state, that means the Israelis lost something. Or if Israel gets, support for the right of existence, then therefore it sounds like the Palestinians are getting the short end of the stick. So it's be seen as a zero-sum game, and no one is willing to hear the other side or be empathetic to the other side. And that's been making it really hard internally, not only though within the Liberal caucus, but I would say in the broader society.
Which is, echoing what Julie DeBrugen had to say about the difficulty of talking about this issue in this day and age.
Indeed, but let me just say, close the loop on your question. I think overall your point is valid. More and more people are pushing Canada and Canadians' foreign policy to respond to what they're seeing online, on their phones, on television, of the crimes that are taking place, of the death and the destruction that are taking place, and their expectations are becoming higher of their government to respond to what's happening there.
Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, it's just, I wanted to kind of pick up on Israeli-Palestinian conflict versus Jewish-Muslim conflict and say something that's maybe will sound a little controversial or a little out there, but I am actually very much of the belief that like my Jewish identity really can't be separated from my connection to Israel. And for me, it's a little bit different because I am Israeli and I grew up there, so it's harder. But I think that this is probably why those conversations became hard after October 7th, and in general why we saw a lot of like fraying in any of the interfaith efforts, was because we tried to do interfaith for a very long time of like, Israel-Palestine is a really like hot button issue, so let's not really talk about it and let's just dance around it in other ways. And you know, in Israel they talk a lot about this idea of the conception that led to October 7th. And I think that in Canada we weren't immune from a conceptia either, which was that we could separate these two identities into these two different buckets. When what we actually see is that I can only speak for the Jewish community, but I'm happy to hear differently or the same from the Muslim community. But I know for the Jewish community, I feel that trying to make that separation, it really is impossible. And that's not to say, oh, we should hold all Jews responsible for what happens in Israel or assume that all Jews feel a certain way about Israel. But in one of the earlier panels, we were talking about the stat from one of the surveys that we did of the Canadian Jewish community of 84% of Canadian Jews saying that they feel some sort of emotional connection to Israel. So it's really hard to say that that's not a key part of our identity, and we need to, when we have these conversations, when we show up as Jews saying something about Israel, I think that we should own that. I think that that's actually really important to say that this is a part of who I am. And you know, in Israel, there's been within the protest movement, there's been kind of a pushback to the diaspora, largely anti-Zionist Jewish language that says "not in my name." There's been this pushback that says "yes in my name" and therefore I must resist. And that really a lot more closely reflects, I think, how I feel and how I'm showing up in those spaces, and how I would actually urge our leaders, our political and our communal leaders, to show up and say, yes, actually, these things are connected. And it's messy and it's fraught, and we are also grappling with it, and we commit to grappling with it intra-communally as well as intercommunally. But until we do that, we're trying to build some sort of interfaith work or partnership that just isn't complete. So I think that that's, you know, if in the same way we have to learn from the conception of pre-October 7th, post-October 7th in Israel, I think it's the same for our communities. I think we need to really, and intra-communally, we really need to grapple with this a lot better and have much better conversations in our Jewish community about what this connection actually means and how it leads us to the positions that we take.
Okay, so I want to move on to a more delicate question now, and the delicate question is that's pretty delicate, but this is delicate in a different way. So we've heard that Canadians, Jews, non-Jews, are increasingly concerned about what is going on in Gaza. They were concerned about what happened on October 7. We don't forget about that. They are concerned about the hostages. We don't forget about that. We don't justify what Hamas did, and we never will. But they are increasingly concerned about war crimes that are being committed in Gaza right now. I know it was difficult for some to talk about it. I don't find it difficult. An 11-week siege is a war crime, is a war crime, is a war crime. So given that there is more pressure, what does Canada do? I have heard, as I've spoken to Israelis, that you impose sanctions on Bibi, not going to do anything. He's not going to listen to you. He's not listening to the Israeli people. So, you know, go ahead and impose sanctions. It's not going to do anything. I've also heard that if you impose sanctions on Israel, like boycotts of artists and authors and dance companies, that you're only going to harden Israelis. They're going to continue to believe that there's anti-Semitism out there, there's anti-Israel sentiments, and you're not going to have any effect on them either. They're protesting for their own reasons, but they're not going to be happy about us. So in the face of what is happening in Gaza, what does Canada do? What does the West do? What is our response to what we see going on, which we find unacceptable? I want to start with Tomas and then have everybody chip in.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll build on some of the points that I made in my first answer, looking at this very much from the bigger picture of Canadian foreign policy as a whole and how this one specific issue fits into the bigger picture of the challenges, the many challenges that we face as a country right now, and looking at this very much from a realist perspective. And to me, in that sense, Canada acting alone is more or less meaningless in the sense that we can have statements and then pat ourselves in the back saying that we've said the right thing, rightly or wrongly, but either way, it doesn't have much of an impact. So to me, the way to look at this issue, as is the case for other foreign policy challenges that Canada faces, is through the prism of alliance management. We work with allies, and that's how we get things done, because that's our fundamental interest. That means the US, first and foremost, keeping in mind how difficult things have become in the last 9 months and how they are likely to remain difficult. That is our most important priority. And second, the big debate that we're having in Canada right now, which is diversifying our trade, security, and diplomatic partnerships beyond the US, because we are slowly but steadily coming to terms with the reality that we badly need to diversify these partnerships. But emphasizing that alliance management is not new as a priority in terms of thinking about our involvement in Israel-Palestine. For example, Canada is an important contributor to the training mission to the Palestinian security forces, and we've been doing that for a long time. We do that for a variety of reasons, but one of them is that the US has long asked us to do that, and the US has long very much appreciated the contribution that we have done. And that, it may seem a bit crude, but that's been one of our main interests in doing that. The challenge now, of course, is Trump. That's true everywhere, and it's true here. That's why, to me, one of the interesting things to monitor in the coming weeks is how closely is Canada working with France and the UK in particular in terms of trying to build a movement towards a new peace process. From what we see in the media, there's been a lot of coordination between Prime Minister Carney, Macron, and Starmer, and that's good in the sense that we need to do that, and we need to do that beyond only Israel-Palestine. Ideally, I would also like to see Canada take advantage of this context, this difficult context, to build its partnerships with a number of Arab states. As I've said in my previous answer, no, the Middle East is not our #1 priority. It's a distant fourth at best, but it is still an important region where there is scope for Canada to diversify its relations, including with Gulf countries. Keep in mind, for example, Saudi Arabia working closely with France right now on this issue. The risk for Canada at this point is as things move in the coming weeks, including in 10 days at the General Assembly, how will the US react? At this point, as is usually the case with Trump, I have no idea. Trump, in some instances, has more or less said, I don't care if other countries recognize a Palestinian state. In other instances, he threatened a response. Whether he's doing that on purpose or it's just unpurposeful incoherence, I still don't know, but it is what it is. So for us, the risk in a context where we have very delicate negotiations with the US coming on the trade side, on the defense and security side, which are realistically far more important for us than anything else on the foreign policy front, if we come to realize that the issue of Palestinian statehood recognition is really leading to a cost or complicating things in those difficult relations with the US, what do we do? Right? And that is a very, very difficult dilemma that we may very well have to face in the coming weeks, months, years for that matter, because obviously this is not over.
Go ahead.
Okay, and so very quickly, the other point that I'd like to make is that, for years, for decades, we have lived in luxury in this country. We were secure and prosperous at the top of North America, far and distant from threats from the Middle East or from pretty much anything else. That really made us complacent as a country. We were able to neglect national security issues, we were able to neglect defense issues, and there was not much of a cost to that because, again, we were secure and prosperous in North America. That's changed because of Trump, but because of a number of other things going on in the world. So one hope that I have, and I don't want to sound naive because I'm fairly cynical about these things, if anything, but as we look at an issue like Israel-Palestine, but other issues as well, that the priority that we have traditionally given to domestic political considerations in how we approach a difficult issue like that, that it can be compensated, or that the pendulum can swing a bit, at least to the middle. Of course, domestic political considerations matter in a democracy when developing foreign policy. To ask for the reverse makes no sense. But I do hope that we are collectively, in terms of our government, our politicians, our civil service, our media, our civil society, more and more able to think about these issues, at least in part strategically, and not just as wedge issues domestically.
So diaspora politics maybe shouldn't govern quite as much as they may have in our wonderful multicultural society. Good luck. Omar, views on what does Canada do?
So first, let me say I started my talk with saying how much I admire Thomas, and I agree with him about the fact that the Middle East is not top priority for the Canadian government. But I disagree with him about the value and the importance of rhetoric, because it is important. When when the province of Quebec does something that contravenes the Charter of Rights, while the federal government may not have all the levers to do something about it, but we expect our prime minister or our government to take a clear position on what Quebec is doing. And I think that rhetoric is important because not only does it express the value of Canadians, but also it manages expectations, it hopefully discourages Quebec government and others from doing things, but it's important. And I think rhetoric is important. And I think I'd like to see the Canadian government be a lot more crisp and clear in upholding international law, in standing by the rule of law and the world order, the same way we do when we see it when Russia violates it, and the same way when China violates it. I think it's really important that Canada declares its moral and political values. Second, I also, so that's why it's important. Yeah, it may not have a real meaningful impact on the ground in Gaza, but it is important on behalf of all Canadians that they see their government say something. Second, I think if to advance real progress on the ground, I agree also with Thomas that we need to work with our allies, with our European allies to exert pressure. And while today we are working with our European allies, but it sounds to me, it looks on the outside to me that France is taking more of a leadership than Canada, and perhaps there's also domestic political reasons for Macron to do that. But I think Canada can probably play a bigger role in coordinating our allies, in ensuring to map out what can be done to stop what's happening over there and to encourage dialogue and peace. So I do think Canada can do more on the rhetoric side, but also on the substantive side.
And I would add actually to kind of like marry what both to mediate between you two and your heated argument right now. No, but I do think that actually it's not only important because it's rhetoric that says something about what Canada stands for. I think that we actually can't underestimate the danger of the moment that we are in vis-a-vis the erosion of democracy worldwide. We are thankfully not feeling it as much in Canada as our neighbors to the south, but we have to recognize that there is a real threat to democracy, and actually we saw it from Israel 2+ years ago, right? So that it can happen and that it can affect us really should not be underplayed. And so when Canada does things in accordance with international law, whether it is responding to war crimes in Gaza or ending settlement expansion and de facto de jure annexation in the West Bank, it is not just about, don't I feel proud to be Canadian because my Canadian government is doing these things? It is actually reminding us, because I think to one of Tomas's earlier points, we have lived in such security and we have taken this fragile project of democracy so for granted that I think that we do need to be reminded through our government's actions, even if it actually is primarily benefiting Canadians and Canadian democracy and maybe doesn't have the huge impact in Israel that it would from, say, the Americans. It is really important that we continue to apply international law across the board continuously, and that we do not make exceptions for certain countries or certain leaders, because it says something about what we are trying to, what we continue to build on here, what we are proud of as Canadians, and what we hope to preserve.
Can I just quickly, I'll say one other thing that the Canadian government can do more of is allowing for safe space here in Canada for us to have this conversation. You know, like, and I know the Canadian government tries to do that, but, you know, speaking up and showing empathy and humanity for the suffering of Palestinians should not cause somebody lose their job. And the Canadian government should say something about it. You know, somebody demonstrating affection for Israel because of religious or familiar ties should not be subjected to anti-Semitism and should not be attacked or intimidated. I think the Canadian government needs to be more clear about what are the red lines, but also encourage and create spaces, either universities or other type of think tanks, to have this dialogue where people are able to not only air their grievances, but learn from each other. Because I don't think we're doing that today. We're not listening to each other. Everybody wants to score a point. Everybody wants to win the argument instead of having the ability to listen to each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So this is another kind of tough question. Canada welcomed hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees to this country. We welcomed 40,000 Syrian refugees to this country. And over the years, of course, we've welcomed refugees from Vietnam and Afghanistan, etc. What is happening with respect to Palestinian refugees? Some are in Gaza, some are sitting in Egypt. We're talking not just about Gazan men, but we're talking about women and we're talking about children. We had a program. What's going on and why are we not seeing more Palestinian refugees coming to Canada now?
I mean, all of your questions are tough, John, so it's not just this one. Look, I think, first of all, I don't understand. I don't know the answer to that question, nor do I understand it. I think we really need to make sure, especially Canadian citizens who have families in Gaza, being subjected to the crimes and the massacres that we're seeing over there. If we should help Canadian citizens who have family members over there to offer them shelter. But it's also important, and some of my Palestinian friends also caution not to appear to indirectly do the transfer initiative that the Israeli government is working on and making sure that everybody. But it's easy for me, living in a luxury of Canada under safe roof, to say, oh, let's not let Palestinians come here to make sure that they stay live in their land. I think any Palestinian who wants to leave, given what's happening over there, the entire world should find a way to offer them shelter, including Canada.
You were at DND. You were at DND. Did you want to say something? Oh, please.
I think what Omar said is really important, that the rule of law in the behavior of Israel should be seriously considered. And what Israel is planning now is actually going against the international law, threatening to annex parts of the West Bank, threatening to create settlements in Gaza area, and all this kind of thing that the United Nations Security Council made a specific decision against this in 2016, and Israel behaves as if there is no international law. And I think if Canada can press on this with the other allies, sure, I think this can have a practical effect on the impunity of the Israeli leaders.
I couldn't agree more. Thomas, sorry. We were going to just talk a bit about refugees. You were at DND. I mean, is this all wrapped up in CSIS evaluations? Are they, so far behind, or is there something else? Any ideas?
I'm not an immigration expert, so I'm reluctant to go too far on that. I would just really emphasize what Omar said to try to patch things up between us. As someone who is by default massively pro-immigration, and as someone who is very concerned with the backlash against immigration in this country in general, if I want to see the glass as half full, which typically I don't do, but if I want to see it as half full, the backlash against immigration here is far less worse than in almost every other Western democracy, which on its own is very encouraging. But still, there is something going on. There is a dilemma, and I think Omar explained it well. Gazans are suffering at an apocalyptic level, as we all know. We should welcome more here and elsewhere, but de facto, and this gets into a very difficult moral debate, but one that goes beyond morality to reality on the ground. Are we de facto supporting, even if we're not politically supporting it, but playing into the ethnic cleansing of Gaza by allowing for Gazans to leave, right? And I'm not sure exactly which words to use to frame this, but it is a very difficult question that, again, as Omar said, very easy to ask from the comfort of our homes in Canada, not viewed the same way from the absolute hell that Gaza has become. But it does have to be part of the debate at the same time.
It does, but I think we've got to leave it up to people claiming refugee status. If they're claiming refugee status and they're feeling fears of persecution and much more in this case, then we've got to take them at their word. They want out, and we're not going to be accepting 2.1 million. But on the other hand, you don't have to go too far back in history when people weren't accepted in North America and many other places. Let me just ask, sort of in this vein, Canada played a role at the history of partition. Lester Pearson got the Nobel Peace Prize for the Suez Canal. We were on the Refugee Working Group. What role should Canada play going forward in trying not only to end the conflict, but let's look past that to how can we further governance for the Palestinian Authority? How can we help Israel? How can we move towards a stable region and a stable peace? Maybe I'll start with you, Tomas.
Okay. I'll focus on the security side of governance in Gaza, eventually the West Bank. In at a minimum, a post-war context in Gaza, hopefully one day in a movement towards a stronger peace process, there is a role to play for Canada, keeping in mind the foundational assumptions through which I would look at this, which is one of course, doing the right thing, but also what can we do alongside with our allies to maximize our leverage, maximize our impact, but also to maximize our relations with those allies. I would add to this discussion, and I mentioned that quickly, the Arab states. I talked about the US, I talked about Europe. Not clear to me what would happen in a post-war Gaza context. I think there's been a lot of very easy assumptions in the US, in some cases in Israel, that there will be an Arab peacekeeping force in Gaza, which I've always been somewhat skeptical of, or at least it will be much harder to achieve simply because those hypothetical Arab states have a word to say in that eventual peacekeeping force. And so far, they have been reluctant to commit, at least until there is something more clear that comes up. All that being said, we're in a post-war scenario in Gaza. What could Canada do? Our value added in a scenario like this would be niche capabilities that the Canadian military has, that other parts of the Canadian security apparatus have. We don't have 2,000 troops to send. The forces are overstretched. We have a big presence in Eastern Europe that will stay for the long term, meaning that we don't have numbers in a large sense to send to the Middle East. But we do have a number of niche capabilities. Our troops are very, very good at training. And this is something that is recognized in NATO. It is recognized in the US. In many cases, we can go to places where American troops struggle to go, which is one reason why, for example, the Americans still do appreciate Canada's support for the Palestinian security forces. Beyond capacity building, security sector reform, which would be very much in need, intelligence training, cyber security, we are extremely good at that, not only within the military, but on the side of CSC, which is our signals intelligence agency. So there's a menu of niche capabilities that we do have that we could offer, depending on what the exact context is, always with the idea of making an impact on the ground, but also helping us to manage those difficult alliance considerations that we have now.
And what about non-military? Where can we help in terms of governance, helping the Palestinian national project come to fruition? Any views?
I mean, I guess I would just say the potential strategic landmines I think that Canada faces right now, which was alluded to earlier in terms of how our distancing ourselves from the U.S. on some of these issues may affect our relationship with the U.S., which we still need, and is increasingly fraught during this Trump administration. So there's some strategic questions there. There's also the strategic questions when it comes to Israel's relationship with Canada's relationship with Israel, because when you alienate an ally or even just another state too much, or push someone away too much, or sanction them too much, you then also do not have leverage over them really anymore, right? So Canada for being a middle power that on its own has very limited influence, is also, on top of all of that, balancing these different strategic quagmires. How I would personally look at it, or what I would say I think is one way to be effective, is actually to be a lot more bold and targeted and quick, right? We know that sanctions kind of have diminishing returns, not just in Israel, but anywhere, right? Eventually, the country will get used to them eventually, and people will adapt to them eventually. And the narrative of, oh, well, everyone's against us or everyone hates us, that's not unique to Israel. That happens everywhere. That's kind of, an isolated state. So, thinking about things that Canada can do that are extremely strong targeted and time limited to push for a very specific result, I think is maybe one of the ways, along with our allies, is one of the ways that we can make a change. And just it's probably not going to be everything. I also think that that's part of the reason that the refugee issue is one of the things that, you know, falls down the list a little bit, as you know, cold as it feels to say that, and as wrong as it feels to say that, it is just kind of a strategic decision. But I think certain things, especially looking at what is happening right now in the occupied West Bank, the plan to annex, de jure annex 82% of the occupied West Bank, these are things where if Canada could take really bold, quick action right now that really pushes towards one specific thing, there is, you know, there's a way there to, I think, strategize really smartly to see the result that we want to see, which I think in this case is that preservation of the two-state solution, being able to reach a diplomatic solution to the conflict.
And do it with our allies if we can, because it's all the more effective if we all do it together. Somebody once suggested that if you basically ended El Al flights to all countries, that wouldn't necessarily cripple Israel. There's plenty of other airlines that fly there, but that would send a signal to Israelis. If El Al's not able to fly to Toronto or New York or Paris, that sends a scary signal to a country like Israel. And sometimes it might need a scary signal to make it jump a bit.
So I think first and foremost, one of the first things that we should be doing is drop precondition for things that are fundamental to the Palestinian right of existence. For example, this recognition of the state of Palestine. People are making such a big deal out of it. And Israel is saying it's a reward for terrorism or that it's a unilateral move. While Israel, by the way, continues to occupy unilaterally the West Bank and have military operations in Gaza unilaterally. So I think what is fundamental to the Palestinians, there should be no preconditions. By the way, most people don't know that Israel does not have declared borders. Yet we recognize the state of Israel, even though we don't. So why should we not recognize the state of Palestine if they still don't have a recognized border?
And they don't have a recognized border because of the state of Israel.
So I think we should drop these preconditions about fundamental things that the Palestinian people deserve and are entitled to. Second, I think we can play a role in, we have to be careful about appearing to be politically endorsing one Palestinian group over another, because there's a history of the West interfering in political dynamics. But we can help, the healthcare. We can help with the judicial system. Canadians used to train Palestinian judges, and unfortunately that stopped. And there are a lot of problems, by the way, that the Palestinian civil society is confronting that Canada can help with. Third, I do think Canada needs to, take more action in sending a signal to Israel that it is time to see a real substantive peace process, and those. Minister Anand just 2 days ago said we're now in the process of reevaluating our relationship with Israel. Should the free trade agreement, should there be conditions in there that needs to be re-examined about the situation that is happening over there? On diplomatic presence, should we? I'm not in favor of necessarily shutting down embassies, because there are usually unintended consequences, and it really hurts the people that we want to help. But should we send a diplomatic signal by reducing our diplomatic presence? Things like that are really important and can send an important signal not only to Israel but to the Palestinians and to the rest of the world.
Okay. Shaki, you want to say something?
Yes, I would.
You have to be short, short and to the point.
First of all, I want to thank Haaretz, Nef, and JSpace, and all of the participants, and all the speakers this morning. This is probably the most And I want to thank you for evoking all these questions. John, I personally want to thank you for all your write-ups, okay, for your criticism. And I remember talking to John a little while ago and say, you would probably be excommunicated from your community, and you said, I'll wear that as a badge of honor. What Canada can do, Canada won the Nobel Peace Prize for the Suez Canal, as you spoke. I happened to participate in the Oslo Agreement. We used to chair the Refugee Committee, the most volatile committee. Canada today has a chance. We must take a lead in this country towards that problem in the Middle East between the Palestinians. Canada used to be the most respected country by far, by the Israelis and by the Palestinians next to the Scandinavian countries. We must reinstitute that sense of fairness. That's why they were very well respected. We had the sense of fairness. And Canada must and should do much, much more than talk and rhetoric and relationships and what have you. So to all of you, I will leave you with a cliche that I told Amos a little earlier. If two men are in love with the same woman, one is out of luck. But if two people love the same land, and in this particular case, the Palestinians and the Israelis love the same land, we have no choice because we're condemned. We must share it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're just about running out of time, so I want to, again, thank you so much for being here. There were a couple of other very heady panels that you could have gone to, so we appreciate you with us.
Can I be quick? One other thing.
Everybody can have a last comment.
I just wanted to say that also one of the challenges is that Palestinians don't have access to international institutions because they're not a state. So they can't go to the ICC. They can't go to the ICJ.
Well, they did go to the ICC.
It wasn't them. It wasn't them who went to the and recognizing, elevating their status as a state enabled them to have access to international institution as a recourse. So I think that's also another thing that we need to give them access to.
I know, I agree, but it's the United States at the United Nations Security Council that has control over that. So once again, Mr. Trump is a barrier, an obstacle, unfortunately. Maytal, last word from one of the organizers of this conference, Mazel Tov.
Thank you. I guess I think one of the questions that we were maybe hoping to get to that we didn't have time to get to that I will address as my last word is we're going to talk about hope for the future. And I just want to say, kind of on all of these same notes to wrap it up, we need to see leaders, both political and communal leaders, who actually lead. There's a lot of fear and there's a lot of chasing public opinion. I always say with JSpace, we aim to shape public opinion, not chase public opinion. And I think that when we start seeing that from folks who have chosen to be in leadership positions, whether it's with community organizations or have been elected into positions of power politically, we see how much societies change, either for better or for worse, because of their political and communal leaders and the messages that they portray. We saw it with Israel pre and post peace with Egypt. We saw it with Israel and the Palestinians pre and post Oslo. Having leadership, we really cannot underestimate how much what we see in society is a reflection of what leaders are doing or the responsibility that leaders are shirking. And so I think a hope for Canada, Israel, Palestine, and all of our allies would be more leadership from those who have chosen to be in positions of leadership.
Hear, hear. Thomas, last word?
I think I will not be original, and I'll just emphasize what Julie de Bruzen said in her very good speech this morning on the difficulty of having open, public, sophisticated conversations today, because the very loud and vocal and aggressive extremes just constantly attack. She used the term word policing, if I remember correctly. I think that's true for politicians, it's true for political staff, it's true for NGOs, it's true for the media. I mean, what my colleagues in Ottawa in the media tell me of the attacks, the verbal attacks that they are subjected to, is absolutely crazy. And some of it is in the very isolated bubble of social media, but some of it is not. Political staff, I think, is an important point to make of the emails, the messages, the threats that they get by the thousands on a daily basis. I think this is absolutely true on Israel-Palestine, but it's true on multiple other topics, as Omar would certainly know very well, and so would you. And to me, in seeing the trend of the narrowing and the increasing poverty of public debate because of the violence around it is a major concern to me. And I think Minister de Bruzen said it very well this morning, and it deserves to be emphasized.
And these lessons apply to the region. The extremists, Hamas and Smotrich and Ben-Gvir.
And Netanyahu.
And Netanyahu, but also the lack of leadership on all fronts, in the United States, in Israel, in the Palestinian Authority, and of course in Gaza. And things can change, and those leaders will not be around forever, and we have to hope that Israel can hang on, its democracy can hang on, and we have to hope that America's democracies can hang on, and that Canada can continue to be the beacon of hope to the world. Thank you very much.
If you can take your seats, we're about to start the panel, Israel, a Democracy in Peril. We're going to start in about 2 minutes. 1 minute. Oh, great. Oh, thank you. Yes. Ah. Oh, okay. Dalia? Oh. No one else says anything. So we're going to start the panel here. Israel, Democracy in Peril. We have one panelist already here, but 2 more are hopefully about to join us. Oh, fantastic. So let me just introduce our panel. Dr. Dalia Shendlin, public opinion expert, political scientist, and Haaretz columnist, author of The Crooked Timber of Democracy in Israel, Promise Unfulfilled. Mohamed Berekdar, born, raised, and living in Nazareth, longtime civil society leader in Israel, the director of the New Israel Fund's Nasij program, which aims to strengthen Palestinian civil society in Israel. Asaf Agmon, a reserve brigadier general in the Israeli Air Force, outspoken critic of the Netanyahu government's judicial coup and its abandonment of the hostages. His grandson, Sergeant Gur Kahati, was killed by Hezbollah while tasked with securing the visit of an Israeli amateur archaeologist into Lebanon last year, which caused a great tragedy and scandal, that was. Right, let's start. And we're going to start with the question that faces, that I want you all to answer in whichever way you want. What is the greatest danger to Israel's democracy right now? And Dalia, perhaps, maybe you want to take apart some of that question to examine whether we're banding around the word or the phrase Israeli democracy a bit too easily.
How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay, I'll do my best. I want to give a tiny, like 2-minute historic critique of using the word or taking democracy for granted in Israel. And just to argue, I'm looking at my phone only because I wrote my notes here. I'm not checking email. I think we have to recognize that the idea that we can analyze Israel as a democracy, as we do other Western democracies, was very misleading from the start. From the start, I mean from its establishment, because the foundations were weak, vulnerable, and marred by undemocratic practice from the very beginning. I say weak because we're missing a constitutional foundation. Not that a constitution solves all problems, as Canadians and Americans know, but it's important. I say vulnerable because Israel is different from almost every other Western democracy in the minimal number of checks and balances within the government. The only structural, institutional checks and balances we have are elections and the independent judiciary, limiting the power of government. And I say marred by undemocratic practice because from 1948, Israel had a military government in place over its own civilians, which ended the moment Israel established another military government over non-citizens, and therefore the state has always been involved in very objectively undemocratic practices that it was not trying to call democratic, but I think that it told itself we, the state, told ourselves that these were separate regimes. But they're not. It's the very same state, it's the very same institutions, it's the executive, the legislature, judiciary, implementing all of those regimes. And so we incorporate that as if it's normal within our democratic practice. All of that is a background to why I think we should never have taken the strength of democracy in Israel for granted. But then what you saw is a decade of what began as a legitimate debate over the judiciary in Israel turned into 10 years of essentially open incitement against the judiciary, a kind of softening of the target when the government talked about taking very significant steps to constrain the authority of the Israeli judiciary, but didn't actually do them. It wasn't really able to do them. And so people didn't really pay that much attention. And in 2023, the government finally said, let's go in for the kill. We've softened the target. We've legitimized, made these arguments about why we have to completely constrain the Israeli judiciary. We haven't gotten a lot of pushback for it. So now we can actually implement all these reforms. Why did they have to do that in 2023? Because you had a government that, I think, to give them some credit, it's the most honest government in Israel's history about what they actually intended to do about the territories conquered in 1967. They openly, in their coalition agreements, state that they want to annex the West Bank. They didn't even think about Gaza then. But they said all of the territory of land of Israel should be under exclusive Jewish self-determination, etc. And for all of the previous decades, Israel had lived with a kind of plausible deniability. And all of the kinds of legislation that had been passed that was chipping away at Israel's democracy such as it was, right? Civil society, freedom of speech on various issues were all connected to the Palestinian issue. Anti-boycott legislation, anti-NGO legislation, etc. A lot of this had to do with the conflict. Some of it just had to do with basic civil liberties. The court upheld all of that legislation, including the nation-state law. But when it came to occupation, the court mostly allowed it because plausible deniability. Maybe it was temporary. Maybe it was a separate regime. When you have a government that openly says, no, we really want to do this completely. We will not try to hide it anymore. We want to annex. They knew that there would be eventually challenges, either in civil society, protest through freedom of speech, open debate, and court challenges. And the court had already done something that nobody paid attention to, but it rejected a law that was intended to legitimize outposts in the West Bank. The court struck it down in 2020. Government didn't pay too much attention to it or didn't talk about it that much, but they knew it was coming if they actually wanted to implement the full extent of annexation. That's when the attacks, or the attempt to reform the judiciary, which is what they call it, in a way that went so far that it generated a huge and unexpected backlash again from the Israeli public. Ironically, the Israeli public refused to connect it to issues of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or annexation or occupation. But they realized suddenly it was going to affect their own lives, generated a huge protest. And what the government didn't count on is the sense that the assault on the judiciary broke the social contract. And people no longer, some people, not everybody, but enough people, no longer felt internally driven even to defend an entity that wouldn't uphold what they saw as democratic values. Some began threatening not to go to reserve duty. And this certainly contributed, the whole protest, the backlash, the government refusing to back down, the breach of the social contract certainly contributed to, I don't think we know if it was a final decision by Hamas, but definitely the timing of October 7th, plunging us into the war we're in now, which has made all of the issues I mentioned worse. But I'll leave that for my next 3-minute answer.
Mohamed, no. That you cannot get out of answering by saying that Dalia's already said it, because it's not going to work like that. So the contention is that Israeli democracy is in grave danger. Do you accept that this is, a sudden development that has happened over the last few years? Tell us more about what you think, where the cracks were already forming far before this.
Hello. No. First of all, thanks for having me, and it would be its continuation for your answer. Some of it I fully agree on that. My answer would be a bit from my Palestinian perspective, as a Palestinian living in Israel, because we have some components of democracy, like voting, elections, but when we speak about democracy, it's always associated or resonates with a full package of justice, of pluralism, of equality, of liberal, progressive, also values. And it seems in Israel there is more the technical part of the elections that it's from the democracy, and many others were not adopted fully, like equality, justice, especially from my own point of view as a Palestinian in Israel. Because if we look at even the laws, there are more than 50 laws that are discriminatory of the Palestinians inside Israel. From land, planning, what to remember. Like there's a law not to remember, not to commemorate the Nakba. And if you are an official institution and you commemorate the Nakba, all governmental funds will be taken away. Like imagine someone telling you, okay, you cannot commemorate the Holocaust as part of your history and on that. So, and there are other laws that are discrimination to Palestinians, and putting us in a second class also it's a facade of democratic, because the nation's state law, like it's blatantly saying that we are, as Palestinians, even in a democratic state, you are a second class. So somehow, if they are second class, there are inequalities, so many aspects of life and dimensions. So maybe democracy for us is less important than the other values that comes with the same package. And there is a research that takes like 50 or 51 dimensions of quality of life, and Palestinians are almost, and most of them are in the lowest scale in that. That's why I would focus more on inequality, on inclusiveness and other aspects in that than democracy. And I would say even more than that. I think for decades, Israel misused its illusion of democracy to put itself as part of the Western democratic, liberal, progressive world. It's because a country that has occupation, siege on Gaza, settlements, second class inequalities, in the eyes of the Western, Europe, United States, in the eyes of the Western, it's not part of the club when you're practicing all these things. But the term and the democratic structure helped a lot to stay at that club. Today, things are changing, I think, and many are seeing beyond the democracy on that. But if I'm asked what is more worrying for me, I think it's more on the societal level. It's the increasing radicalization of the society in terms of views, stands, how we see each other, the polarization between Palestinians and Jewish Israelis, the hate, and the easiness of stating we hate Arabs or hating sometimes Jews also from both sides. The research of the latest research of Accord Center showed that more than 51% of the young people in Israel feels high levels of hatred against Arabs, like young Israeli Jews, and I think, and 31 by Arabs, 31. And I think this is something that we are starting to feel it in the streets and the daily life. This kind of radicalization, and eventually translated into the daily life. Attacks on bus drivers, sometimes attacking even nurses or refusing to be treated by Arab doctor. And I think for me today, as someone who's living in Nazareth, going to Haifa and working in Haifa and going to Tel Aviv and using this daily life is provide like really frightening to be in such a society.
Clearly there was great fear after October the 7th and the beginning of the Gaza war that there would be, a accompanying wave of civil, potentially, civil, violent civil unrest within Israel between Arab and Jewish citizens. Was it some kind of relief that didn't actually pan out the way that some of those more pessimistic predictions suggested?
Yeah, and I think I would attribute it a lot to the Arab political leadership that contained a lot and do massive efforts to contain things and not escalate inside Israel. For someone like seeing the scenes in Gaza and like the feelings of rage and sadness and grief, and with all that, and still somehow we managed to have a quiet, without a lot of brutal incidents. I think there's something that is quite reassuring in that way. And what's happened after the 7th of October escalated a lot in terms of views, like how each group is viewing the other, but less in direct clashes inside Israel. But at the same time, we see the escalation in the West Bank in terms of the attacks of settlers on villages, on lands, and confiscation of lands. So somehow, in one way, there was reassuring inside, but in other places, there was an escalation in other places.
So, Asaf, you were very involved in the pro-democracy protests for the 10 months preceding October the 7th. Can you give some sense of what you thought then was the greatest threat to Israeli democracy, and how has it changed since October the 7th?
First of all, I want to apologize that I'm not going to be diplomatic. After staying the last 5 years in the street of the demonstration and the protest, illegally arrested by my police, I lost my manners. So the question is Israel still a democracy? And we can argue about which kind of democracy it is. And I think that even before the October the 7th, there is 2 last posts that keep Israel in the position that it can stay a democracy. One is the Supreme Court and the Attorney General, and the second is the demonstration, is the protest movement. And unfortunately, in Israel and outside Israel, in the Jewish communities, there is not enough knowledge and not enough support about the phenomena of the Israeli protest movement. Because at the end of the day, when you ask what can save Israel from the direction that it is going, nowadays is the protest movement. And I heard Muhammad, and I fully agree with you, but after serving 51 years in the Israeli Air Force, I was monitored, I was beaten by the police, I was injured by the police. This is a democracy. So I believe that the protest movement now is the only force that symbolize the real Zionism, the real values of the Jewish people. I think that this dog tag saying release the hostages now is a Jewish symbol no less than a kippah. And we lost, our society under this government lost the core values of the Jewish people. And Israel is supposed to be the homeland of the Jewish people and be a democracy, a Jewish democracy. And actually, we are no more a Jewish democracy. So before talking about democracy, we have to argue about what is our values. What is the value of human being life? You know, this government has no value to Jewish human being life. Sacrificing the hostages is a crime. Using soldiers for not purposes of defending the country is a crime. And we lost the major value of the Jewish nation. You know, we say, B'Tselem Elohim barat ha'adam. So we lost this main value and not going on for the for the values of justice, of the value of truth. All these things is before democracy. So what country are we going to be? What society we are going to be? And I will stop here because I want later to elaborate about how it will influence the Jewish people all over the world, not only in Israel. And this is the question that we have to face.
Perhaps you could just expand a little bit more on how you see the deterioration in all what you consider to be these absolutely fundamental values. How do you see that in the waging of how the IDF has waged the war in Gaza?
First of all, I was raised in the military, in the Air Force, where I can ask anything, I can challenge anything, I can say whatever I want, and I will get an answer. And actually, in one of my special operation, I told in the communication to the chief of the Air Force, shut your mouth, you are disturbing me to do my job. And I got a medal, a bravery medal. It is no Air Force like this anymore. If one of my friends or one of the pilots that I trained say anything or try to ask something, either he requests sorry or he is out of the Air Force. Sorry. This is the situation now. We were very proud that we can say whatever we think, we can challenge any orders that we are getting, and we got an answer. Now you cannot get an answer. So when I see it day by day, what we did not see before in Gaza, how we destroy high-rise building in Gaza, I don't understand what I'm seeing. What the Air Force want to show me is that we can destroy high-rise buildings? Yes, we can. But who asked for what? Who asked how many innocent people are killed by this operation? So this is something that deteriorates dramatically in our military. The essence of you can ask anything, you can say your voice, and you get answer, and then you obey. Now you have to obey, or you're out. So what we are facing, that in the reserve units, the combat reserve unit, there is a silence protest by not coming to the reserve duty. In some units, you have a show up of 40%, in other, even less. So this is the situation that we are facing. And you see an operation like the last one in Qatar, all the defense organizations were against it. Everyone. And still we did it. Why? Because our government used our defense forces not for the purposes of the defense of our country. And because of this, we are facing what we are seeing.
So, Dalia, Asaf has described, very vividly what the effect of the clash between the decline in democratic governance and the Gaza war has been, especially for the army. Can you perhaps expand on, what other aspects of that collision, we're living through now?
If the question is about the collision between the war, the ongoing war, and democracy, given the difficult starting position in 2023, I think that they are absolutely intertwined. And it's funny, ironic, not funny, that in the early stages after October 7th, some people would say, well, if there's one, good thing that came out of all this, not good, but, decent thing, at least it stopped the judicial reform. Rarely could I have imagined such an inaccurate assessment of what was about to happen. In wartime, in every country, democratic values are suppressed, sometimes temporarily. First thing that happened in Ukraine was the establishment of martial law when Russia invaded. And in Israel, because there was already a strong infrastructure for the assault on the judiciary, naturally the government basically seized on the war to continue that process in different ways at first and then go back to it. But let me start by saying something about the war itself, because to understand the foundation of where this is going, the war is self-perpetuating. You avoid a hostage deal, and then you continue the war. You continue the war, then people are in fighting mode, and so that you keep people polarized. Anybody who wants to end the war is a traitor. Anybody who supports the war is a good patriot. And then the government can still also do things like advocate and support the use of emergency legislation, emergency laws which allow greater suppression of civil liberties, of course, temporarily, and they just keep renewing them. They can advocate for crazy things like firing the attorney general or even arresting her, right? Today we had a government figure who said she should be arrested. Why? Because she's not cracking down on the protesters who want to end the war. Why do they want her to do that? Because they consider them traitors. Because we're at war. We're at war because we haven't ended the war. We haven't ended the war because the government doesn't want to get to that hostage release deal. In the beginning, this was how the government was behaving in terms of undemocratic legislation, mostly through emergency laws that suppress certain civil liberties or suspend them temporarily, then renewing them, and going about something that is very under the surface, not because it's hidden, but because Israelis are busy with hostage crisis and loss. And I want to say also, I'm really so sorry for your loss. I think you moved everybody in Israel with your communication about this. And people are distracted, and so they're not watching as the government makes appointments to all sorts of mid-level bureaucratic positions that get rid of the professionals, put in political loyalists, make sure you have a compliant government. All of that stuff was happening in the first phase, let's say the first year after October 7th. And then the government said, everybody's now even more frantic and distracted by the war and the ongoing hostage crisis and the loss and the cost of living and everything else. Now we can actually get back to the original judicial reform. Now we can re-engineer the Judicial Appointment Committee. Now we can try to actively fire the Attorney General. Okay, and I would say in the middle, all sorts of little incidents that break down psychological barriers. For example, arresting and shackling and detaining women who hand out flyers to get the hostages released because they handed out flyers in the synagogue. When people become so desperate that the protests, they feel like they're not doing enough, right? The protests aren't really changing government policy, so people become more desperate and they say we call it like to bring the state to a standstill. So they block roads and people get upset. And one of them actually lit a dumpster on fire. And these people are being treated basically as terrorists on some level. Now, I really don't justify violence. I really very much believe in never using violence and force, almost never, unless it's really in self-defense, certainly in these situations. But when you push people to extremes, and this cuts for any side of the coin, violence is inevitable at some point, and they're pushing people to extremes. Oops. And I think that what ultimately you do is normalize that kind of behavior. You normalize suppression of civil liberties through emergency law because people are constantly in a sense of being in an emergency. You drive people to the emotional extreme by rejecting the majority will to end the war and get the hostages back. You drive them to extreme actions and then brand them as traitors and terrorists and treat them as such. And all of that happens while the war itself is advancing a policy that ultimately, at the very end of all this, again, none of this is hidden, this government, and I do not distinguish between Netanyahu and the more extremist figures in government, their aim is leading us towards full control over Gaza, the establishment of a military government, and eventual annexation and settlements. You don't need inside sources for this. They say it openly, as much as they can. And that is a fundamentally undemocratic regime, a permanent undemocratic regime. It's not even undemocratic, it's anti-democratic. And if that's where we're going, they have to get the population compliant, either by normalizing it or by suppressing dissent.
So Mohammed, what has been the effect on civil rights and the experience of being, a citizen of Israel since October the 7th? How much has there been an escalation of oppressive or self-censorship, or from the inside, or more oppressive measures from the outside?
I think since the October 7th, on a daily basis, there are sometimes arrests of people who express a critical post against the war, and many times, a lot of the circles that I know are invited to the police for educational conversation to warn them not to continue your activism. And these are normative people. Sometimes go to a demonstration, approved demonstration, but once they see them in a demonstration, they invite them. And we see the surveillance and the monitoring on the social media that anyone who's trying to write something is automatically invited for investigation. This is in addition to people who expressed in their maybe work places like doctors, nurses, professors. Nadira Shalhoub Kefrukian from the Hebrew University, they told her, go out now, take a rest. She's a professor in the Hebrew University, and they raided her house because she was brave enough to say end the Gaza war in the beginning. Because in the beginning, the first year, almost no public voices openly even was ready to say stop the war. The fear was so internalized within the Palestinian society that few people dare to say that. And it's only 2 months ago in Sakhnin was the first approved official or formal protest for the Palestinians, which organized by the follow-up committee, and there was 10,000 people. And we're speaking about after 1.5 years that the first protest goes. This is not something normal, but it's because the policing and the internal policing that, okay, as a tool of survival, we should just shut up now, not even to say in the scenes of horror of what's happening. And I would like to comment a bit about the deterioration of what's happening with the current, really just fanatic, radical, right-wing government. I think that it feels like there's no controls, no checks, no moral inhibitions of what's happening by this government. And that's what it's led to the magnitude and the scale of what's happening in Gaza in terms of the magnitude. And I think it wouldn't happen without this, like who's controlling now the government. I believe there's a lot of people with moral campus say there's no logic in just taking out a full building with 60 families living in it and just wiping whole families in that. And the current government is able to do this. And that I think this is the deterioration that we are seeing with now. But at the same time, I would say, and maybe here we a bit differ in how we see things in the wider spectrum of things, because it's not the first war in Gaza. Since 2007, after imposing the siege on Gaza by air, land, and sea, and considered as the biggest open-air prison on the world, 4 wars were initiated on Gaza. Almost every 2-3 years, there's a war in Gaza. And they were initiated without being that Ben Gvir and Smotrich and their circle in the government. It was initiated by previous governments. Maybe the magnitude and the scale is different, but I think controlling Gaza and controlling the West Bank and the aspirations to annex also the West Bank, because also there's no explanation. Even when there was left-wing governments, the settlement project expanded in the 90s after the agreement of accord agreements and in the 80s. And sometimes even when settlers, a lot of the mainstream don't accept their behavior, but we always see that the army is always standing next to them and protecting them. Even that the mainstream is not doing the settlement by themselves in their hands, they are allowing and enabling the actions of the settlers inside. And in this wide spectrum, I would say that maybe the magnitude and the deterioration is so escalating and it's so fast that we cannot grasp of what's happening. But for decades, the overall approach that we want more lands in Gaza, in the West Bank, and even in Israel. In Israel, we are, as Palestinians, we are 2 million, 20% of the population. But we are standing on only around 3% of the private, we own the lands, in private lands, only 3%. There was no building of any new city or town, Arab town, since 1948. We expanded like usually people grow and they multiply. We were 700,000 in 48, now we are 2 million. Still almost with the same area, space that we are living in, and much more crowded. And this is like the overall approach of more lands for Israel. And if possibly fewer Palestinians is still going on. And if I would comment on if there's a connection between the erosion of democracy that's happening and the war on Gaza, in the eyes of the current government, I think for them, democracy and Gaza are just obstacles in their project, and it's preferable that both are removed in order to continue.
So you mentioned obviously that Israel's has 2 million Palestinian citizens. And sometime in the next 12 months, we must go to elections unless there is a more dramatic decline in democratic government than...
Not a decline, it's a coup.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want to use the word because I didn't want to invite the evil eye. So 2 million Palestinian citizens of Israel, you know, obviously that's of all ages, but the vote, that as a voting bloc has the capacity to create a coalition that is not led by Netanyahu and the far right. Do you think that also requires some kind of work within the Arab community itself in terms of coalition building, getting over egos, trying to work out what the most essential issues are, and obviously it also requires the Jewish Israeli parties to accept that there will be a coalition with Arab parties as well, which is unfortunately not something we can take for granted at all, depending on what constellation there is. What are your hopes for and fears about the next election, and in terms of Arab political representation and the kinds of issues that it will be fought over?
Well, first of all, I hope that we will still be able to vote and able that Arab parties will still legal to be part of the Knesset by then, with the deterioration of what's happening, because all things that we were thought that unimaginable, today we are seeing them as a reality, and it's not a far scenario that they are. We saw that today at noon, Ayman Audi, that he was also the attempt to expel him. And this is not something new, that every almost election, they put a party or someone and put him to expel. It was Balad before there. 15 years ago, they put the Islamic Northern Movement out. They are not legal movement, and they are an active party. And there is always the persecution of Palestinian political leadership. And every time they pick someone. It was sometime also Azmi Bshara, for those who remember, and various others. But what's happening now, my hopes, first of all, that there will be a joint list, that the fourth parties would join into one joint list and be part of the elections. I think in front of what's happening, I don't think we have the privilege to put ourselves aside from the parliament. I think every platform that we can convey our messages and put our voice, it's a good platform, and we should be there. There's no illusion that we can impact big decisions. Usually Arab parts are not part of the coalition and the decision making, a part of Mansour Abbas' experience, but still on the big issues of security, safety, Palestinian state, we are always on the side. We are not part of even the table of discussion there. But however, it's not that either black or white, we're in or out. I think the presence of the Arab parliament members would help also advocate for the challenges and the needs, also on the political, but also on the internal issues, because there are some civil matters that needs to be addressed, and they can help, and also they helped a lot previously in civil matters, and also to become a blocking body, and hopefully they would decrease the chances people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich and the circles will have such power like today. And there is a third reason that I would think internally as a message for us as Palestinians to mobilize collectively, to work collectively. I think what's happening through the past years, due to the fear of what's happening and part of a greater movement, we are more individualized, and the feeling that that we cannot change things, and only collective movement can help that. The message that can be conveyed for us as Palestinians by joint list, it can empower this thing of moving together and be more believing that things can change in that matter.
Thanks. So Dalia, Mohammed put forward one scenario, which is, you know, as he mentioned, has been tried several times before, that there would be some kind of attempt to disenfranchise Arab voters. What other, just if we're going to take a journey into the House of Horrors, what else could happen before elections that would basically subvert its democratic character?
Maybe I'll try to reinterpret that as what could happen before elections and what could happen after elections as a result. And just thinking of a few things. I mean, first of all, just remember that by law, elections have to be held in late October, early November 2026. It is very hard to change that law. It's one of the few items in our basic laws, actually it may be one of very few, that has a supermajority required to change the date of the elections. People, I want you to internalize that many of our basic laws have no entrenchment at all. You can change them with 2 to 1. Those that are entrenched, you need a simple majority, right? 61 out of 120. But changing the date of elections, postponing them requires 2/3. So it's unlikely. But there are already people giving legal interpretations about how it can actually be postponed a little bit, and it would be very difficult. But as you correctly point out, we have to imagine what has previously been considered unthinkable. So the government, I wouldn't put it past this government to try to postpone. We have a prime minister who likes to try to postpone his court appearances when he can. There's always an emergency. He has to go visit Trump. He has to go bomb Qatar or something. So it's the kind of thing that he could try to justify postponing elections, which would cause a social outcry and would cause more demonstrations and polarization and then more of this internal chaotic battle. I do think he will try to, I think that this government will try to chip away at the rights of various Arab candidates to run, but also they're trying to disenfranchise voters from voting. It will start with individuals. If you've been convicted of terrorism, if you've been indicted on terrorism, if you're suspected of terrorism, if you've been called in for questioning by the police, they will find ways to try to chip away at their right to vote. They are already normalizing these ideas. But let's be optimistic. I do think the elections will probably be held roughly on time. I think we also, however, need to look at what is going to be the outcome of those elections. I'll give you the good news first. The good news is that there has not been a single serious poll from mid-January 2023 showing that the current coalition, Netanyahu's coalition, can get a majority. Okay? They're only getting at the most 56, and that's the best out of 120 seats. But most polls right now show them between 48, 49 seats and 52 seats, nowhere near 61. That's the good news, and that's it. Because once elections are held, you never know, right? We can re-engineer the political parties. Netanyahu's great at tempting people to come back into his coalitions. It doesn't have to be his current coalition. He can find ways of bringing, engineering a government, even if the current parties don't win a majority. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that people change their minds. The current polls show us a wonderful picture of the last 3 years. They do not show us any picture of the next year upcoming until the elections. People could still change their minds. And the more likely scenario, let's say, based on polls up until now, is that the opposition parties do win a majority, right? 70 seats, sounds good. But if the current leaders of the opposition, those who are most likely to get the most number of votes within the opposition parties, are not willing to say, we have 60 seats. In order to get 61, right, for a confidence vote to swear in new government, we need to bring in Arab parties. If they're not willing to do that, they won't have 61. And then the government will have what we call a blocking majority. They won't be able to pass that vote of confidence for a new government, and we'll go into new elections. And the cycle will go on. And the even worse scenario, sorry, but I have to lay it all out for you, is that the opposition parties do win, and they are able to form a government some way, where either they have Jewish and Zionist parties that get 61 or 62 seats, or they make an enlightened decision and say, Arab parties are legitimately elected, they should play a role in the coalition, we'll build a coalition with them. But the leaders of those parties, judging by what they have and have not said up until now, judging by the complete lack of any real alternative vision, not just I would reach a ceasefire deal, but I would reach a ceasefire deal that releases all the hostages. I would not stop there. I would name the problem, which is the ongoing conflict, occupation, festering, and regularly leading to cycles of violence, and I would advance a comprehensive vision to end it however long it takes and however hard it will be and however difficult our partners are. I would draw on our international allies to have a full vision of a different path for Israel that we can use to reach peace eventually and strengthen our democracy. I don't see anybody among the political opposition saying that. More likely, they'll go for partial, interim, eventual, this kind of neither here nor there, gray zone approach, and we'll be in the cycles of violence once again. So I'm waiting for that leader to be a leader.
So,
yeah, no, I was just about to tell Dalia
I want to remark about this.
Okay.
We keep sleeping and being naive. There will be no election like we think should be an election. Maybe there will be an election, but you will not be able to elect. With the direction of this government is going, they will intimidate the Arabs. They will do everything that they will not be able to go to the poll and to vote. They will took people like me and they say you cannot vote because you say that people should stop volunteer to do such action that they are supposed to be war crimes. And they are not naive. We are naive. And there will be an election like there is an election in Russia, there will be an election like in Turkey, like in Assad time. And if there will be an election like this, this will be the end of the state of Israel. So we should concentrate on the most important mission now is to make sure that this government will not be able to determine when the election will be and how the election will be. And it can be done by gathering all the powers of the opposition, but mainly of the protest movement, to stop the country and bring it to a halt, to a position that they will not be able to continue with this direction. Otherwise, all the time we say, it's impossible, but it's possible. You see what happened to us, what is happening to us. A year ago, we say, it's impossible, but it's happened. And this is the main challenge that all of us, including the international public, the international community, the Jewish community all over the world, should be understand. We are in a last moment to stop Israel to continue in the direction that will be no more, not only democracy, it will be a country with the values that are not the values, not of Jewish people, not of humanity, not of the free world. So this is the situation that we are facing. And before we try to say it's impossible, but see what happened. They are always now doing plans how to eliminate some parts of the public to vote and how to make the vote in a way that the results will be the results that they want to have. This is the situation, and we have to face it.
So practically, bearing in mind, people have come to this conference in order to not only hear about things, but they have some kind of commitment to engagement, if not activism. What exactly would help? Who really has leverage? What do you suggest as a course of action to people who are interested?
You know, in April 23, there was the GA in Israel, and the Jewish Congress and the Federation, all of them came to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the State of Israel. And we in the protest movement decided that we will not let Netanyahu to speak in front of the GA, which he loved very much. And we tried to convince the delegations that what the reform or the coups that the government is preparing will affect not only Israel, it will affect the Jewish nation all over the world. And it was impossible to convince that what is going on will affect any Jew around the globe. And they told us, look, this is an internal Israeli issue. Wow, how the judge committee will be consist, who will be the president of the Supreme Court. It's an internal issue. We are the Federation of Toronto. For us, the Prime Minister is a symbol. The State of Israel is a symbol. We will always support the State of Israel and the symbols of the State of Israel. And when we explain them that this is not going to be the situation, they look on us like we are aliens. We don't understand really what's going on. And nowadays, I don't have to explain to you how it's influenced your life, how it will influence your children, your grandchildren, because Israel is the state of the Jews. So if the state of the Jews are adopting values of Jewish supremacy, of not appreciating the value of human being, not the value of truth, not the value of justice, not the value of equality. So it does not matter that you live in Toronto, you're a Jew. So you will not be able to say, look, the Jews in Israel are different from me. No, you can say it. Nobody will agree and accept it. So you have to understand that you have no chance to bystand. You have to take a position. By not taking a position, you're taking position. You let it happening and continuing. You have to take position in everything that the government is doing, and it's not according to your core value as a Jewish, as a human being in the free world. I used to say that Israel is the canary bird of the coal mine of the Jewish people. And even in the coal mine of the free world. If Israel will die as a democracy, as a state with the values of the Jewish prophet, of the value of the statement of independence, that will be a huge blow to the Jewish nation all over the world and even to the free world. So you have to take a position, and everyone has to try to do whatever he can do in order to say that this government does not represent his values, that this government is a threat to his identity. You know, our government now is a threat to your identity as a Jews here in Toronto and everywhere else. And if you will, and you must take it as a personal threat to you, to your children, to your family, to your future. The same as it's for us in Israel. And then when people start to understand it and united about this issue, then we will have the power to continue our fight to save the state of Israel and the state of the Jewish people. This is the only way that we can stop the momentum that is going now.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, unfortunately, I would have loved to have sat here for at least an hour and a half more, but I'll probably be out of a job. So thank you to Asaf, to Dalia, and to Mohamed. Thank you very much. Please. Now.
Hi, Stephen.
Yeah, no, we'll take a minute. For the internet.
Are we going right to get here now?
No, after. If you can sit down, thank you. The conversations can wait until afterwards. Excellent. Oops. I'm delighted to ask Amos Peril, Haaretz's senior military correspondent and defense analyst, whose trenchant daily analyses on the Gaza war are, I'm sure, familiar to many of you, to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. What I'll try to do in the next, what is it, Shlomi, 25 minutes? Is to, yeah, okay. What I'll try to do is give you my perspective of what has been going on during the last 23 months. It's, I'd admit, it's a limited perspective from a very Israeli point of view, and one of a military correspondent who, when I do cover Gaza from within Gaza, it's not that I'm embedded with the IDF, but it's still from a very Israeli perspective. I'll start where I finished. Some of you may have been at that panel this morning. The main thing for me, on top of this terrible event that we've been through, that we're still stuck at, is the fact that after going through our worst national disaster in Israel, not in Jewish history, of course, but in Israeli history, it didn't take the Israeli army a long time to recover and to gain a military advantage on the battlefield in Gaza. But this also meant, of course, terrible damage to the Gaza Strip. And the worst thing that has happened, in my sense, is that we could not translate what we have achieved to some extent to an ongoing, I wouldn't call it a diplomatic solution, but we couldn't bring the war to an end. And I think the main reason for that is the political situation. Netanyahu cannot move forward, because if he does move forward towards the end of the war, that would be the end of his government and his coalition. So he refuses to discuss a possible ending to the war. He refuses to deal with the day after. And of course, he absolutely is absolutely unwilling to discuss any kind of role for the Palestinian Authority, which in my view is the only possible way forward. Although, as Ahmed has said earlier, this is a corrupt regime, it has its own problems. It's still better than any kind of alternative involving the PA. Now, what happens, the paradox is that according to all public opinion polls, I'm sure Dalia discussed that earlier, most of the Israeli public wants the end of the war. It wants elections as soon as possible, and it wants an investigative committee. Yet Netanyahu is stalling and doing the exact opposite. If I can guess, I'm not being too optimistic, as you probably have noticed. There's no end in sight to the war. It will probably get worse before there's any hope of this getting better. There won't be an investigative committee as long as Netanyahu can help it. And even elections, there will be elections next year, but what kind of elections? How democratic and free will they be? How much intimidation we would see towards Arab voters, Arab parties, and so on? It remains to be seen, but I think we're in a dangerous situation regarding that. The explanation, of course, is very, very clear. Netanyahu is about surviving. He's about staying out of this prison cell awaiting him at the Maasiyah jail in Ramleh. It's not going to happen. And for him, the end justifies the means. It's surviving by any means necessary. I've mentioned that earlier, Aluf. You've missed that, so I have to repeat myself in order to provoke you. We've had an ongoing debate going on for 20 years, I think. What is Bibi up to, and what are his motives? And whether it's a strategy or a tactic, and how much of this is improvised or played by ear. I'm not saying that Netanyahu does not have a strategy. In the end, there are two important strategic goals for him. One is preventing Iran from becoming a nuclear force. The other is about preventing a Palestinian state, the two-state solution. You may recall he recognized the idea in 2009, what was known as the Bar-Ilan speech. He never meant that. He always thought otherwise. But then again, I think the only thing that matters for him right now is survival and staying on top. He has experienced a year and a half in the opposition. He didn't like it at all. And he decided to come back with a vengeance. This is where we are. Enough about Netanyahu, a little bit about Israel. I'm sure many of you have visited since October 7th. I know that all of you have probably been there in the past. These are two different Israels, pre-October 7th and after October 7th. It is still a country in shock, in a state of shock. And the issue, more than anything else, is still the hostages as a sort of a memory of the massacre. And you can see that everywhere. The moment you land in Ben Gurion Airport, where you see the posters of the hostages, every town and village you visit, you have those yellow chairs everywhere, the yellow ribbons everywhere, the posters of hostages. Most Israeli, not most, but a large part of Israeli society, if you quiz people on the streets about names of hostages, you'd be surprised how many of them know and memorize the names. Try asking Netanyahu or any of the ministers, I think they can hardly remember any of those names. But this is extremely important to the Israeli public. So as I said, a state of shock. Going back to what has happened, when I tried to explain to myself, this was an absolute surprise, that tsunami, if you'd like, on our shores. And it's no wonder that Yehia Sinwar, the man behind this, defined the operation, what they call the operation, as Tufan al-Aqsa, meaning the flood of Jerusalem, or the flood of the Temple Mount. This is what indeed has happened. It broke through our protective dam, so to speak, and it carried with it everything. On the way there, of course, Sinwar brought a terrible disaster on his own people, a second Nakba. I think it's bigger than 48 and probably worse. I doubt whether it really bothered him when he made the decision to strike. There was this famous interview on one of the Arab stations of Musa Abu Marzouk, who's one of the leaders of Hamas abroad for a very long time. And he was asked about opening the tunnels of Gaza. It was never an option. But when he was asked about that on that interview a few days after the war began, why don't you open the tunnels in order for the public to enjoy the so-called safety in the tunnels? He said, no, the tunnels are for us. The tunnels are for Hamas. And I think that is a part of the sentiment. And the results on the Israeli side are extremely devastating as well. On top of the fact, Americans, I don't know about Canadians, but Americans talk of 6 degrees of separation. Israel only has 1 degree of separation. Everybody knows everybody. And everybody felt very, very deeply about that disaster and about the sense of losing control over your life and the sense of being in extreme danger, daily danger to the life of yourself and the lives of loved ones. It also hurt our solidarity, not a big surprise there. A lot of lessons to be learned. Some of them were discussed here, but I think for me, one of the major events, the major conclusions is that it's impossible to talk about managing the conflict without attempting at least to solve it. Thinking that you can just kick the can down the road and hope that something better comes up is not a way forward. Briefly about the layers of failure I see here. One has to do with the strategy. Again, a long-time strategy, if you'd like to call it that, from the Netanyahu's point of view, was separation between the West Bank and Gaza, preventing a Palestinian state, spending billions of Qatari money and thinking that Hamas would remain restrained, weakened, and deterred. Every time there were, we once counted, I think there were about 15 different military operations with all kinds of silly names in Gaza between 2008 and 2023. Every time both the government and the military told the public that we won this round, that the other side is deterred, this would teach them a lesson, and so on. Nothing like this happened. So the strategy was all wrong. It was not only on Netanyahu. We had this brief period of the government of change between 2021 to 22 for a year and a half. They didn't change a bit. It was very, very close to Netanyahu's policies, except for Bennett allowing more workers from Gaza to enter, but Netanyahu continued with that policy later. The second layer, which from a professional, if you'd like to call journalists professionals, that's another debate. From a professional perspective, terrible intelligence fiasco. I don't know if bigger than Yom Kippur or not, but as bad as Pearl Harbor or 9/11 from an Israeli point of view. We knew what they were up to. We knew what they were planning. There was a specific plan called the Walls of Jericho, the name that Israel gave it, that the IDF gave it. It was stolen from Hamas in 2018, stolen again in 2022. It was very, very close to what actually was implemented on October 7th, and yet Israel did nothing about that. There were also the tragedy of the story. I'm not sure if it's a Shakespearean tragedy or a Greek one. I'm not an expert, but there's something tragic about the whole affair. There were warnings. There were those women observers. Some of you are familiar with that story. Young women, 19-year-olds, who saw things happening on the other side, warned their commanders, and were dismissed without anything being done about that. And the whole sense was that this was not much important, that Gaza was not a clear and present danger for Israel, that we could always handle that the IDF would always be alert, would always be strong enough to deal with the problem. This condescension towards the Palestinians is something that we paid a huge price for. There's an ongoing discussion among Israel's intelligence community. When did we start missing things on the other side? Some say 2021, others say 2014. But in the end, it's mostly after 21. There was an operation, some of you may remember that, it was called Guardian of the Walls, for 9 days of escalation between the two sides. What it taught Sinwar and his partner in crime, Mohammed Def, was that you had to act from many arenas at the same time, try to incite Arab-Israeli citizens, try to persuade Hezbollah to enter as well. That was extremely important. And the second conclusion for them was that you could break through this wall, this obstacle, above ground and underground, around the Gaza-Israel border. And if you do that quickly enough, you can defeat the Gaza division of the IDF if you prepare in the proper way. And this is exactly what happened. The third layer, which is the most tragic on October 7th, in my view, is that the IDF was just not there. It did not arrive, and you're all familiar with those terrible stories of mothers hiding in so-called safe rooms in those kibbutzim and texting, sometimes with bleeding hands, fingers, where the hell is the IDF? And the IDF just didn't arrive on time. And this is, again, I'm explaining something that you're all familiar with, but this is if you go back to the basic organizing principle of the State of Israel, this is exactly what Israel is supposed to be about. This is, the country, the state, rising from the ashes of the Holocaust 3 years after 1945, the end of World War II. The whole notion is you protect the civilians. Jews would be protected. When people go into the IDF, even if they have desk jobs, they swear an oath to defend the country and its civilian population. And the IDF wasn't there that morning. As military correspondents, we went through, I think, close to 45 hours of briefings from the IDF in the recent months about their different investigations of the different battles along the Gaza border. And I asked Herzi Halevi, who used to be the chief of staff, who was the chief of staff on October 7th, and of course had to step down this March. I asked him in the end, I've heard 45 hours, you've probably heard hundreds, if not thousands of hours of conclusions. What's the basic, in a nutshell, what has happened? What's the basic fact that you carry with you when you talk about this? And these guys, not only Herzi, but all of them, unlike the politicians, are tortured by what has happened. The basic sense that they failed the Israeli public, that people died, that Jews in the hundreds died because of their mistakes, is something that all of them would carry till the day they die. So I asked Herzi about this, and I asked him, what's the basic fact? And he said, more than anything else, it's a number. He said the first kibbutz Nir Oz, many of you are familiar with the name, it's a small kibbutz down south at the southernmost point almost of the Gaza border. A quarter of its population, more than 100 out of 400 people, were either killed, murdered, or kidnapped. Some are still held by Hamas in Gaza. He said, well, the first terrorists entered Nir Oz at 6:50 in the morning, 20 minutes after the attack began, and left, if I'm not mistaken, it was 12:30, because there was nothing else to do. They killed everybody they could. And the first IDF soldier entered that kibbutz 50 minutes later. So this is the story in the end. When I try to explain that to foreign audiences, I say it's a matter of math and it's a matter of physics. Math, because in the end, what happened there was that there were not enough soldiers at place along the border. And in many cases, soldiers were outnumbered in a ratio of 1-6 or 1-7. This is what happened in places like Kfar Aza, Be'eri, Nir Oz, the places that the kibbutzim that were devastated by the attack. And you cannot be one defender totally surprised while 7 people are on the other side shooting at you. And this is the math. This is what happened. And the second fact is, of course, about physics. It takes time to deploy forces. And in spite of, as one Biden administration official told me this week in DC, he told me it's a country the size of a pimple. It shouldn't take you long to deploy soldiers from one point to another. And I said, yes, well, it took 5 or 6 hours. And that was enough for the massacre to continue. So all of these layers of defense actually collapsed in those hours. We were totally surprised, of course, a basic surprise for the army. And it took the IDF too long to gather what was happening. Part of the problem in retrospect is that the commanders in the division and in the Southern Command gave a wrong, a mic drop should have been later. But that was what they gave, the reports they gave, which is something very Israeli and very typical to the army, they gave the impression that everything was under control. Give us another half an hour, we'll deal with them. It's, again, terrorists and flip-flops, as Netanyahu has described them. And that was, of course, totally wrong. Nobody admitted that the whole system collapsed. And Aluf, what would be the translation for Habor? The pit, would that be? Yeah, anyway, the command and control in the Kiryat in Tel Aviv, at the bunker, which is 4 levels underground. So these guys were, by then, of course, called into the pit. They had a problem regarding what was actually happening because the division was attacked and maybe defeated. There was not much connection with it. The 2 main sources of information were actually what we call open intelligence. One was WhatsApp messages from all those people in the kibbutzim describing exactly who was walking around with nobody shooting in them, the Hamas terrorists there. And the other were the reports on TV, because TV was reporting everything. But if you're downstairs at the bunker, you do not have WhatsApp because you keep your cell phones outside of headquarters, and you do not watch TV because you're too busy for TV. And the IDF in the end just didn't have a full grasp of what was going on. So in the end, the basic human facts or explanations to what has happened, and still, again, 23 months later, I still have a problem grasping of how big this was. I'm a little bit older than I seem. I was 5 years old in 73. I had a father who fought in Yom Kippur and mentioned that his experiences there until the day he died. That was an ongoing national trauma. And yet, writing about Yom Kippur and writing about the next war, so to speak, for 30 years in Haaretz, never could have understood that something like this was about to go on. Fast forward 23 months later, where are we? Hamas has been hit but not completely defeated. Many people here are more have more knowledge of the situation from the Palestinian side, and a lot of this has been described today. I can tell you, as somebody who's visited Gaza, so to speak, quite a few times in recent months, the place is destroyed. The one before last, when I was in the Sajaiya neighborhood, which is the eastern part of Gaza City, just across the border from Kibbutz Nahal Oz, I wrote at that time, forgive me for quoting myself, but nobody else is going to do that anyway. So it was like 10 little Hiroshimas. This was the way destruction felt. And my colleague Yaniv Kubovich, another time we went into Bet Hanun, he said it was at night and there was hardly any light there. He said it was like walking on the moon. That was the kind of experience. And both of these neighborhoods, towns, are absolutely deserted completely. And people, of course, left and were pushed to the southern part of the Gaza Strip. This is where we are right now. On the Israeli side, and again, I think things are about to get worse because I think Netanyahu is about to give an order to try to move forces inside Gaza City, not only the outskirts. This is where we are this week. On the Israeli side, most of the residents of the Otef, of the Gaza envelope communities, are back, except for those communities that were closer to the border and where more homes were destroyed. But these people have not recovered. I just recently met with some members of those kibbutzim, people who went through the ordeal of being kidnapped to Gaza. There's no talk of recovery, especially as long as hostages and hostages' bodies are kept by Hamas. This March, we returned into fighting. You remember in January, it was actually the Biden administration's work, but the final push was made by Trump and his envoy, Steve Witkoff. We went for a hostage deal. It collapsed. I have to admit it collapsed mostly because of Israel. It was Netanyahu's decision not to continue the talks, but to go back to fighting in March. Nothing good has come out of this since then. We haven't been able to force Hamas into submission or surrendering or giving back the hostages. I doubt whether this would happen this time. If tomorrow's story at the paper, I'm saving you the time, is the IDF's chief's fear that this would go terribly wrong and that there's a clear and present danger to the lives of both soldiers and hostages. Not something that's hardly even mentioned, but also, of course, to innocent civilians in Gaza. But this is where we are right now. So we'll know soon how this is about to evolve. As I said earlier, more than anything else, it's about President Trump and the way he decides to act about that. The interesting phenomena is that time after time, Trump enters a room with Bibi and comes out with Bibi's opinions. This is where we are. There are two leaders who have the same kind of influence. One is in Moscow and one is in Jerusalem. We'll see if something like is about to change this time, but I'm not very hopeful about that. If we go back to what I've started with, this was a decision made by one man, Yahya Sinwar, of course, with a small group of people around him who were in on this secret. The cruelty, the brutality, it was not a bug, it was a feature. It was something that was planned in advance in order to drag us into this mess with him. I'm not sure. There are quotes that he said at one time that I have the Israelis where I want them once we entered Gaza. I'm not sure that this was actually calculated by him. But I think in the long run, the sad truth is that Sinwar was able to pull us into the gutter with him, with Hamas. And at one point, we overreacted to Hamas's atrocities. And as we know from other stories in history, both sides, the attacker, the defender, the responder, you get tainted by what was done to you and what you do to the other side. This is where we are right now. I'm not a religious person, but I think we do need a miracle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amos. Now I'd like to invite Stephen Pincus, Senior Partner at Goodman's, founder and chair of Kaleidoscope, to introduce our next speaker, who will be in conversation with Aleph Ben.
Thank you, Esther. So we've reached the climax of the conference, and it's a great privilege to introduce to you a very special leader, an October the 7th war hero who rushed to the front to rescue hundreds of victims, a former deputy head of the IDF, commander of the Home Front, commander of the Northern Command, a former cabinet minister, the leader who has united the two parties, Labour and Meretz, to create the Democrats Party. Just a moment on the Democrats Party. And Naama spoke to you earlier. It's the only party, apart from the Arab parties in the Knesset, that voted against the recent non-binding Knesset vote to annex the West Bank. It needs all of our support to win a large place in the next government. In Canada, the Democrats are affiliated with Hatikva. At Hatikva, we fought the first Zionist election in Canada in over 20 years. We thought coming in we'd be barely getting one seat. We came third in the total votes. We have a delegation of 10 leaders going to the World Zionist Congress next month to present the vision that you will hear from our next speaker. Because Zionism is no longer about supporting whatever the government of Israel does. It's about rescuing Israel from authoritarian, messianic, populist, far-right government. The vision that you'll hear from our next speaker is a vision of openness. It's a vision of liberalism, of democracy, of hope. And I would ask you, you've been sitting here for a while, I'd ask you please to all stand up. Please stand up and welcome with me Major General Yair Golan.
I think Aluf Ben is supposed to be with me, but... Good evening.
Let me continue from where Amos Harel stopped. The escalation of the war, the new operation to occupy Gaza City, drive out its 1 million inhabitants. The chief of staff, your former colleague El Zamir, called it a death trap. Your other former colleague and current colleague in opposition, Gadi Eisenkot, said the other day that it's going to be a folly, a very costly folly in human lives. Why are they doing this? What are they trying to achieve? And how can this be stopped?
Well, the only solution for the situation is to replace this government. And we need to do it as soon as possible. We have 3 different campaigns. The first one is the judicial campaign. Well, I have no much expectations out of the judicial campaign. And in a way, it's very wrong to change prime minister and government in Israel by judicial procedures. The second campaign is the political campaign. Unfortunately, Netanyahu is strong enough politically, and unfortunately, I would say that we are the only true opposition party today in Israel.
Okay, so let's go back.
I'm very proud to have here Naama Lazimi, because I think she represents a very small group of a very effective member of Knesset. We need much more people like Naama Lazimi.
Yes, but still.
And the third issue, the third campaign, is the most important one. This is the popular resistance. This is the ongoing campaign in the streets. This is the most important one. And people feel frustration. Why we cannot succeed in this campaign? And this is a very wrong way to look at this campaign. It's a struggle, it's tough, it's difficult, it's brutal. And we need to keep on with this resistance, with this, demonstrations and protests over and over and over again. And we need to put more and more pressure on this government until we will be able to finish the job. And finishing the job is having new elections as soon as possible.
Yes, but let's go back to the war because it's still being fought. And until do you share the view of your former comrades in arms that this is a folly and this is a death trap that the Israeli government is dragging all of us into?
Well, I think it's even worse. Why?
No, it's not,
because it's very wrong to think that this government has no true goals concerning the ongoing campaign in the Gaza Strip. They have goals. The goal of the ultra-messianic element in the government is to occupy the Gaza Strip and to resettle in the Gaza Strip. It's a very clear, defined goal. The goal of Netanyahu is to keep emergency situation from here to eternity. Well, not to eternity, until he will be able to gain enough political power and to go to the next election campaigns from a position of superiority. This is the goal. So it's very wrong to think, no, they don't know what to do. They know exactly what they are doing. And therefore, we cannot accept it. We cannot accept it. Therefore, we need to struggle against, and we need to cope with them. And we need to be in the streets all day long, week after week after week. The best example, from my perspective, is what was happening in Serbia back then in the year 2000.
After the Kosovo War.
After the Kosovo War, yes.
But look, it's not just about resettlement. They also talk about relocating 2 million Palestinians, voluntary migration to South Sudan and so on.
This is, I don't know, maybe I'm not polite. It's rubbish.
Don't be.
Yes. There's no way, no country in the world is willing to observe 2 million Palestinians. Egypt, of course not. Jordan, for certain not. So there is nothing like that. And let's assume that somehow, by some miraculous way, we will be able to get rid out of 500,000 Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. So what? So 1.5 million Palestinians, it's not a problem? It's not an issue?
So what is the way to end the war?
We need to end the war because of the following purposes. First, we need to free the hostages as soon as possible. It's not, I would like to emphasize, it's not just about the lives of 48 captives. It's much more than that. It's about the soul of the Israeli society. Can we still demonstrate a sense of solidarity? Are we still brothers and sisters? Is Kol Israel Arevim Ze Lazeh still valid? This is the issue. So therefore, freeing the hostages is the battle for the soul of the Jewish people. So it's a necessity. It's crucial to our existence.
Yes, but many people, many voices in there say, okay, free the hostages and then continue the war to Gaza, to the next town after that and so
Let
on.
me add few things more. The second issue is that we need to end the war because we have achieved all military possible achievements. We have destroyed the military wing of Hamas. Hamas is not a threat to Israel right now. Yes, Hamas still rule the Gaza Strip, but if you want to replace Hamas with someone else, you need to build other ruling entity inside the Gaza Strip. And that could be done only by authentic Palestinian entity. It could be a professional government. It could be the improved Palestinian Authority. It could be the Palestinian Authority as it is. It doesn't matter. We need to see the issue of the Gaza Strip as a wonderful opportunity to change the region. Because with this project of recovering the Gaza Strip, we can bring in, to deal with the Palestinian issue, Saudi Arabia and the United Emirates and Egypt and Jordan as a common project with Israel. Upon that, we can build different relationship with the region. We can consolidate the alliance of the moderate in the Middle East. For the very first time in the last 30 years, we have an opportunity to come with other big current of political change in the Middle East. Because in the last 30 years, it was the project of the Iranians. The most radical country in the region was on the rise until 2 years ago. Look how successful they were. They have managed to destroy Iraq. They have managed to gain...
Aided by the United States.
They, of course, with the great support, well, it was done by the United States for the Iranians. They have managed to take control in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in the Gaza Strip. What a fantastic project! So this war changed the course of history. It's the worst defeat for the Iranians.
Yes, but
so we must take these military achievements and translate them into a different, completely different arrangements in the whole region. Now we have the opportunity. We still have the opportunity, but in order to take full advantage out of this opportunity, we must change the government in Israel.
But Yair, you know, the other day, 142 nations voted at the United Nations General Assembly to support the two-state solution. 10 voted against, among them United States and Israel. Who is right and who is wrong? 142 nations or Netanyahu and Trump? And Orban and Czechia?
Well, from my perspective, it's not about who is right and who is wrong. It's about the worst diplomatic failure in the history of Israel. Because this vote, it's not about, you know, all right, a new plan for the Middle East. This is not the issue. It's like just a symbol. But it symbolizes the greatest Israeli failure. We do not take initiatives anymore.
But
We
yes,
do
no,
nothing.
but you just said that Israel takes initiative to occupy Gaza Strip,
All right, but
rebuild settlements, maybe drive out some of the Palestinians. Even up till now, as Amos Harel reported from the scene, it looks like Hiroshima. It is an initiative.
I understand that, but I refuse to think about it as a valid vision for a better Israel. If we want to keep the Zionist dream, the Zionist project alive, we need to say loud and clear that Israel must remain the homeland of all the Jewish people, including Reform and conservative Jews, and at the same time, Israel must remain free, egalitarian, and democratic state.
Yes,
we have no existence, but sticking with these principles. The first one is about our identity as the homeland of the Jewish people. The second one is crucial for our ability to remain a flourishing and prosperous society.
Yeah, but look, if I put you at the United Nations, would you vote for that resolution or against that resolution?
Look, it's absolutely
binary.
No. It's absolutely clear that we, the Democrats, maybe are the only one in the Knesset today that still support the two-state solution. But I want to tell you, I know I can get, a lot of applauses, here for such a saying, but this is not enough. And I have no intention to flattering, from, anyone. I would like to say something which is practical and realistic. Israel is a nation in trauma. There is no great leap over from the current situation to two-state solution. We need to build a process. And in this process, we need a midway. And the midway is civil separation with security responsibility. Civil separation in order to lessen the friction between two hostile populations. Civil separation in order to provide less and less opportunities to terrorists. Civil separation in order to show the way, the vision of two-state solution and to keep it alive. But at the same time, we have no intention, we the Democrats, we have no intention to compensate, to take any risk on the security of Israel.
I agree, but look, what the current government has been doing in the West Bank is grab more land, drive out smaller Palestinian communities violently, etc. Can this process be rolled back? Let's say the government is replaced. Can it be rolled back?
Yes, it can be rolled back. I commanded Judea and Samaria for more than 2 years. Back then, at the time of the implementation of the disengagement plan. And I can tell you, by knowing the terrain and the people from a very intimate perspective, yes, it's still possible to divide the country, to implement the partition plan, maybe according, different lines, maybe with other compensation for the Palestinians, but it's still valid. Annexation is a disaster for Israel. Separation is a way for salvation. No other way. No other way. We need to admit it. If we want Israel to remain free, egalitarian, and democratic state, we need to divide the country. No other way. We can do it. We can do it with less and less risks. And my proposal is to go back to the roadmap of President Bush from 2003, a roadmap that we accepted happily back then on May 25th, 2003. Let's take these principles. Everything is out there. We can still implement them today.
Let's move to the situation inside Israel. And here I think you were among the first to warn against what you called the processes, horrific processes which developed in Europe, particularly in Germany 70, 80, 90 years ago, and finding remnants of that here in Israel among us in the year 2016. 9 years have passed, and I think that you'll agree with me that these processes only hastened and moved from first or second gear to turbo.
A process is a process.
Can it be stopped? I mean, let's say there's a new government. What is your 100-day plan to restore, to roll back these processes, to restore democracy and democratic institutions that are under constant attack, assault by the Netanyahu government?
It's all the good things that the Shinui government, the change government, didn't do back then in 21. And it's very simple. First, very simple laws. A prime minister cannot be a prime minister with any convictions or judicial problems. Very simple. No more than 2 terms in office. And a basic law for making laws. Very simple. I don't want to get into details, but this is really very, very simple. The next thing we will do, is to put restriction on the social media in a way that not allowed to make brutal propaganda in the social media. Because this is a worldwide problem. And it should be initiated by the United States of America, the place where all the big firms is settled. Facebook and X and all the rest. This is a major problem for democracy all over the globe. And we need to treat it seriously.
But
we can do it.
But aren't you worried that we've reached a point or approaching a point of no return if, for example, we have a messianic head of the security service, if the government succeeds in ousting the attorney general, as it ousted, the chief of staff and the former security chief, etc., and replacing the Supreme Court with far more nationalistic and messianic judges?
That's the reason why I ask all these officials, stick to your seats. Don't resign. It's not the right way to fight this terrible government. You need to be there. The general attorney is a good example how to fight this government. She is a brave and courageous woman. We need more and more people like her. This is the solution.
Aren't you?
I think it's it goes over and over back to the same point. Freedom is a very delicate issue, and we need to fight for it. There is no other way. I have no intention to be not a free person in my homeland. No intention to be there. Israel was created, was established, was founded to be the land of the free in the Middle East. We will remain the land of the free.
So you believe that we can still be there and we've not reached the point of no return towards autocracy or even worse, dictatorship?
I want to tell you something from a very personal perspective. 3 weeks ago, my second granddaughter was born. In coming December, my first grandson will be born. I'm fighting for them. I fight for their right to live in Israel and to be good, productive, and creative citizens on behalf of the most inspiring project of the 20th century, the creation of the Jewish state. I have no intention to give up.
So let's talk about the way to get there. Let's talk about politics. We have an opposition. The opposition is leading in public opinion polls, as we've heard, for over 2 years now, even before the war. But it's split. What can be a unifying vision for all these parties, or even new ones that might be there?
I think it's a very good question.
Because in the change government, what was one of the main problems of the change government was that to agree not to deal with the Palestinian issue, not to deal with religious issues, and in the end, both issues came back to haunt it and brought it down. Both the kosher issue and then came the legal regime in the West Bank, which
you are so right, and therefore I think that we need to understand the nature of history. We are in a change of eras. The era of constant lying and self-delusion is diminishing. The era of decisiveness appears in the horizon. This is the issue.
But
we
what is the unifying
we need to
vision
understand
here?
Politically, the meaning of that is that we need to rebuild strong liberal democratic camp in Israel. I have started with this project. I would like to remind you, I'm the last person in the Israeli politics who unified parties. I'm very proud about it. And I claim that all liberal democratic elements, including Lapid and Gantz and Eisenkot, we should all come together in order to establish the leading political entity for the future, a future of liberal democratic Israel. This is the goal. I look at Bennett and Lieberman as true political partners, but they are not ideological partners. We need, in the next government, a strong liberal democratic camp that will be able to lead Israel to a better future. We can do it.
And what about the parties representing the Arab society, both Ram and Hadash-Tal?
Well,
do you see them? Do you have contacts with Ahmed Tibi, with Ayman Odeh?
Here I have, like in many other issues, a promising saying. Because we, the Democrats today, are the only one who call for Jewish-Arab partnership in the next government. I think it's good for us. It's good for the Israeli society. I think it's outrageous to say we don't want Arabs in the government. This is totally unacceptable. You know, if someone somewhere in the world would have said something like, we don't want Jews in the government, we call it anti-Semitism. We think it's totally unacceptable. So I say differently. And we all say it courageously.
But still you don't invite them to meeting of opposition leaders in the Knesset.
This is not my problem, and I can tell you that every time we meet, I go to the Arab leaders and inform them about the last meeting. Why? Because they must be part of the Israeli political process. And we should be proud to have Arab party in the next coalition. And we should be proud to have Arab ministers in the next government. Why? Because that's the way to build a healthy society.
Are you afraid of Netanyahu and his coalition manipulating the next election? It was mentioned in the panel before, maybe postponing it under some sort of emergency excuse, playing with the rules, preventing the Arab vote, preventing Arab candidates, preventing other candidates.
It's not a matter of fear. I'm absolutely 100% sure that he will do it. No other way. No other way. If you take, the historical experience, all authoritarian leaders tend to change the rules of the game, of the political game. So I take it for granted. That's the reason why we need to put irresistible pressure on this government in order to have the next elections according to the current rules, not according to their rules.
So going back to where you began, it's a matter of mostly of the protest and all kinds of ways. But still, we had a lot of protest, or many people participating in a protest before the war. And in the past 2 years, it wound down. The only issue that unified protesters was, and rightly so, the plight of the hostages and bringing them home as soon as possible. How can you reignite popular protest against the assault on democracy and call to end the war for whatever reason, and not just the hostages, just to end the war and rebuild Israel?
Yeah. I think we need to paralyze the ability of this government to function. And we tend to forget that their ability to rule is based upon our willingness to accept them. So therefore, we need to resist. And not according to many people who feel despair, about the current struggle. I think we gain many achievements in the last 6 years, and it's about struggling with this government, so it's tough and difficult. There are ups and downs, but by the end of the day, there is no other way. And we need to use our judicial rights, our democratic rights, to demonstrate and to strike and demonstrate in order to explain this government, we are not willing to cooperate with you. The goal is very simple. We need to convince them that new elections, as soon as possible, it's their interests.
And you can feel that this is gaining momentum now that many people are called to do another reserve duty in Gaza.
Yes, I would say that in a way, unfortunately, we can trust this government to make any possible mistake.
Yes, but they are still pretty much in power.
I know that. And I would like to say it again. Nothing is easy. Therefore, we call it struggle. It's tough. It's brutal sometimes. It's very tough. But we need to keep this struggle on in order to win the soul of Israel, in order to save Israel from the most corrupted and most extreme messianic elements in the Israeli society.
So we're concluding here with a call to action, mostly. I want to thank you and thank the audience.
I would like to thank you. And by the way, Shana Tova, and we all pray for a better year, and we all pray for the recovery of Israel, the recovery of the enveloping area around the Gaza Strip, and all the settlements along the northern border. And we all pray and wish to see all the hostages back home as soon as possible. We all wish to see an end to the war and see all our sons and daughters back home, safe and happy. Thank you very much. Shana Tova.
I'm delighted to ask Maital Kowalski, Executive Director of J-Space Canada, to give her closing remarks for the conference.
Hi, everybody. Erev Tov. I know it's been a really long day. If I can just ask everyone to stay with me. I'm told I speak very fast, so I can go really quick. Okay. I want to first thank the organizers of this event at Haaretz and to our partners at the New Israel Fund of Canada. At a time where despair feels easier than hope, and silence safer than speaking out, a convening like this is not just valuable, it is urgent. And thank you to each of you. You chose to spend your Sunday with us, engaging with ideas that are difficult, sometimes painful, but absolutely essential. That is no small thing. To all of our incredible speakers here today, thank you so much for your courage. Every one of the speakers we heard from today took a risk by being here, by sharing their stories, their work, their vision for a better future for Israelis, Palestinians, Jews, Muslims, and for all of us who carry this conflict in our hearts, no matter where we live. I want to pause on courage because it matters. We have discussed today at length that we live in a time of deep polarization. Dialogue across differences has never felt harder. And yet, what we witnessed here today is proof that it is still possible. But, and this may sound counterintuitive, polarization itself is not always the enemy. For example, for too long in the Canadian Jewish community, issues like settlements, annexation, rising settler violence weren't even debated. They were ignored or justified or just met with silence. So at JSpace Canada, a part of our work was to break that silence by polarizing the issue, to insist that it be addressed. So what matters with polarization is how we respond to it. Because when it means taking sides or even creating discomfort, it can be helpful and it can be necessary. Because what is at stake is not abstract. It is people's lives. It is the moral fabric of our community. It is the very future of Israel as both Jewish and democratic, and the future of Palestinians who deserve self-determination, freedom, and dignity. That is why it feels incomplete in this moment to make ending polarization our singular purpose, as a war of annihilation rages on, as Israeli hostages are abandoned by their government, as hundreds of thousands of Palestinians are killed, wounded, displaced, and starved. Because we want people to get off the fence and to act. Each of us has our own way of grappling with the destruction of these past nearly 2 years. For me personally, it has been through leading JSpace Canada. But I cannot fault those whose grief erupts in the streets in screams of pain, anger, and helplessness. Who am I, or any of us, to police emotions that spill over when sadness envelops an entire people, when pain reaches far beyond the physical? And polarization at home is not only a consequence of this war, now dragging on for almost 2 years, long after senior Israeli officials have admitted there are no objectives left to achieve militarily. It is also part of a broader social crisis, one where trust in institutions erodes, conspiracy theories spread, and democracy itself feels fragile. We have seen an alarming rise in political violence across the border as recent as this week. And it reminds us that no society is immune to this erosion. So this moment calls for polarization. But there are downsides. Polarization can also breed litmus tests, angry mobs, and loud minorities who try to drown out everyone else. So we likewise cannot let this polarization and action push us towards the very extremism that we oppose. Because our fight is not tribe against tribe. It is for the fragile project of democracy and liberal values themselves. The threat to Israel's future is not students on Canadian campuses chanting from the river to the sea. The real danger, the real threat to Israel's future comes from Israeli government officials who are working to entrench Jewish supremacy from the river to the sea. One of these things may unsettle us, the other threatens the very meaning of democracy and human rights. That is why today matters. So that when we talk about polarization, we are polarizing these issues toward action. And we must demand action from our political leaders. But we must show that that action that we want to see, that these issues that we are polarizing, are not rooted in a desire to destroy or to erode, but rather to nurture and to rebuild. So what I want to leave you with today is to urge you on your way out to stop at the JSpace Canada table, where we have a postcard with a petition to tell our political leaders that Canada must not just speak, but must take concrete steps toward ending the war in Gaza, bringing the hostages home, ending the occupation, and advancing a two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians can finally live in freedom, security, and peace. I am a dual Canadian-Israeli citizen, as you can hear from my strong Israeli accent. I was born in Canada. We made Aliyah. And when I look at Israel today, the country my family chose to move to from the comfort of our lives in Canada, the country that I was taught from such a young age to love, I barely recognize it. It breaks my heart, but that heartbreak comes from love, and love demands action. So tonight, I ask you to join me and to join all of us in raising our voices, in challenging indifference, in refusing despair. Change always begins small, and it makes it easy to dismiss. But together, we can grow it into something impossible to ignore. We can do this across differences, across oceans, across communities. If we choose to polarize these issues towards positive change, leading with empathy, courage, and determination. We don't have the luxury of choosing otherwise. Thank you for being here today. With that, we conclude the conference. May we all carry this work forward together. Toda rabba, shukran, good night.